Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to live coverage on the 1st of August 2021 for round 6 of the 2021 SuperOne series here at Whilton Mill, just outside of Daventry. Here's your circuit for the day. We are running on the international layout, 1.2 kilometres in length, 13 turns and 23 feet of elevation change. A regular on the national scene and a regular here on Alpha Live, of course, here where Alpha Live are based for all of their operations. Light clouds at the moment, 15% chance of rain. However, we're going to change that in a few moments' time. 19 degrees max, 11 degrees min, and a brisk wind across the circuit. However, that 15% has gone up now because it is currently wet at Whilton Mill. Very fine rain dousing the circuit and making for some tricky conditions out there on circuit. So as we say, the order of events for today. Heat 1, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. We'll start with the C50 Bambino New Era class, C50 Bambino Pro following up. Army Bambinos completing the Bambino ranks just before 11 o'clock. Junior and Senior Rock categories will be running out on circuit together from just after 11 o'clock and then running through the rest of the schedule. Honda Cadets will be out on circuit just after 11:15. Mini Rock at 11:30. Mini Max and Junior Max, both of their classes out at the same time. Rotax Max, the seniors, just before 12 o'clock, and then the 177 class just after 12 o'clock. At that point, we will break for lunch. There'll be the drivers' parade at 12:25. And then we've got the same order again for heat number 2, 8 minutes plus 1 lap once again, starting from just after 1 o'clock. And then the finals with that same running order from 3. My name's Andrew Mather. I'll be your commentator throughout the whole day here for the SuperOne action at Whilton Mill. If you want to get in touch with us, various ways of doing so. Your YouTube comments, we've got them on the go. So hello to Oliver Cook, who's looking forward to the first heat race of the day. Tracy Sibley as well. On Twitter at @MM is another way of getting in touch with us. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know who you're looking out for out on circuit today. So we're going to get ready then for the first race of the day, which will be the first heat for the Bambino C50s.
Okay, well, we're here with the Bambino C50 New Era race winner, Charlie Munns. Charlie, what a dramatic final lap. Talk us through it. What happened?
So number 13 hit Otis Cleary off, and then I took the inside line, and then I won.
But I mean, before that, you were just chasing the top two, you were chasing and following. Did you think that you had the speed to pass them, or were you sort of settled maybe third's the best I could do?
I think first would be better.
Well, first, obviously better, but when you came out in front, you had half a lap to go. Did you check behind you? What was your feelings on that last half a lap?
I felt really excited to win.
Now, this is only the first half of a double header, so you've got all this again to do tomorrow. How much of a confidence boost is this giving you? How much are you looking forward to tomorrow's race now?
Pretty nervous.
Pretty nervous? Okay, well, who can help calm those nerves? Anyone you'd like to say thank you to for helping you to take this win today?
My mum and my dad.
Excellent. Congratulations, Charlie. A well-earned victory.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Henry Baudet there for stepping in last minute to do the interviews yesterday. Let's have a look at the grid then for this first race of the day, which is the Bambino C50 New Eras. Otis Cleary has pole position from timed qualifying early this morning. Sophie Morris is alongside on the front row of the grid. Dylan Glasgow and Connor Butler line up on row number 2. Championship leader Matteo Garcia Patino and Charlie Munns are on row number 3. Ellis Wildchild starts from row number 4 alongside Alfie Mayer. Fraser Anderson and Aurora Joel on row 5, wrapping out the top 10. Mason Brooks and Cole Teal are on row number 6. Bertie Cooper and Drew Davidson start 13th and 14th on the grid. Maximus Lewis and Finlay Bedford on row 8. Ella Dixon and Annie Lizajaki are on row number 9. Arthur Farrow and Sebastian Behrman are in the top 20, and then Amelia Dial on her own, 21 runners in the field. Just to run through the New Era final result from yesterday, as we saw there, Charlie Munns was your winner, interviewed by Henry at the podium. Otis Cleary second. Cole Teal, Fraser Anderson, Sophie Morrissey top 5. Aurora Joel, Alfie Mayer, Finlay Bedford, Dylan Glasgow and Sebastian Behrman all got into the top 10. Championship situation at the start of the day looks like this. Mateo Garcia Patino leads the championship on 572 points. Otis Cleary second on 557. Connor Butler third on 552, as is Dylan Glasgow. Sophie Morris fifth on 545. Although we should note Charlie Munns' win yesterday was his second finals win so far this year. Charlie was not present at Clay Pigeon a few weeks ago, so when the drop scores start coming into play, keep an eye out on Charlie Munns coming into the title picture. So there is your field in the pits, and just before we do get started, I think we just have to take a few quiet moments in memory of the tragic events yesterday at Brands Hatch. For those not aware, sadly, a volunteer marshal lost their life yesterday in an incident at Brands Hatch, and all of us here at Whilton Mill and at the SuperOne series, our thoughts and prayers go out to the family and friends of the volunteer marshal who we sadly lost yesterday, and the marshalling community as a whole. Speaking to some of them this morning, not just here but around the country, it has shocked people, the events yesterday, and of course we could not go racing without our Orange Army. So absolutely our thoughts with them today, and let's hope we have a good day's racing here for them more than anything here at Whilton Mill. So the field going out then for the first race of the day, the Bambino C50 New Era class. Some of our youngest drivers here at Whilton Mill today, and they put on some fantastic races so far this season. Remember, all the streamed rounds are available on the Alpha Live YouTube channel afterwards, so don't do it right now because we've got some great racing about to kick off here for round 6. But if you did miss any of the action from round 4 at Clay Pigeon a few weeks ago, you can go back and watch all of that action on what was a similar day in terms of conditions. A bit mixed. We had some dry running, we had some wet running, and everything else in between. Plenty of comments coming in. Hello to Simone Hookie, who's cheering on Jensen Hookie, who's in Honda Cadets. We'll see the Honda Cadets out later on this morning. And it'll of course be a standing start. There's Otis Cleary in the number 22. On the right of your screen, the black and yellow livery, Sophie Morris, who took a fantastic victory on the Saturday round at Clay Pigeon a few weeks ago. And it's one of the things that we really like about this category, that the field is so competitive. And it's quite a long race for these young drivers. I say 8 minutes plus 1 lap for all of these heats. It looks like we are about ready to go for racing then here at Whilton Mill. Right on cue, Otis Cleary, the number 22 on the right of your screen, gets a good start. Away they go then in the Bambino C50 New Era class. Good start for Sophie Morris. Sophie Morris will lead into the first corner. The number 12 of Connor Butler has had a good start as well and is up the inside battling for second place with Otis Cleary. They run up to Christmas Corner then for the first time. All drivers have made it through the first couple of corners. But just as I say that, there's a spinner towards the back of the field. But Sophie Morris has had the best start of all and is clear by quite a way, even as they come down towards, well, through Inkermans and into Ashby. You can see the rain. It's quite fine rain. But a bit of wind across the circuit will make it tricky for the drivers. Everyone on wet tyres, of course. Just trying to work out who with the spinner towards the back of the field. Millie Gael's transponder has not registered through the first sector. We'll try and work out if it is Amelia in a few moments. Oh, spin coming through there out of Ashby and into the double left-hand. There's 3 drivers involved. I think one of them may have been the 34. But Sophie Morris, after that good start, hasn't come through sector 2, so I wonder, is there a problem for... In fact, yes, where has Sophie Morris gone? She's had a spin. I think she was one of the drivers involved. So Otis Cleary inherits the lead at the end of lap 1. Ellis Wildchild, great start for Ellis, up 5 positions to second at the end of that first lap. Cole Teal is the biggest mover on the first lap, is up to 4th place, just out of shot. There is Cole Teal leading the second group of cars heading up to Christmas Corner now. So it's Cleary from Child, Butler in 3rd, Teal 4th, Alfie Mayer in 5th, championship leader Matteo Garcia Patino in 6th, Fraser Anderson, Drew Davidson, Charlie Munns, yesterday's winner in the final, and Aurora Joel, your top 10. Contact warning for driver number 17, that's Bertie Cooper. Bertie currently, apologies, can't quite see where Bertie is on the timing at the moment, so we'll move on from that. Side by side between the 15 and 36 coming off the back straight. There's been a spin for the 62 of Sophie Morris, and there was another driver involved down at Ashby Corner there. So it's unfortunately not gone to plan for Sophie Morris in this first heat, but plenty of racing across the course of the day to fight back and get a good result. Good battle going on here for the lead of the race. Connor Butler now up to 2nd place, really challenging Otis Cleary for the lead in this one. Start of lap number 3. Will these 2 drivers work together, or will they fight it out? At the moment, Otis Cleary going for the inside line, which in dry conditions is the defensive line, but there is some grip to be found there on the inside in these slippery conditions. Who else has made moves on that second lap? Dylan Glasgow has had a good second lap, up 3 positions to 11th place, as Cole Teal and Ellis Wildchild fighting there over 3rd place. Bertie Cooper, there's Bertie Cooper on the timing, he's now 13th, 4 positions gained for Bertie on that last lap as well. But still Otis Cleary out front ahead of Connor Butler here. Coming on to the back straight and then preparing for the boot. And this braking zone into the boot, I find one of the trickiest corners on this circuit in the wet. It can be quite deceiving and change a lot from lap to lap, but all of these young drivers dealing with the conditions very, very well at this precise moment. Four minutes to go. Oh, spin for Connor Butler. He's got going again, but lost a number of positions there. That's taken the pressure off Otis Cleary. Oh, that was unfortunate there for Connor. Just coming out of the boot. I wonder if he just clipped that inside curb, or the outside curb maybe, as there's a lot of water being held in that cattle grid curb. Up the inside of 88 goes 36. That's Matteo Garcia Patino gaining a position. So Matteo up to 3rd place now. Dylan Glasgow, unfortunately, had a great second lap. 3rd lap has not gone so well. It's down 6 positions to 17th. Aurora Joel also lost some positions there. Is down to 14th. Ella Dixon now up into the top 10 as a result of both of those drivers having some problems. Here's the 48 of Charlie Munns. Yesterday did very well fighting with Connor Butler, so in fact Munns has got ahead of Butler there on this lap. 3 minutes to go. Timing tower now is being shown. Oh, there's another spin. I think it may be the number 88 of Ellis Wildchild. We'll check that in a moment's time. There was someone just in the toe of the boot having a bit of a problem, and yes, it is Ellis Wildchild who's now unfortunately falling down the order. 2 minutes and 36 seconds to go. Encouragement from the parents and guardians on the side of the pit wall there. Drew Davidson gains 2 positions on that last lap. There's lots of positions being changed in this first race of the day. It's very much about just keeping on the circuit at the moment. Sebastian Behrman's having a good race. I've just spotted Sebastian coming through. Is now up into 11th place. But it's still Otis Cleary out front then now by 2 seconds ahead of Cole Teal. He's had a great drive. There is Cole on your screens now in the number 66, being closed in on by the 36 of Mateo Garcia Patino. There's another spinner. It's the number 24 of Arthur Farrow. The green and white helmet gets going again. Does fall off the lead lap now as a result of that moment. 1 minute 40 to go. For those of you new to watching this series of racing, when the time expires, the next time the leader crosses the line, that will be when the final lap board will go out. So we've still got a little bit of racing to do here. I reckon we might squeeze 3 more laps in, including this new one that they have just started. It's Cleary from Teal and Garcia Patino. However, Teal and Garcia Patino have both dropped into the 116s now. It's really closed up at the front of the field. 1.2 seconds covering the top 3 positions now. Bit of a gap back to Fraser Anderson, who's trying to hold off Alfie Mayer at the moment for 4th place. Charlie Munns has gained 2 positions on that last lap, as has Ellis Wildchild. They're 6th and 7th places respectively. Connor Butler and Drew Davidson still in the top 10, as is Bertie Cooper. Sophie Morris trying to fight back through as well, is up to 12th place now. But we're focusing on this lead battle. Coming on to the back straight now. Can Otis Cleary hold on for this victory? He's going to have to really defend hard, because I reckon we'll have a few seconds on the clock maybe as the drivers come round. We'll keep an eye on it, whether this is going to be going on to the penultimate lap or the final lap of the race. You can see Cole Teal really in the mix now, has closed in. Yep, we are going to go over the line with time on the board, 8 seconds. Cole Teal up the inside, going for the lead of the race, takes it. Great move, confident driving from Cole Teal there. Now can the number 66 pull away? Mateo Garcia Patino is still there in 3rd place. More good driving from Drew Davidson, has gained a position, is back up to 7th place, ahead of Connor Butler and Ellis Wildchild. So time has now expired. Next time round, final lap board will be out. Otis Cleary not giving this one up, still very close between them, but here comes Garcia Patino up the inside, has a look, thinks better of it, sticks there in 3rd place. Sensible driving from Mateo there. This at the end of the day is a heat. It's all about trying to get as good a result as possible to gain some points that sets the grid for the final. The final is where you really want to go for the big moves and maybe take a few more risks. So at the moment, Mateo just sticking there in 3rd as round goes Cleary. Cleary spins in the toe of the boot and loses 2nd place as a result. Well, there we go. And there's more contact, as I think the 61 of Fraser Anderson has gone round in a mix-up with Alfie Mayer and Charlie Munns in there. Now we're on the last lap. Cole Teal is clear by a long, long way. In fact, Cleary has managed to hold back on to 2nd place. Alfie Mayer is up to 3rd. Mateo Garcia Patino 4th and Charlie Munns 5th. Well, a big bit of drama there for Otis Cleary, but in the end, holds on to that 2nd place. Into Christmas corner goes Otis Cleary. Alfie Mayer has picked a way through that. Oh, somebody is out of the race at the top of the hill. I think it may be Mason Brooks, who has not registered through sector number 2, unfortunately. Driver in the number 84. Here's your leader, Cole Teal, on the last lap of the first race of the day. And just to remind myself of Cole's results so far, I think this would be a first victory of the season for Cole Teal. Has been in the top 3 a number of times in heats and finals so far this season in SuperOne. With the Bambino C50 New Era's first heat of the day goes to Cole Teal. A fantastic drive in the wet conditions and a first victory of the season for driver number 66. Otis Cleary holds on to 2nd place after a bit of drama towards the end. Alfie Mayer is 3rd. 4th for Mateo Garcia Patino, 5th for Charlie Munns, yesterday's final winner. Fraser Anderson finishes in 6th place. And then there's a bit of a wait. We'll find Drew Davidson crossing the line in 7th place ahead of Connor Butler. Oh, in fact, no, just on the line there. Connor Butler gets ahead of Drew Davidson. Ellis Wildchild finishes... In fact, I think there's been a problem for Ellis Wildchild as the number 54 has had a spin on the last lap as well, Finley Bedford. Oh, and in fact, I think Ellis Wildchild has broken down right on the line there. Has not crossed the timing beam and is being told to get out the kart. Oh, that is a real shame for Ellis Wildchild. Was on for a top 10 and is being told he needs to push the kart across the line because the transponder is not registered on timing. That is such a hard bit of luck for Ellis Wildchild. Oh, and unfortunately falls from, I think it was 9th place that the number 88 was in. So Bertie Cooper takes 8th place, Sebastian Behrman 10th, 11th for Sophie Morris. Amelia Dial finishes in 12th, Dylan Glasgow 13th, Ella Dixon and Ellie Liziaki in 15th, Aurora Joel, Mason Brooks 17th, Ellis Wildchild retires just before the line there and will be classified 18th, Finley Bedford 19th, Maximus Lewis 20th, Arthur Farrow in 21st. Well, a very entertaining race to kick things off here today. We're going to swiftly move on then to race number 2 on your orders, which will be the first heat of the day for the Bambino C50 Pro category. Here we go then with Bambino C50 Pro, their first race of the day. Cole Patterson has pole position, Jack Baker alongside on the front row. Austin Newstead and Maximilian Abrahart is your second row of the grid. Max Gilman and Marley Fisher on row number 3. Josh Cook and Austin Oman will start on the 4th row of the grid. Morgan Weston and Harper Das are inside the top 10 at the start of this race. Jensen Sale and Harvey Bacon are on row 6. And Z Pashal Asagi wraps up the 13 runners in this field. Z did not set a time in qualifying early this morning. Championship situation looks like this. Jack Baker is your championship leader on 593 points. Cole Patterson second on 572. Austin Newstead has had a great start to the season, but and came back and won the final yesterday. Didn't have such a good round 4 in the wet conditions at Clay Pigeon. Currently sits in 3rd place on 571. Maximilian Abrahart is 4th on 567. Jensen Sale in the top 5 on 542. As we say, Austin Newstead was your winner in the final yesterday. Joshua Cook, second and top rookie. Cole Patterson, 3rd, Jack Baker and Austin Oman in your top 5. And in fact, Z Pashal Asagi did not start yesterday, so I do wonder whether we will see the number 44 in this following race. And just to check who won our heats yesterday, Austin Newstead took the first of them, Jack Baker took the second. Hello to Chris Steph. Hopefully we'll have a better race than quali. I won't say the next words. Dad messed up the clutch. And so we'll be charging through the field today. Give him a break, Chris. We all make mistakes. But yeah, looking forward to see you racing later on today. So conditions here still very much mixed. It's not heavy rain. It's we've seen some very heavy rain in the UK over the last couple of days. In fact, our colleagues up at Paul Fletcher International, another stream that's being shown by Alpha Live today, had some horrendous conditions on Friday. And that same weather passed through this part of the world slightly earlier in the day. And then we had some rain yesterday as well. So the outfield is very, very boggy. We hope hope drivers don't have a meeting with the grass today, because they're going to have some trouble getting out of there. I can hear engine notes rising outside the commentary box, which presumably means that the drivers are coming out onto circuit. Big thanks to our sponsors for this season of SuperOne, the Will You Financial Group and CWG. Thank you to them and all the help that they give the series, the teams, the drivers. Do check them out. And so the Bambino C50s head out on circuit for their first race of the day. So it'll be a standing start as before. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Track conditions, damp being reported out there. Still very cloudy here in Northamptonshire. So if you're just tuning in, the grid for this next race looks a little bit like this. Cole Patterson on pole position in the number 24. You can just see on the right hand side of your screen there. Jack Baker in the number 17 is being positioned there, angling towards the first corner. We saw Sophie Morris have a great start from that grid slot in the previous race. Austin Newstead on grid 3. You can just see Austin number 74 in the Dayglow yellow and blue helmet. But the grid being cleared then ahead of this first race of the day for the Bambino C50s. 8 minutes on the clock, away we go. Very even start for those at the front of the grid. Jack Baker tries to cut across and block Austin Newstead coming through, and does so, and in fact is challenging for the lead there. Cole Patterson holds around the outside. Good start from Maximilian Abrahart as well. It's already up to third place, but now being challenged once more by Austin Newstead. The rest of them filing through. It's a good start from the field here in Bambino C50 Pro. 12 runners out there, so I don't think the number 44 has come out for this race. But down the hill they go into Ashby, a very tricky braking zone, especially in these conditions. As all the leader, and there's a couple of spins towards the back of the field. Joshua Cook is one of them in the 77. And it looks like Cole Patterson in the number 24 has held the lead here. Austin Newstead is up to second. Jack Baker now in third place in the silver and red liveried cart there. It's pretty much as you were of the top four from the starting grid. Marley Fisher just had a quick sight of there, is at least in the top 6 and challenging now for the lead. Jack Baker trying to get through on Cole Patterson. They're going to be side by side going into the last corner. Will they yield? Yes, they will. And Jack Baker takes the lead then. A very nice move going into the final corner. Jack Baker leads at the end of lap 1. It's Cole Patterson in second place. Austin Newstead in third. Patterson looking for a slightly wider line as they go through Fine Lady and up towards Christmas Corner. Maximilian Abrahart still there in 5th place. Max Gilman in the blue and green cart is sat in 5th place. Harvey Bacon, the biggest mover on the first lap of the race, gained 4 positions, is up to 7th place. I think Harper Das had a problem on the first lap as well as maybe the other spinner down at Ashby, because Harper was... Oh, a spin there for Cole Patterson. And can everybody avoid him? Yes, well avoided by Austin Newstead. Maximilian Abrahart got underneath and has taken 2 positions for the price of 1 there. But Cole Patterson spins out as they go through Ashby Hairpin. It is so tricky, so easy to snatch a break. And oh, as Newstead goes off onto the grass, can he keep it under control? That's brilliantly saved by the driver in the number 74. And just about keeps it on the road. So lots going on there on the first 2 laps of the race. Jack Baker leads, Maximilian Abrahart second, Max Gilman third, Austin Newstead in 4th, Harvey Bacon continues great progress. He's up to 5th place. Cole Patterson has recovered but is now in 6th position. Marley Fisher in 7th. Austin Oman, currently the top rookie driver, is in 8th place. Morgan Weston, who we'd expect to see at the sharp end of the field, has set a new personal best on that last lap, is in 9th place, and Jensen Sale wraps out the top 10. Five minutes to go in this first heat of the day. Jack Baker looking pretty good at the moment. Drivers getting accustomed to the conditions. Heading down the back straight. This is a great opportunity for Jack Baker. Had a great day on the last streamed round, round 4 at Clay Pigeon. Took a clean sweep of 2 heats victories and a finals victory. Leads the championship, of course. 2.6 seconds now the lead. Cole Patterson starting to gain positions after the spin earlier in the race. Is back up to 5th place ahead of Harvey Bacon. Maximilian Abrahart and Max Gilman holding 2nd and 3rd place at the moment. Will try and work together to reel in that 2.6 second gap to Jack Baker. It's a good first sector from both of them, both quicker than Baker over the top of the hill. 27.297 for Baker. Both Abrahart and Gilman in the 25.2 for Baker, 25.1 for Abrahart and Gilman. I think it may have been a problem for Austin Oman out there, because Austin has not come through sector number 1 according to our timing screens. That's the driver in the number 16. Has now come through sector 1 and has lost some 20 seconds. So unfortunately, Austin Oman is going to fall down to 12th position on this next lap. 3 minutes to go. What are the lap times and sector times looking like now? Baker a little bit quicker through the 2nd sector, so it's very evenly matched as they go across the course of the lap. Baker continues to lead by 2.6 seconds ahead of Abrahart and Gilman. Marley Fisher has gained 2 positions on the last lap, is now up to 5th place. Cole Patterson, unfortunately, has fallen down 3 places and is now in 8th place. Down the inside, here comes Max Gilman going for 2nd place and taking 2nd place. Textbook overtake in slippery conditions. That was very nicely done by the driver in the number 50. And Max is rewarded with 2nd place as a result. Can Maximilian Abrahart fight back? And there's still a good amount of time in this race to go. Will Gilman be able to put Jack Baker under pressure and try and close in? Best result so far for Max Gilman this season was the very first race of the season at Lanny Gores in round 1 and finished in 4th place. This is good stuff from Jack Baker in the early stages of this race. 1 minute and 40 to go. There is Baker over the line, consistently in the mid 1 minute 16s. 3 seconds is now the lead for Baker over Max Gilman. Further down the order, who else is trying to overtake at the moment? Looks like Joshua Cook and Jensen Sale have both got past Cole Patterson on the last lap. Had a problem up through sector 1 by the looks of it, did Cole Patterson. But we'll have an opportunity in the 2nd heat of the day from pole position once again. But not to worry for the driver in karts 24. 1 minute on the clock then. Is there enough time for Max Gilman to close in the gap to Jack Baker? I think it's starting to run out for Max, and in fact he's being challenged once again for this 2nd place by Maximilian Abrahart. So Maximilian Abrahart fighting back really nicely here, good to see. I think this is going to be a hard battle here over 2nd place in this first heat of the day. Gilman in the number 50, the black suit and the black helmet, still ahead of Abrahart there in the reddish orange helmet with the blue detailing across the back. There will be 2 more laps, and Austin Newstead's not completely out of this as well. You can just see Austin there in his number 74 kart, 1 minute 17 last time around. Marley Fisher sets a new personal best on that last lap as well, 1:16.5. Morgan Weston now up to 6th place, just looking down the order. Can Max Gilman hold on? Oh, big slide coming out of the Christmas hairpin there. Down into Ashby. This is where we saw a couple of spins for some of the drivers earlier in the race. They've definitely all got on top of the track conditions now, and they're just looking to bring these results home for them. Cole Patterson, meanwhile, has got back past Jensen Sale for 9th place. What is the gap to the next driver ahead? About 3.7 seconds, so I think 9th place will be where Patterson stays for this race, unless there's any other dramas further up the road. Jack Baker just needs to do 1 more lap then to take this victory and start round 6 in fine fashion. Battling going on for 2nd place. Gilman holds that inside line, doesn't offer the opportunity to Abrahart to try and get through. Does it pretty well. 4.5 seconds is the gap for the leader, so the leader is well and truly gone now. Gilman checking over the left-hand shoulder there, just holding the inside line. Good defensive work from Max Gilman. Maximilian Abrahart doesn't get up alongside, just continues to sit there in 3rd place. Oh, both of them nearly run wide there going through Boxing Day, but just about skirt round the edge as... Oh, is that a spin? Oh, the leader's spun! Jack Baker has spun, and he's going to lose the lead out of Ashby Hairpin, or is he? It's going to be side by side for the first of these 2 left-handers, and through goes Max Gilman. Takes the lead on the last lap of the race. A mistake there from Jack Baker, but Gilman now looking like he's going to run wide. It's all going to come down in the first heat of the day to the final couple of corners as they go through the boot now. Oh, a big error there from Jack Baker to lose that 4.5 second lead. There's still going to be an opportunity on the inside of the last corner. They're going to be side by side going round the last corner. Gilman gives room and is going to get the run to the line. Max Gilman takes victory in the first heat of the day for the Bambino C50 Pros. And that is a fantastic example of why you should never ever give up on a race victory. It's a first race victory of the season for Max Gilman here in the SuperOne Bambino C50 Pro Championship. Jack Baker, it's still good points in 2nd place. 3rd place will go to Maximilian Abrahart, less than 1 second covering the top 3. Austin Newstead 4th, Marley Fisher 5th, Morgan Weston 6th, Harvey Bacon, Josh Cook, Jensen Sale and Harper Dash your top 10, Colt Patterson 11th, Austin Oman in 12th, Joshua Cook there, the top rookie. Well, what a dramatic finish there in the Bambino C50s. We will see them back out again later on in the day for their 2nd heat after the lunch break. We're going to swiftly move on to the 3rd of the Bambino classes and their 1st heat of the day. Bambino I-Armies are out next. Let's look at the grid then for the 1st heat for the Bambino I-Armies. Edward Haynes has pole position. Jarlath Sayer alongside on the front row. George House and Manav Diu are on the 2nd row of the grid. Archie Rutter and Ethan Owen are on row number 3. Dax Farrer and Aaron Southwood Jr. are on row 4. Charlie Clough and Dian Singh Bahal complete the 10 runners scheduled to compete in this race. Let's have a look at the championship situation after 5 rounds completed. George House leads the championship on 611. Edward Haynes second on 606. Jarlath Sayer third on 582. Marnav Diu fourth on 577. Ethan Owen fifth on 560. Archie Rutter is seventh. Archie Rutter is sixth, sorry, on 544. Charlie Clough seventh on 534. Dax Farrer, Aaron Southwood Jr. and Dian Singh Pahal wrap out the top 10 runners who've competed in every single round so far this season. So the grid being formed up for this one. Edward Haynes in the 101 will be on pole position. Currently on the left-hand side of your screen. We look towards turn 1 from the back of the grid. Grid being cleared then, 8 minutes on the clock for the first heat of the day. Away we go. And will Edward Haynes lead into turn 1? No, Jarlath Sayer's got a great start there. And Sayer will lead as they go up to Christmas Corner for the first time in this race. So Sayer in the 49. Haynes trying to recover in the black and orange 101 there as Sayer takes that outside line. Looks like George House has had a good start in the number 5. Is up to 3rd place. And the rain starting from at least that camera to looks like it's getting a little bit harder here at Whilton Mill, making the track even more slippery than it was before. These drivers will have experienced the wet conditions in the timed qualifying session earlier on today. George House, really impressive, had a great day at Clay Pigeon last time round. So they're going around to complete first lap in the Iami Bambino heat, this first heat of 2. Will be Jarlath Sayer across the line, leading by less than half a second ahead of Edward Haynes. Marnav Diu is up to 3rd place, George House in 4th. Ethan Owen 5th, Archie Rutter 6th. Charlie Clough has gained a position on that first lap, has passed Dax Farrer for 8th place. Here comes the number 27 of Ethan Owen looking up the inside of George House. Both of them going side by side through Christmas Corner. Respectful racing between the two of them. And Ethan Owen's got through into 4th place. Down into the Ashby hairpin they go then. And so far, the Iami Bambinos keeping things under control. We've seen a few spins so far this season. Change the lead. In fact, it changes straight back between Sayer and Haynes. Haynes went for the move, got through initially, but then Sayer fought back. Into the boot they go, and Marnav Diu is not too far behind as well. This is good stuff from these 3 drivers. There's a long, long way to go. Ethan Owen up to 4th place, as we mentioned. And looking to get involved in this, this would be a great result for Ethan Owen if he could take a top 3. So it's Sayer from Haynes, Diu, Owen up to 4th, George House in 5th. Sayer defending up into Christmas Corner. It's one of the great things of this circuit that you can defend round here. There's scope to see some really good racing around this track, especially on the international layout. And still, Jarlath Sayer leads this race. Here's where Edward Haynes momentarily had the lead on the last lap. Is Edward going to look for the move on the inside? Oh, had a little think about it. A little think about it of the inside. In the end, stays there in 2nd place with an almost side-by-side. Great run onto the back straight. Here comes Edward Haynes down the inside. Can Edward get the braking right? Yes. Edward Haynes takes the lead then on lap number 3 of this first heat of the day, trying to find some grip on the outside there. And Ethan Owens on the inside of Diu and has got 3rd place. So 2 overtakes there in the space of a couple of corners. Haynes up into 1st place. Sayer now 2nd. Ethan Owen on this great drive now in 3rd place. A little bit further down the order, Dax Farrer has gained a position, is now in 8th place ahead of Charlie Clough. Edward Haynes defends as they go into Christmas Corner. Side by side off of Boxing Day. Dew trying to get back past Ethan Owen there, and has done so. Really good stuff from Arnav Dew there in the 82. I think hands up there may be a yellow flag out there, and there's a message there from Jarlath Sayre to say, come on, let's work together and try and catch Edward Haynes, because Edward Haynes is starting to pull away from the rest of the field. Into the boot they go. 3.5 minutes on the clock, and George House still in there as well, in 5th place. All of these drivers in the low 111s to mid 110s. Current fastest driver out there is Ethan Owen, who's set a 1 minute 10.283 on the second lap of the race. Haynes using that inside line, as I say, not just for defence at the moment, trying to find a bit of grip there on the run up to Christmas Corner. The traditional racing line on driver's left will be very, very treacherous at this precise moment. It's, again, a very easy corner to snatch a brake and go straight on at, even with gravity on your side going into that one. But Arnav Dew, this is a great drive in the number 82. Dropped to 4th, fought back, and is really putting Jarlath Sayre under a lot of pressure in this race. Best result of the year so far for Dew was a 2nd place in, let me just remind myself, that was, yes, it was in one of the heats at GYG. But 2 minutes to go then, so there's still a number of laps. And in fact, Ethan Owen's got back through, so Ethan Owen retakes 3rd position from Dew. Ethan Owen, another driver who so far this season has not had a race victory. Has had a 2nd place. That was at Clay Pigeon in one of the heats on the Saturday round. Has yet to take a P1 in either a heat or a final so far this season. Jarlath Sayre and Edward Haynes have had plenty of those so far this season. And we'll be looking to gain more as the day goes on. But Edward Haynes just looking nice and comfortable at the moment. 1 minute 10.0 last time around, a new fastest lap of the heat. Not needing to do anything too dramatic at this stage. We've already seen one leader have a bit of a problem and spin off earlier in the day. 1 minute remaining on the clock though. What are the gaps going to be this time around? Sticking around 1 second, both the top two in the 1 minute 10.4s, but Ethan Owen really starting to come on strong again at 1 minute 10.2 last time around. Is Ethan Owen going to go for a move here into Christmas Corner? No, just not quite close enough at the moment. George House still having a strong run here, is in 5th place. A new personal best in this race so far, 1 minute 10.5. And Archie Rutter, we've not mentioned a lot of in this race, having another solid drive in 6th. 1.2 seconds between those two at the moment, battling over that 5th position. This should be the penultimate lap of the race. I imagine time will expire during this tour of the Whilton Mill International layout. Edward Haynes continues to just hold that gap at about a second as 2nd, 3rd and 4th getting all involved with each other. And down the inside looks Ethan Owen. No, not alongside enough as they go into the boot, and that's given Jarlath Sayre a little bit of breathing room ahead of the number 27. Last lap board is out now for Edward Haynes. Took the final victory yesterday in round number 5 after 2 second places in the heats. That was a pretty good day. Edward Haynes going for an even better result so far in this first race of the day. Is this the sign of things to come across the course of the round? Here is Ethan Owen down the inside, going for 2nd place. Nearly contact, in fact a little bit of contact pod to pod between Ethan Owen and Jarlath Sayre. Jarlath Sayre not too happy about that, but for me that was a fair move. Ethan Owen down the inside, wasn't going to disappear, and takes 2nd place. Now can Jarlath Sayre fight back here? Can Arnav Dew take advantage of this? And George House is not too far behind as well, has taken a good amount of time out of these drivers. They're in 5th place. This won't bother Edward Haynes, who's the only driver at the moment underneath the 1 minute 10s. Did a 1:09.9 last time around. Really good pace in the 1:01. Still not over for this battle for 2nd place and 3rd as well. But here comes Edward Haynes round the final corner to take another victory this weekend at Whilton Mill. It's the first heat victory of the weekend and a maximum number of points for Haynes. 2nd place to Ethan Owen. A great result, equaling the best of the season so far. 3rd place for Charlotte Sayer. 4th for Marn Avdiu, who's a big factor in that race. George House 5th. Archie Rutter 6th. Charlie Clough in 7th. And it should be, I think, has there been a problem for Aaron Southwood Jr. on the last lap? Because I don't think Aaron's come through Sector 2, so it may be Dax Farrer coming home in 8th place. And then Aaron Southwood Jr. Indeed, yes, there is the number 35. So Dax Farrer finishes in 8th place, and Aaron Southwood Jr. will be classified in 9th. Well, a great drive from Edward Haynes. And a really, really close battle is brewing in this category. 5 points separated George House and Edward Haynes at the start of the day. So I reckon that might mean, well, the gap has definitely gone down, because that'll be at 34 points to Haynes. 5th place for... Well, yes, it's not quite switched yet, but I think it's now down to 1, maybe 2 points, the gap between House and Haynes in the live championship standings. Very good for us as neutrals. Miami Bambinos will be back out later on today for their 2nd heat. We'll look forward to that one. We're going to get ready, though, for the next race of the day, race 4 on your schedules, and it's the first appearance of the day of both Junior Rock and Senior Rock. Junior Rock and Senior Rock heading out on circuit, so this is 2 classes both running out at the same time. Starting with your Senior Rocks, Max Davies has pole position ahead of Rob Ellis, Mateo Palmer and Daniel Pepper row 2. Esteban Rodriguez Blancas wraps out the 5 runners in Senior Rock. On to Junior Rock then. Alfie Briggs has pole position, Isaac Lord and Ollie Stilp 2nd and 3rd. Alfie Richards and Joe Lorenz are next up, then Kieran Pepper and Harry Ewell. David Marshall wraps out the 8 runners in Junior Rock, 13 runners in all. These drivers, of course, competing for the potential chance to go to the Rock Cup Super Final in October, 14th to the 16th of October, due to be held at South Garda Karting, Lenato. Fantastic circuit, and great for the Rock Cup Super Final to be heading back to Lenato after a year off in 2020. The rain continuing to fall then. Let's just have a look at the championship situations. Rob Ellis has a perfect score so far. There's been 9 races for Rob Ellis in this category so far and 9 wins. He leads on 384. Daniel Pepper 2nd, Max Davies 3rd. Going to cut that short then. We are due to go then for the race. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Max Davies in the Kart Republic number 5. Here come the juniors. As big slide for Alfie Briggs out of the final corner, and away they go for their race as well. We'll keep abreast of both of these races as they go on. So in fact, we've got 6 runners in the Senior Rock category here. It's good to see the juniors working their way through the first couple of corners. There's it's 1 driver is already off. Who is that? I think it may be the number 18 of Esteban Rodriguez Blancas. Yes, it is. So Esteban is having a tough season so far. Has had a problem there coming through Inkermans. It's definitely getting wetter out there. You can see the level of moisture on the lens as we go through the final corner. But there is Max Davies, number 5 on his car. Rob Ellis 2nd. You can see a lot of Rob Ellis today, competing in 2 senior categories. Did pretty well in the Rotax Max category yesterday. So Max Davies continues to lead. See the seniors taking very much a middle of the road line. There's a little groove in the tarmac that can help you sometimes in these conditions. Rob Ellis going down the inside into Ashby. Can he get it stopped? Can he get it done on the overrun? No! Goes a little bit deep. Max Davies stays calm, retakes the lead. Through Osiers, onto the back straight. Can Rob Ellis wrestle back this lead? He's not lost a single heat or final so far in this category this season. He's looking up the inside again. Max Davies gives him room, and that's great driving from both of them. Keeps both karts within track limits. Isaac Lord is watching this, a very interested party. Finished a little bit down the order yesterday, had some problems across the second heat and the final, but was very strong in the first heat, took second place just behind Rob Ellis. Juniors, by the way, Alfie Briggs is leading in the junior category. Ollie Stilp is up to second place. Alfie Richards third, Kieran Pepper fourth. Joe Lorenz is currently your top rookie runner. There, Ellis down the inside, goes for the move through Osiers, and I think this time he has got the move done. But no, here comes Davies back again, trying to fight back as they go down the back straight. But this time, Rob Ellis has got it under control. Back to the front here in Senior Rock. He's got that Prada chassis running very, very nicely. 5 minutes on the clock. A new fastest lap of the race from Rob Ellis as well on that last lap. 58.217 seconds. Alfie Briggs continues to lead in juniors. 58.7 last time around for the driver in the number 47. The lead is 0.6 of a second ahead of Ollie Stilp. Thank you to our hard-working camera crew. There they are, the 47 and the 43. A little bit of damage to the front of Alfie Richards' kart, and the rain really starting to come down now here at Whilton Mill. Is the hand up in the air from Matteo Palmer, one of our senior runners. I think he's got a problem. He's just going to let the juniors go by here. Yet he has got a problem. Sensible driving from Matteo, not wanting to affect the race in the junior ranks, but here it is. Great drivers in this junior category. Alfie Briggs has watched for many, many years now. Seen him come through the ranks. Oh, now was there a bit of damage there? Clouds at the curb on the entry to the boot, and something came off the bottom of Alfie Briggs' kart there. I hope that's not going to cause terminal problems for Alfie Briggs. Let's keep an eye on that. Ollie Stilp there in second place. Alfie Richards still third. Kieran Pepper's having a good run in fourth. Harry Ewell has taken the lead in the rookie competition in juniors. He's up to fifth place within the juniors. So he's got past Joe Lorenz there. Rob Ellis continues to lead out 1.3 seconds. Look at the rain bucketing down here at Whilton Mill. And the rooster tails coming up now off the rear axles of these rock machines. As Ollie Stilp goes down the inside, great move, takes the lead, but is he going to overshoot as they come onto the back straight? Yes, he is. Briggs keeps it calm, retakes the lead. Great racing between two very, very young, talented drivers. I'm still wondering about that damage that we saw. Something definitely came off the bottom of the number 47 as Alfie Briggs went over the curve on the entry to the boot 2 laps ago. Lap times obviously dropping off now. A wipe of the visor there from Ollie Stilp. Continuing to put Briggs under pressure. Briggs currently your championship leader on 622 points, but Stilp was only 3 points behind when we finished racing yesterday. Briggs took the final victory ahead of Stilp. Alfie Richards completed the podium. It really is between these two. Looking for that golden ticket to Lonato later in the season. There's the Honda Cadets. We'll see them out shortly for their first heat of the day. 2 minutes to go on the clock. Rob Ellis has somehow, even though the rain continues to fall, it's gone even quicker than he has done before in this race. 57.779 for Ellis now. 2 seconds his lead over Max Davies, but we're focusing on this battle in the junior class for Junior Rock. Alfie Briggs has got the hammer down, pulled out a gap to 1.3 seconds over Ollie Stilp now. Changing the rookie ranks again. Joe Lorenzo's got back ahead of Harry Ewell. In fact, I think Harry Ewell's had some form of problem because he's now 5 seconds behind Joe Lorenz there. These two drivers continuing to go at it. Both know this circuit very well. As I say, I've seen Alfie Briggs race through Whilton Mill Kart Club, which you can also watch here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel over several years through junior and the mini and the cadet categories. Ollie Stilp, obviously, big racing family, the Stilps. Seen them race here over many, many years. As round goes Ollie Stilp. Now, can he keep the engine running? He's going to lose second place, and Alfie Richards has got through, and no, has Ollie Stilp lost the engine? You can see him frantically trying to press the throttle. He's got a bit of drive now, but it's all gone wrong for Ollie Stilp. And how big could this be in the context of the Junior Rock Championship? We're getting to the stage of the season now where little mistakes like that can be so costly. There's Rob Ellis on your screens now coming over start-finish. There'll be 2 more laps because there was 13 seconds or so on the clock as Rob Ellis started his 9th lap of this heat. 2.7 seconds is his lead over Max Davies. Isaac Lord still there in 3rd. Daniel Pepper, the last of the seniors, running out there. We've had 2 retirements in the shape of Mateo Palmer and Esteban Rodriguez Blancas. And this is very heavy rain now at Whilton Mill. Alfie Briggs comfortable now, 5.5 seconds ahead of Alfie Richards. Ollie Stilp, unfortunately, I think he's fallen all the way down to 10th in the overall combined results, so that'll be 6th in the class. Rob Ellis will see the final lap board out this time around. There it is on the dot matrix timer to the left of the gantry. He's got a good lead. This will serve Rob Ellis well for when we see him out again in the senior Rotax Max category later on today, because I can't imagine that this circuit is going to dry up very quickly, and especially if it continues to rain like this. Had a great race yesterday, or a great set of races with Ethan Ling. So do stick about for that. It'll be very exciting to watch, especially with the weather the way it is. But Rob Ellis comes down the back straight. He's going to make it 10 wins in a row in the Senior Rock category. Definitely showing himself as the strongest of this field in the UK for 2021. Rob Ellis takes the first heat of the day in Senior Rock. Second place goes to Max Davies, continuing to improve. Isaac Lord will come across the line to finish in 3rd place. That's another good start to his day. Hopefully can keep that form going. Alfie Briggs, after big pressure from Ollie Stilp earlier in the race, takes the win in the juniors. Daniel Pepper finishes 4th in seniors. There is a great result for Alfie Richards, finishes in 2nd place, and in fact that is Alfie Richards' best result of the year so far, I think, in juniors. Across the line goes Joe Lorenz there, the number 14, top rookie in that race. Ollie Stilp recovers to 5th place in the end in juniors. Let's not forget Kieran Pepper was out there as well. Good race from Kieran, finishes in 3rd place in juniors. Harry Ewell, so I've done this in a very jumbled order. Juniors look like this. Alfie Briggs from Alfie Richards, Kieran Pepper your top 3, Joe Lorenz 4th, top rookie as well. Ollie Stilp 5th, Harry Ewell in 6th, and David Marshall finishes in 7th place. 2 retirements in the rain here at Whilton Mill. Mateo Palmer and Esteban Rodriguez Blancas both running in seniors. Well, there is a very Alfie Briggs, and I think that's a big race in terms of the championship because he's extended his championship lead. Will he continue to do so in the second heat of the day? We'll see later on. But we're going to move on from the rock races now, and we're going to get ready for race number 5 on your schedules. It'll be the first heat of the day for Honda Cadet. Honda Cadets heading out on circuit then for their first heat of the day. Rocco Leon Shenton has pole position, Jaden Sherwood alongside on the front row. Mayan Patel and Findlay Lyons on row 2. Jensen Huki and Oliver Majewski are on row number 3. Logan McAllister and Charlie Warren are starting on the 4th row of the grid. Martin Wright and Riley Till inside the top 10 on row 5. Emily Cooper and Sukhmani Kira are on row 6 of the grid. Kai Clark and Ethan Griffiths are on row 7. Christian Stefanov and Andrew Dixon start on row 8. And then Jonas Klimas and Oliver Warner are on row number 9. Victor Hansen and Archie Dyson start on row 10. Jensen Walker and Amy Peacock are on row number 11. John Richardson and Felix Smedley are on row 12. Brendan James and Katie Donaldson complete the 26 runners in this field. Championship situation with 5 rounds completed. Oliver Majewski leads the championship on 615 points, finished second in the final yesterday. Jaden Sherwood second on 577, Charlie Warren third on 555. Logan McAllister is fourth in the championship on 537. Martin Wright fifth on 503. And just to look down for, have we got any drivers who missed one meeting who could have a chance? I think that's about it, but we should mention that Findlay Lyons was your winner in the final yesterday. A fantastic race from Findlay Lyons, so look out for Findlay Lyons here today. 8 minutes are on the clock. We're just about ready to go here for Honda Cadet, one of the biggest fields of the day, and away indeed they go. Good start for those at the front of the field. Looks like Rocco Leon Shenton will be your leader going up to Christmas Corner. Knows this circuit well, has done a lot of racing in Honda Cadet here at this circuit over the last year or so. Oliver Majewski now in the middle of your picture in the blue and white. This is going to be a big day for Oliver Majewski in terms of the championship picture. You can see the level of water being thrown up by the Honda Cadets now, the 4 strokes rumbling through on this first lap, and it's been a clean start from the Honda Cadets, which is what we expect to see. Jensen Walker, you just see there, racing in number 22, wearing a very much Jensen Button inspired helmet. It's good to see, as here is Jaden Sherwood fighting through, it's taking the lead. So Jaden Sherwood on this first lap, second in the championship, hasn't had a race victory so far this season, but has been very, very consistent up there in the top 10 for every single race so far this year in the SuperOne Honda Cadet category. And the gap is 0.564 of a second at the end of lap 1. Rocco Leon Shenton there in second place. Oliver Majewski in the number 40, third. Findlay Lyons is up there as well, driver number 94. Who was our biggest mover on that first lap? It looks like it was Katie Donaldson. Gained 5 positions and is up to 18th place, so a very good start there from Katie in the number 77. Number 20 down the inside, Mayan Patel, another very experienced driver around this Whilton Mill circuit. And I think that was Patel going for a move past Findlay Lyons for 4th place. Rocco Leon Shenton now trying to retake the lead of the race from Jaden Sherwood. Oliver Majewski still in there as well in the number 40. End of lap number 2. Sherwood holds onto the lead. But Shenton looks a little bit quicker and is really trying to attack here. Not a conventional overtaking spot that, especially in these conditions, and Rocco Leon Shenton nearly made that work. Here comes Majewski down the inside. Shenton covers and defends, well, defending and attacking at the same time. It's a tricky position to be in if you're in that 86 kart. Rocco Leon-Shenton is dealing with it very, very well. Remember when Rocco first burst onto the scene in this Honda Cadet category as a novice, and didn't stay on novice plates for long because of these kind of performances. Down the inside, takes the lead, but look at that from Majewski. That was brilliant, and that is why Oliver Majewski currently leads this championship. Saw the door open and overtook both Sherwood and Shenton in one move. A fantastic piece of driving. And now can Majewski drive away at the front of the field. 64.707 the lap time last time around, but Rocco Leon-Shenton, he's really quick through the first couple of corners here, almost a little bit too quick. And gives his rivals a bump up the hill. Andrew Dixon gained 2 positions on that last lap. It's got up to 17th past Amy Peacock and Katie Donaldson. That's why it's pretty much as you were. So Majewski leads from Shenton, Sherwood, Patel there in 4th, Lines wrapping out the top 5 at the moment. Charlie Warren in 6th, Jensen Hookey having a strong run in 7th, Logan McAllister, Martin Wright and Kai Clark all inside the top 10 at the end of lap number 3. Half the time gone, half the time to go here at a very wet Whilton Mill. Thank you to everyone who supported the meeting this weekend. There's a lot of racing going on this weekend, so thank you for joining us here for round 6 of the SuperOne series for 2021. Majewski continues to look at Shenton. It really is through those first couple of corners. He's got the run, he's got the lead. So Rocco Leon-Shenton retakes the lead, points to his head, says to Oliver Majewski, let's try and work together and solidify at least first and second over the rest of the field. Change for 11th place. Ethan Griffiths has got past Emily Cooper. And Oliver Warner has made an overtake as well on Archie Dyson for 24th position. 3 minutes to go. What can Oliver Majewski do here about the pace of Rocco Leon-Shenton? This is, whoa, big slide from Finlay Lines there in the number 94. Just about holds on to it. Results yesterday for Shenton: a win in the first heat of the day, 13th in the second heat of the day, and then 5th in the final. Majewski runs a little bit wide there, and that's going to drop the number 40 into the clutches of Jaden Sherwood. Now, can Jaden Sherwood make an overtake? Here we were on lap number 6, 2 minutes and 20 on the board. Mayan Patel still holding in there. Good drive so far from Mayan Patel. Took a heat victory yesterday before finishing 4th in the final. He's currently sitting in 8th place in points. Definitely using all of that WMKC experience to get good results in this weekend. This round plus 2 more to go this season for SuperOne Series 2021 will be at Shennington in a few weeks' time. You'll be able to watch the last round of the season, round number 8, here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So do make sure you've pressed that subscribe button and the notification bell to find out when we go live. So let's just check the time as they come around. There will be this lap, another lap with a bit more time, plus another one. So 3 more laps for Rocco Leon-Shenton to hold on to this lead. It's still less than a second. This is a really, really good race with a high quality field for Honda Cadet. There's the number 94 of Finlay Lines in the yellow and green helmet. Just trying to hold off Charlie Warren at the moment in that number 82. Lots of position changes on that last lap as well to mention. Logan McAllister up to 7th place, past Jensen Hookey. There they are, coming down into Ashby Corner. Kai Clark is up to 9th, has got past Martin Wright for that position. I think Riley Till had a little bit of a problem, has lost 3 positions, and that means Jonas Klimas is up to 13th, Christian Stefanov now 14th, and Andrew Dixon's had a really good run here. Is up to 15th. Hopefully that form can carry on across the course of the day. Amy Peacock has also made an overtake for 18th past Victor Hansen, and that's your lot on lap number 6, or what was on lap number 6. We're on lap number 7 now, and we're seeing it come to an end. 2 more laps. Just over 20 seconds on the clock, and that was a big lap from Majewski. Has closed the gap to less than 0.4 of a second, and Sherwood has put in a PB as well. This is not over. This is not over at all. Majewski taking the slightly wider line through Christmas Corner. It looks like the rain has at least, well, it's lessened. It's not as fierce coming out of the sky as it was some 20 minutes ago, and it's still falling, as you can see there on the camera, through Ashby. Can Rocco and Shenton hold on to this victory, or will Oliver Majewski throw a move? Has not had a win so far this weekend. Dominated proceedings in the first round of the year at Gleneagles, and in fact on the Saturday has been very, very strong so far. Took hat-tricks at rounds 1 and 3. The rest of the season has been pretty good as well. On to the last lap then. It's Shenton from Majewski who puts in a fastest lap of the heat so far, 64.262, and has come on really strong in the latter stages of this race, and Shenton knows it, gets a little bit of a nudge from Majewski. In fact, Majewski goes round the outside. What speed, what bravery. Oliver Majewski takes the lead through Christmas Corner. Now, can he hold on to it down into Ashby? This is where we've seen a lot of drivers trip up so far today. Looking for that grip on the outside line. That's well dealt with by Majewski. Shenton trying to fight back. Sherwood's still in there as well. He's got the best seat in the house at the moment. Shenton down the inside. No, good drive for Majewski again. Is focusing on the corner exits, which is absolutely what he should be doing in these conditions. And don't rule out Mayan Patel as well, still there in 4th place. Into the boot for the last time. This is just Heat 1 in Honda Cadet today. And is there a little bit of contact and it's the near half spin for Majewski. He's going to fall to 4th. Rocco Leon Shenton's going to come across the line and at least provisionally wins it. Jaden Sherwood 2nd, Mayan Patel 3rd, Oliver Majewski in 4th. Finley Lyons wraps out the top 5. Charlie Warren, Logan McAllister, Jensen Hookey, Martin Wright and Kai Clark, all great finishers there in the top 10. Jonas Klimas fights through to 11th. Ethan Griffiths in 12th. Andrew Dixon, Emily Cooper and Christian Stefanov is your top 15. Sukhmani Kira, Riley Till, Victor Hansen, Amy Peacock and John Richardson are in the top 20. Jensen Walker, Katie Donaldson, Brendan James, Oliver Warner, Archie Dyson and Felix Smedley complete the order for the first heat of the day in Honda Cadet. Well, Honda Cadet quite regularly an exciting class, and that was a very exciting first race of the day. We will eagerly await their second race of the day later on in the afternoon, but we're going to get ready for race number 6 on your schedules. There they are, sat in dummy grid. Mini Rock are out next. One of the most eagerly competitive classes of the day. This Mini Rock Heat 1, the grid looks as it is on your screen. Harry Bartle has pole position, Joshua Turnbull 2nd on the grid. Max Hollor and Kasper Tomilowski are on row number 2. Sam Woolley and David Vischer are on row 3. Jensen Powers and Cameron Edmonds on row 4. Milo Manderson and Zach McDonald in the top 10. Rocco and Shenton quickly spins around and will be on the 6th row of the grid alongside Cooper Snedden. Frankie Smedley and Archie Pitts-Drake are due there on row 7. Max Ewell and Marcel Poppicle are on row 8. Jasmine Taylor and Charlie Benson on row 9. Jake Woods and Eddie Stewart on row 10, JJ Lowe and Isaac Barker row 11. Finley Fishburne and Ethan Weldon, the last of those to set a lap time this morning, time qualifying on row 12. Jack Paul Gifford and Max Drake due to start on the 13th row of the grid. Championship situation after 5 rounds so far. Joshua Turnbull leads on 581 points, ahead of Harry Bartle on 563. Charlie Benson is 3rd on 539. David Vischer is 4th on 531. Max Hollor 5th on 505. So this class, another one racing for a golden ticket to the Rock Cup Super Final in Italy towards the end of the year, 14th through the 16th of October at Lonato. And if you don't know much about the Super Final, I do recommend that you go and check it out. I was there last year. An absolutely fantastic meeting at Franciacorta karting circuit. And you can go and watch that. Go check out the Double Dash Motorsport media links for that. This, as I say, is a big field and with a big prize at the end of the year. It's why for me it's one of my favourites this year in 2021 SuperOne series. Oh, there's a spinner. It's the number 89 of Zach McDonald, who was due to start on grid 10, but may fall down the order now. Let's see if we are under starters orders. Harry Bartle on pole position in the number 27, as the start is a bit of a mess, and that is going to be a false start, so we'll go round again. And that gives me the opportunity to just go through the final results from yesterday. So this was for round 5. Harry Bartle, as we mentioned, was your winner by 0.8 of a second over Joshua Turnbull. Charlie Benson was third, David Vischer fourth, Sam Woolley was in fifth. Cooper Snedden, Milo Manderson, Jensen Powers, Jasmine Taylor and Archie Pitts-Drake were all in the top 10. And a very competitive field this. You've got drivers such as Kasper Tomilewski, last year's Honda Cadet champion in SuperOne, stepping up to minis now. He's currently 6th in points. So Harry Bartle yesterday was 2nd and 3rd in his heats before winning the final. Has pole position in this one. Joshua Turnbull had a really tough time through the heats, was 14th and 10th yesterday in the heats before fighting back to finish 2nd in the final. So we'll be looking to have a steadier start in this second day of racing for the doubleheader meeting here at Whilton Mill. We are now under starters orders for Mini Rock, 8 minutes on the clock. Bit of a staggered start, but away we go. It's called good. Good start for Harry Bartle. Straight into the lead of the race. Max Hollow's had a good start as well, and the number 36 is up to 2nd place. And Bartle has a gap going up to Christmas Corner for the first time in this one. Rockaway and Shenton has had a good start as well. 3 wide through Christmas Corner. What a dive from Joshua Turnbull. There's a spinner in the middle of the pack. It's Jasmine Taylor in the number 84. Has got going again now, but what a move that was from Joshua Turnbull down the inside. Harry Bartle fights back though into Ashby. Looks like to have retaken the lead if there's good speed off of the hairpin, but no, back into the lead goes Joshua Turnbull. Here comes Rocco Lane Shenton. There's contact with Harry Bartle there. Now, of course, Rocco Lane Shenton knows all about these track conditions because he's just been out in the Honda Cadets. Kasper Tomilewski's had a good start as well. I think he's up to at least 4th place. Max Hollor is fighting back as well. And a little bit of contact there between Rockaway and Shenton and Harry Bartle. I don't think Harry Bartle will be too happy about that. There has been a contact warning for the number 86 already. So over start finish, 0.9 of a second is the lead for Joshua Turnbull. Looking to have a first victory since Glanny Gore's round 2, when Joshua took a clean sweep of race victories on that day. Had a mixed time at Clay Pigeon a few weeks ago. He's been very strong in the finals though. Another contact warning out for the number 86, so needs to be careful here, otherwise it's going to incur the wrath of the stewards. And lots of movement on that first lap. Who gained the most positions? It looks like it was Ethan Weldon who gained 5 positions. He's up to 17th, but also on the move Cooper Snedden, Max Ewell, Jake Woods, Charlie Benson, all up 4 positions. Look at that from Kasper Tomilewski down the inside in the number 20 in the orange and white helmet, the same number that he ran last year in Honda Cadet. Is really getting in amongst it. Best result so far this season, a 2nd place in one of the heats at Glanny Gore's earlier in the year. End of lap number 2 then. The lead now 2 seconds for Joshua Turnbull. Out ahead of the rest of the field. Here we're looking at the battle over third place, headed up at the moment by Max Hollor in the number 36. Harry Bartle in the middle of it all in the number 27. Tomaszewski down the inside takes fourth place. There's a mechanical flag, unfortunately, for Cameron Edmonds in the number 10. As Bartle retakes fourth place from Tomaszewski coming off. And that round goes Harry Bartle there. I think just got a tap from Tomaszewski on the rear bumper. And Harry Bartle, surely he's going to be falling down the order now, trying to see where the 27 has recovered to. I think has only lost 3 or 4 positions, perhaps. It is all going on here in Mini Rock, and this is only their first heat of the day. Not been able to see what the problem is for Cameron Edmonds as to why the number 10 has been given the meatball flag. That's a real shame for Cameron. Was having a really strong run, was up in 10th place. Unfortunately, that is going to have to come to an end. He's going to have to come into pit lane. Max Ewell and Jensen Powers, I think, had trouble on that last lap. They're falling down through the order, I can see on timing. 4 minutes 10 then on the clock. Joshua Turnbull leads by 1.8 seconds. It's being closed in on, though, by Rocco Lane Shenton in the number 86. Lots of drivers setting personal bests as the rain just about subsides. You can see from the roof details being thrown up, there is still a lot of water out there on circuit. Milo Manderson, you just saw there in the number 77, the yellow details on Milo's helmet, having a strong run again. A quiet run is what Milo Manderson has done a lot of this season, has acquired a lot of good points as a result. He's having a good run again here in 6th place with 3.5 minutes on the clock. Cameron Edmonds, I don't think, has come in for a mechanical flag yet, which he has to do. Otherwise there will be a disqualification. Jasmine Taylor is starting to recover back through the field, having had that spin on lap number 1. It's up to 13th place, gained 3 positions on the 4th tour of the circuit. But the lead battle closing in. Joshua Turnbull now only has 0.8 of a second in hand over Shenton. Further 2 seconds back is Max Hollor in 3rd, then Kasper Tomaszewski in 4th. David Vischer having another strong run is there in 5th place. Milo Manderson and Harry Bartle trying to hold on as well in 6th and 7th. Jake Woods has had a good race so far, is up to 11th, which will become 10th as once again the mechanical flag goes out for the number 10. And that mechanical flag may turn into something a bit more serious, as off is the number 90. Oh, it's Ethan Weldon. That's a real shame. Ethan was having a strong run, had come from the back of the field, was up to 13th, but is off at Ashby Corner. Change for the lead. Change for the lead there. Rocco Lane Shenton now in front of Joshua Turnbull. So that must have happened through oblivion. It's been the area of the circuit that Rocco's been very quick around so far today. Ethan Weldon continuing to recover, get back in the kart in the number 98. Unfortunately, this race is done for Ethan. Harry Bartle is back up 2 positions, back to 5th place. See the drivers using that outside line. Yellow flag out at Ashby will be for the recovery of the 98, so don't worry too much about that. So there should be 3 more laps for these drivers. This new one that they're starting now, another one on time and another one after time has expired. Lead change confirmed. Rocco Lane Shenton to the front of the pack. Yellow flag out on the way up to Christmas. So what's happened here? Can't quite make out what the problem is. Oh no, I think it might be Frankie Smedley. Frankie Smedley's had a very slow first sector. That's a real shame for Frankie. And there, unfortunately, is the result of what happens when a meatball mechanical flag is not observed. Black flag now, disqualified is Cameron Edmonds in the number 10. So already a not so good race has got a little bit worse. There is the number 10, trying to see. Oh, it's off. It is Weldon again. Gets going. It's always tough when this happens. In wet conditions, you have one spin, you try and push, try and get something back, and then it happens again. Good battle this. Milo Manderson in number 77, David Vischer in the 47. The white helmet and the black rain suit. Trying to see what the mechanical flag is for on the number 10. I'll be honest, I can't quite work it out at the moment. That's probably the result of my eyes. Do let us know in the comments if you can spot it. In fact, thank you, Isaac Lord. Chain guard snapped right at the back. Thank you very much, Isaac. So yeah, that is a very straightforward reason to have a mechanical flag, but that has now turned into a black flag. Archie Pitts-Drake, unfortunately, I think has fallen down the order a bit. He's in 19th place. As Manderson tries to defend here in the 77 from David Vischer. Does a good job of it. This is over 6th place. You can see Sam Woolley there in the 34. Starting to close in. And Charlie Benson. Charlie Benson, who's had a good season so far, has got past Sam Woolley there for 9th place. It's off is the number 18. And out of the race, unfortunately. Another black flag. Well, it's Cooper Snedden, the number 18. That's another driver who's having a really strong run. Was in 12th place as the last lap board is now out for the leader. And Rocco Lane Shenton's lead is now 3.35 seconds. And it's been a bit attritional, this race. A good number of drivers having problems. And one of those drivers, Jasmine Taylor, Cameron Evans, has now come into the pits because he's falling down the order. I think there's been a moment there for Cooper trying to recover the kart. He's perfectly okay though. Fingers crossed we'll see Cooper back out later on today. Here are your leaders. Rocco Leon Shenton has been a busy driver in the last half an hour and is going to take another victory round Whilton Mill, this time in Mini Rock. Experienced with the conditions and took it to great advantage. Rocco Leon Shenton wins the first heat of the day in Mini Rock. Joshua Turnbull, more good points and will extend the championship lead he currently has there in 2nd place. Max Hollor, great race from Max, finishes 3rd. Harry Bartle recovers to 4th. Kasper Tomaszewski will get 5th place on the line there ahead of Milo Manderson in 6th. Charlie Benson 7th, David Vischer in 8th. Sam Woods 9th, Sam Woolley, in 9th, Jake Woods in 10th. Great drives from all of those. Jasmine Taylor, span on lap 1, recovers to 11th. That's a good recovery there from Jasmine in the 84. JJ Lowe 12th, Marcel Poppercool will be in 13th. No, in fact, will be just nipped on the line there by Max Ewell. Zach McDonald 15th, Archie Pitts-Drake 16th. And the rest of them coming over the line now. And some frustrated drivers there. Eddie Stewart and Ethan Weldon across the line. Isaac Barker in 19th. I think we've got 2 more coming over the line. There is Finley Fishburne in the number 14. Finishes in 20th. Jensen Powers in the 16th. 21st. Frankie Smedley, Cooper Snedden and Cadman Edmonds all had significant issues and finished off the lead lap. But there is your winner, Rocco Leon Shenton, having a good day so far. And I think Joshua Turnbull will be pretty happy with that result as well in terms of the championship picture. We'll see the Mini Rocks out again later on in the day for their 2nd heat. And I'm just going to remind myself what's next out on circuit is going to be race 7, and it's going to be the Mini Rotax Max and Junior Rotax Max classes going out at the same time. We'll see them shortly. So 2 classes out at once in this one. Let's start with the juniors. Aidan Hassan and Rory Burke form the front row of the grid. Daniel Sabula and James Jackson row 2. Charlie Pritchard and Ronnie Smith on row 3. Jack Cooper and Ben Cook on row 4, Cameron Crockett and Ethan Bentley inside the top 10 for the start of this race. Jack Davies and Ben Cordingley start on row number 6. Jacob Rhodes and Finn Smith are on row 7, Donovan Dyer and Jake Howarth on row number 8, and a huge number of disqualifications from qualifying mean that Billy Edgecombe and Millie Hart start on row number 9. Charlie Payne-Johns and Alexander Mikos are on row 10. Zaki Hussain, the last of the juniors. Into the minis, your pole sitter is Josh Salvadori and Harry Cottrell alongside on the front row for minis. Ernie Overton and Ollie Wise on row 2. George Barker, who ran very well at Clay Pigeon, and Rowan Cartwright on row 3. Jamie Salter and Amelie Ackett's complete the 8 runners in the minis. Karts out on circuit then, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and there'll be rolling starts as well. Let's just pull up what the championship situation is. I think I'll be able to squeeze in the juniors just before we set off. Ethan Bentley currently championship lead on 3:29. Jack Cooper and Zaki Hussain second and third. Finn Smith and Millie Hart fourth and fifth. Quite an open class this. And ooh, that was a worried look from the 41. May have a bumper down already there as they come round, and that's going to be a messy start. And that, in a way, is opportune for me, because that false start means that we can just go through some more championship situations. To say, Ethan Bentley leads the championship on 3:29. Jack Cooper second on 3:15. Zaki Hussain third on 3:13. Finn Smith fourth on 3:11. Millie Hart is fifth on 2:95. Last year's champion Charlie Pritchard is sixth on 2:94. Very, very close in this category. Let's pull up the Minimaxes and remind you of their situation. George Barker in the number 63 leads the championship on the 375. Rowan Cartwright is second on 368. Harry Cottrell is third on 356. Those are the 3 drivers who've competed so far in every single race. Oh dear, off already is the number 11 of Amelie Ackett. So one of our Minimax runners is unfortunately out of the race before we've even begun. But we are pretty much ready then. Aidan Hassan in the number 64. Green details on the 64 there will be taking us away. Rory Burke alongside in the 98. Looking for a good start as well. Hopefully a lot cleaner. Oh, as Burke runs wide again, and that's going to be another false start. So the qualifying sessions for these 2 classes disrupted earlier because they did have a red flag. It's a bit of a split qualifying for them. And they're very much a class that have had challenges so far with the weather this season. Viewers from round number 4 may remember a race won by Holly Woolley by nearly a full lap over most of the field, as Holly got the tyre choice right in one of those heats just as it started to rain. Everybody else was on slicks. Holly was on wets and took the race victory. Everybody on wets though for this race. The track state, whilst not optimal, at least it's consistent at the moment, so it makes the tyre choice easy. Now, can Rory Burke get the start correct here? It is tight round that last corner. Not want to go too wide. That's better, looking like a better start here for the juniors. Away we go, and there's some problems towards the back of the field already. I think it may be Charlie Payne-Jones as off goes Burke at turn 1 already, and that is a race ruin for the driver who'd qualified second on the grid. Away go the minis as well. They'll have to be careful because there will be a yellow flag out. So drama straight away in Junior Max. But Aidan Hassan will lead down into Ashby. Daniel Sabula's had a good start. Charlie Pritchard has had a good start as well. He's up to third already. So the 2020 champion That's exactly what he would have wanted. Side by side between the two leaders, trying out those different lines. The number 12 of Sabula, another driver with a lot of Whilton Mill experience. Nearly had Aidan Hassan there. And here comes Pritchard up the inside, going for second place, and has got his nose ahead. Great stuff from Charlie Pritchard. End of lap number 1 then. Aidan Hassan leads by 0.8 of a second. Charlie Pritchard is up to second. Daniel Sabula, Jack Cooper currently in 4th. Top rookie at the moment. James Jackson is 5th. He's had a mixed season so far, has James Jackson. Just trying to keep an eye on his front bumper because he did have the slightest bit of contact with Rory Burke on one of the former laps. It wasn't the fault of either driver. It's just one of those things that happens. Hopefully the bumper is not down. Oh, it's a big spin and off goes the number 17 of Jack Cooper. Recovers well. Gets it, no, and has now got stuck in the bog down there at Ashby Corner. And I think he may have received some forceful encouragement, shall we say, into that spin. That's a real shame for Jack. It's down the inside again. Here comes Pritchard on Sabula. This is over second place. This is all great news for Aidan Hassan because Aidan can get out ahead and build this lead. Just to mention, in Minimax, Harry Cottrell leads in Minimax ahead of Ollie Wise and Ernie Overton, so that's your top 3 there. Rowan Cartwright's having a good run as well. Roy Burke, who we saw spin on lap number 1, has recovered. He's got back onto the circuit. He's actually going pretty quickly at the moment. He's one of the fastest drivers through the sectors so far. There is your change of lead in Minimax. Ollie Wise in the Cosmic Kart, number 55, is to the front of the order in Minimax. Checking over the shoulder, sees Harry Cottrell there in the 49. Ernie Overton, 28. And Josh Salvadori in the number 10. So it's that 4 pulling away from the rest of the field now. There is Wise going through these 2 left-handers. And you can see how the karts are set up, picking up the rear inside wheel there. As good move there from Josh Salvadori, trying to get through past Ernie Overton. Overton fighting back to hold on to 3rd place, but I think he's going to be on the losing end of the battle there because Salvadori will have the inside line for the next corner. Change for second place. Charlie Pritchard gets ahead of Daniel Sabula there. So trading places back and forth. This is good news for James Jackson and Ronnie Smith. In fact, Ronnie Smith, look out for the 96. Fastest kart on circuit, 60.720 last time around for Smith. And there is Smith down the inside, tries to take 4th place away from James Jackson, who fights back well. Trading positions back and forth, these 2 drivers. And in the end, it is Smith who prevails. Also, your top rookie runner at the moment is the number 96. live.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne if you've got a second device to have the live timing on. That's where you need to go to get all the stats and the numbers as the races continue. And if you look on there at the moment, you will see the R next to Ronnie Smith's name, which indicates that he is a rookie here in the SuperOne series. Doing a great job. Fastest driver at the moment is, unfortunately, Rory Burke, down in 27th place. But some 47 seconds off the leaders because of that spin. An incident on the very first corner of this race. Will have another opportunity to gain some good points in the second heat of the day. Grid also set by time to qualifying there. You see different lines between Pritchard and Sabula as they go through Osiers. 3 minutes to go then. Aidan Hassan, we've not seen much of Aidan so far in this race. And that's good for him in a way because he's nice and comfortable out front. 1.3 seconds is the lead over Charlie Pritchard. Is starting to pull away from this battling duo of Sabula and Smith. Is Smith trying to set up an overtake into Christmas Corner? No, he's not going to have enough of an overspeed to get up the inside there, and still plenty of time to go. A couple of position changes just to let you know about. Zaki Hussain, great drive so far from Zaki Hussain, is now up to 9th place, has got past Donovan Dyer for that position. Billy Edgecombe similarly pulling through the order, is up to 13th, has got past Ben Cordingley. And Minnie's just to check in with them, and Sabula looks down the inside of Pritchard again. Will Pritchard try and do the better run off? No, so that's a great move from Daniel Sabula, but now here comes Charlie Pritchard back into the boot. Regains the position. Ronnie Smith thinks better of it. They're all nearly tripping over one another. But Minimax, Ollie Wise still leading. Josh Salvadori has got back up to 2nd place, so that one's closing in. Ronnie Smith looking to the outside of Sabula there. In fact, it's looking really racy now. Sabula defends down the middle of the circuit. Rory Burke still your fastest driver out on track, by the way. He's just got past George Barker, who I think has actually retired. But George Barker, who had a great day last time out at Clay Pigeon. Unfortunately, has not had the best of starts today here at Whilton Mill. Not long in this race to go then. Can Charlie Pritchard hold on to this 2nd place? It would be big in terms of his championship defence as well. It's been, as I say, a mixed season so far. The 2020 champion will have 2 more laps because time will run down to 0 on this next tour of the circuit. Aidan Hassan still comfortable out there. There he is in the 60-second laps. 1.9 seconds is the lead over the rest of this field. More overtakes in the midfield to tell you about. Billy Edgecombe continues the comeback drive, is now up to 12th, past Jack Davies. Jake Howarth and Jack Cooper have got past Jacob Rhodes and Alexander Mikos as well. That's all from 14th down, still as you were in the Minimax ranks. Charlie Pritchard trying to close this gap into the leaders. Ethan Bentley, your current championship leader, is 7th at the moment. In a fairly comfortable 7th place, has got 3 seconds over Zaki Hussain behind. We'll have to just close up and take the points, I think, at this stage of the day. Last lap board out then for Aidan Hassan. 1.4 seconds now the lead, so that has come down in the last lap, but this should be comfortable for Aidan Hassan to just get this one home. Charlie Pritchard looks to have the measure at the moment of those behind. James Jackson, though, is still all over the rear bumper of James Jackson all over the rear bumper of Ronnie Smith, I should say, for 4th. Vince Smith has got past Ben Cook for 9th. And the battle between Salvadori and Cottrell still going on side by side. In fact, look at this, trying to go round the outside is Ronnie Smith on James Jackson. They're going to be side by side as they come down the back straight, and nearly clashing wheels there. Smith gets back into 4th, but Aidan Hassan's going to come around the final corner to take victory, a really good victory as well. Fantastic stuff from the driver in the 64. Charlie Pritchard looks to be back on form in 2nd place. Daniel Sabula 3rd, and Ronnie Smith does indeed hold out in that battle with James Jackson for 4th place. That was very entertaining. Cameron Crockett should be over the line in 6th place as they all stream over. We're looking now for the Mini-Maxers because they're due across the line shortly. There is Ollie Wise. Great drive from Ollie Wise in the 55. Takes the Mini-Max heat victory. So it's Hassan from Pritchard, Sabula, Smith, Jackson, Cameron Crockett 6th, championship leader Ethan Bentley 7th. Zaki Hussain fights back to 8th, 9th for Finn Smith, Ben Cook in the top 10. Donovan Dyer, Billy Edgecombe, Jack Davies, Jack Cooper and Jake Howarth is your top 15 in juniors. Jacob Rhodes, Alexander Mikos, Ben Cordingley, Millie Hart and Rory Burke wrap out the 20 runners in juniors. And here was your Minimax result. Ollie Wise, as we say, winner of the race. Josh Salvadori in 2nd, Harry Cottrell 3rd, Ernie Overton, Jamie Salter and Rowan Cartwright, those finishing, and won retirement, which was George Barker. Well, that's 7 races down. we'll get ready for the penultimate race in the first rotation. It'll be race number 8 on your schedules. The first appearance of the day for Senior Rotax. Grid time for the first heat of the day in Senior Rotax. Ethan Ling, yesterday's final winner, has pole position. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort alongside on the front row of the grid. Sean Berry and Ben Page will start this race from row number 2. Riley Stevenson and Joe Weaver start on row number 3. Alex Holgate and Carl Dunford are on row 4. Joshua Valance and Rob Ellis row 5, lots of experience on that 5th row of the grid. Lucas Ivaskevicius and Jordan Morris are on the 6th row of the grid. Caitlin May and Jack Jones are on row 7. Louis Weaver and Poppy Stevenson are on row 8. Louis Ball and Will Barnes are on row 9. And then Aidan Hammond was the last of those to set a lap time in timed qualifying this morning. Will be on row 10 alongside Jamie Tilsett. Tom Taylor and Chris Abraham did not set lap times. Start on row 11. Championship situation looks like this. Jordan Morris, the championship leader over Rob Ellis at the start of the weekend. And the final yesterday slightly shortened due to an incident that required medical attention. So Ethan Ling won it under effectively full course yellow, ahead of Rob Ellis, Joshua Valance, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort and Sean Berry. So for anyone looking at the results thinking that was a very close race, it was, but under the circumstances that we sometimes see, we don't want to see. We don't want to see races finish under safety car, or the Battenberg flag as it was yesterday, but that was just how it fell out. Henry was very happy with that result, being a proud Welshman. It was a Welsh 1-2 for Ling and Ellis yesterday. And big thanks to Henry Baudet stepping in the last minute to do those interviews yesterday. Such is the nature of this summer, and sometimes schedules change. So thank you very much for his help on that one yesterday. Big thanks to our sponsors as well, Will You Financial Group. Keep an eye on their Facebook page as well for the Driver of the Day award, which will be announced later in the week, and CWG as well, long-term sponsors of the SuperOne series. Thank you for all of their help, and RI Helmets, some of the best helmets that you can get out there. Do go check all of those sponsors out. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Riley Brown, who's cheering on Jack Cooper today. Do make sure you've given a like to the stream and shared it as well on the social media platform of your choice, or multiple if you have an account on various things. Let people know that we're racing here today at Whilton Mill, because we want to give these drivers as much support as is possible. After this, we'll have the first heat of the day for the 177 class, and then we'll have our lunch break and drivers' parade. There will be a minute's silence as well for the events at Brands Hatch yesterday. So for any of the people at the circuit not aware of that, that will be taking place during the drivers' parade. Conditions still damp here at Whilton Mill. Wet tyres very much the order of the day. It's due to be obviously one of the fastest races of the day. Plenty of experience on this grid. And with some wet conditions mixed in there as well, very, very hard to call who's going to take this race. Lap times earlier in timed qualifying for those at the front of the field, just under the 60-second marker. Number 2 of Ethan Ling on pole position. I think he's just off to the right of your shot there. You can see Brandon Klein Nagelvort's Coles Racing machine. Second place, really good qualifying for Brandon there, 59.785. Away they go, green flag to tell the drivers it's time to go out on circuit for the formation lap. It'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Hello to Ev Teal. He was enjoying the Junior Max race just before, following Cameron Crockett, and well done on the 6th place. It was a good run there from Cameron. Problem for Joe Weaver though. Joe Weaver there in the number 40 was due to start 6th on the grid. Now, will Joe be able to, as there's a spin, it's the number 75, Poppy Stevenson, so a couple of drivers in this class having trouble here on the formation lap. Still very, very slippery out there. There is Ethan Ling in his CRG machine, number 2, very strong last season. Has had a good year so far. Took the round victory in round number 3. What can he do here today at Whilton Mill? There is Joe Weaver, who just gets back into that 6th grid slot. And are we good for a go? There's a couple of drivers with fingers in the air saying a false start, but I've not seen anything be classed as a false start on our timer screen, so I think we're good to go. Side by side between Klein Nagelvort and Ling as they go up towards Christmas corner. Sean Berry takes advantage of that. Round the outside goes Ethan Ling. Where did he find that piece of grip to hold on to the move round the outside? Brilliant stuff from Ethan Ling. And we are good for the start. A couple of drivers wanted that to be a false start, but they've not had their hopes answered on that one. But that was so close between Klein Nagelvort and Ling. But where has Ling gone here? Ling's had a problem and fallen down a couple of positions now. So Sean Berry back to the front here on lap number 1. Alex Holgate in the middle there, in 6th place. Rain has very much subsided here at Whilton Mill. If you're just joining us, we had some really heavy rain around an hour ago. There's Rob Ellis, a similar liveried Praga entry to what we've already seen him racing the senior rock category earlier on this morning. So it's Sean Berry leading from Brandon Klein Nagelvort, Ethan Ling in 3rd. Ben Page has had a great start. Is up to 4th. Carl Dunford, another driver who knows this circuit very, very well, is in 5th. Biggest move at the end of lap 1, I think, was Poppy Stevenson, who at least after that spin on the formation lap from where Poppy came over the line at the start of the race, has gained 6 positions. He's back up into the top 10, so that's a great recovery from Poppy in the number 75 kart. Here we are on lap number 2. Ben Page just ahead of Carl Dunford there, fighting over 4th place. Coming round to finish lap number 2 then. You see Rob Ellis there getting past Joshua Vallance. Joshua Vallance, who's won several Whilton Mill Kart Club titles over the years in the Rotax categories. He did very well yesterday, was on the podium in the final. So Berry from Klein Nagelvort, Ethan Ling there in 3rd, trying to take those curbs, trying to pull the kart round the corner, around Ashby. It's very much you want to go around that outside line through Ashby. There's not a lot of grip at all on the inside line. It's a fairly flat curve as well. It doesn't have that jagged sawtooth edge to pull a kart round, similar with this corner as well through those. There is Rob Ellis in number 4, fastest first sector of anybody on this 3rd tour of the circuit. Oh, look at this. The number 52 of Caitlin May ahead of Louis Ball and Will Barnes. This is all over 15th place. Very competitive in the middle there. Will Barnes down the inside, block pass on the number 17. Here comes the 96 of Louis Weaver as well.
So lots of positions being changed there as through. Past Ben Page goes Rob Ellis. So Rob Ellis starting to come into this race. Jack Jones trying to get past Joshua Valance. There's nearly contact between, I think that was Poppy Stevenson and Lucas Ivaskevicius. Riley Stevenson has started to come through the field as well, is up to 5th place. Quietly getting on with things there in the number 87, just up the road from those you're seeing on your screen at the moment. Alex Holgate in the number 68. Big lap has just gone in from Sean Berry though. And in fact another one's coming in here as down the inside of Holgate goes Rob Ellis. Rob Ellis very much aiming for victory, a double victory in the senior ranks this weekend. Nearly did it yesterday. Finished in 2nd place behind Ethan Ling in the final. It's a little bit frustrated with how the race ended. Would have liked to have had at least one opportunity to get past Ling after a Battenberg flag, but unfortunately the race got called short on time due to the situation that was going out there on the circuit, and another race was due after them. So 3.5 minutes in this one to go. And in fact, is that Klein Nagelvort having a go at Sean Berry there. It's very close between them coming off of Ashby. Rob Ellis trying to close in now on Riley Stevenson. Problems unfortunately to report for Joshua Valance and Jack Jones. They've both dropped 8 places on that last lap. Apologies, it wasn't Sean Berry that Brandon Klein Nagelvort was fighting with there, because he's quite clearly a good way out front. So it's Berry by a second ahead of Klein Nagelvort. 2 seconds further back is Ethan Ling in 3rd. Here are Kyle Dunford and Riley Stevenson. So Kyle Dunford in the 66, Riley Stevenson in the 87. Big snap there from Riley Stevenson under braking, pushing that GMS prepared machine very, very hard indeed. And Rob Ellis is closing in on them. In fact, who is the fastest driver out on the circuit? He's our leader at the moment, 58.985. Sean Berry liking these greasy conditions. But very close across this senior Rotax field. Lap times all kind of, yeah, around the low 59s to low 1 minute somethings. Jordan Morris has got past Poppy Stevenson for 9th place. We're having a look here at the fight between Ben Page and Jordan Morris. A little bit further back, there's the number 52 of Caitlin May going for an overtake. I think it's got that one done. Yes, 11th place for Caitlin May past Poppy Stevenson. Joshua Valance and Jack Jones are starting to recover. They've got back past Joe Weaver, who we saw had that spin on the formation lap. It's not been the race that Joe Weaver would have wanted, having been due to start 6th on the grid. That's just the way it goes sometimes. One minute 20 on the clock then. Carl Dunford, the number 66 there, holding 4th place ahead of Riley Stevenson. And Rob Ellis coming into the fight now as well. Brendan Klein Nagelvort though has just put in the fastest lap of the heat so far, 58.868, and has closed the gap to less than 0.4 of a second. Here they are. And Sean Berry really under pressure now, has led this race brilliantly. Oh, is off and missing a wheel there. That's Lucas Ivaskevicius. Well, what has happened there to one of our really strong runners in this category? I think it may be probably a stub axle failure for the number 45, but that's a real shame for Lucas Ivaskevicius, and that's going to be a busy lunch break to get that kart ready for heat number 2. Green flag going into, it looks like, well, that's a very strange place for that kind of failure to occur. It looks like it's happened halfway down the back straight. Leaders coming around the final corner. We're going to sneak another lap in it. Yep, 5 seconds on the clock. 2 laps then for Brandon Klein Nagelvort to try and get past Sean Berry and take a heat victory at Whilton Mill. These two drivers yesterday in the final. Klein Nagelvort finished in 4th place, was the second of those classed as a rookie here, and Sean Berry just behind. They were separated, well, by not long, but of course that was because we finished on the Battenberg flag yesterday in the final. So Sean Berry will very much want to hold on to this position and get one back on Brandon. Ethan Ling's still holding there in 3rd. In fact, I think he's just going to bring that one home, take the points, move on to the next race, because the gap is 2 seconds to those ahead. But a huge 5-second gap back to Carl Dunford. Joshua Valence, by the way, has just got past Louis Weaver, I saw across the line on timing. So that's 14th place. Last lap board is out then. Sean Berry has soaked up the pressure quite nicely here. Klein Nagelvort puts in another new fastest lap of the heat so far. So is quicker. But is he quick enough to give himself an opportunity to go for the move and try and overtake Sean Berry here on the last lap? There is Ethan Ling, the Welshman, still sitting in 3rd place. It's pretty much as you were through the rest of the field. Track just about starting to get dry. The rain has definitely stopped. Hopefully that will be the end of the precipitation for today, and we'll see lap times really starting to drop. But Sean Berry is going to come around the final couple of corners and has controlled this race very well. There's a bit of drama at the start, but he took the advantage. Sean Berry takes the first heat of the day in Senior Rotax. Brandon Klein Nagelvort continues the good form this weekend in 2nd. Ethan Ling, another top 3 for the driver, 2nd in the championship last year. It's very close on the line. It's going to be Carl Dunford 4th, Riley Stevenson 5th, Rob Ellis in 6th, Ben Page a solid 7th place, Alex Holgate 8th, Jordan Morris 9th, Caitlin May inside the top 10. Poppy Stevenson recovers after a formation lap spin to 11th. Louis Ball, Will Barnes had a good battle there. It's Ball in 12th, Barnes in 13th. Joshua Valence maybe a bit disappointed with 14th, but has still got more races to come. Louis Weaver 15th, Jack Jones 16th, Joe Weaver 17th. Aidan Hammond will be the last of those to finish, because there is your one retirement. Lucas Ivaskavicius and his number 45, 4 laps off the leaders. Well, there we go. We'll see the Senior Rotaxers out again later today. We've got one more heat to go in this first rotation before the lunch break. There they are, sat in pit lane, ready to go. It is race number 9 on your schedules. It is, of course, the Rotax 177 class. Their first heat is up next. Final race before the lunch break. Here is your grid for Rotax 177 and their first heat. Scott Clee has pole position. Philip Howarth alongside on the front row. Oliver Appleby and Adam Sadler are on row 2. Chris Thomas, who's in great form at the moment, did very well yesterday, is on row 3 alongside Hayden Cater. Sammy Milam and Sam Winter are on row 4 for the start of this race. Ollie Hancock and Robert Strachan are on row 5. Thomas Hinton and Rhys Llewellyn are on row number 6. Alfie Williams and Ben Johnson row 7, and Ben Cowley and Callum Smith complete the 16 entries due for this one. Plenty of experience here on this grid. Let's go back to yesterday when they ran their final in far different conditions. It was quite nice here yesterday evening. Chris Thomas, as we say, had a strong day, was your winner. Scott Clee was second, 2.4 seconds the winning margin for Thomas yesterday. Oliver Appleby was third, your top rookie as well. And had the honour of the fastest lap, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he did, 45.415. They won't quite be going as quickly as that in this one. Adam Sadler was 4th, Sam Winter 5th, Ollie Hancock, Hayden Cater, Thomas Hinton, Robert Strachan and Alfie Williams in the top 10. Away go the Rotax 177s. And it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap once again. lunch break after this. On the driver's parade, and then we'll commence with rotation number 2, as I call them, which will be exactly the same order. So whilst guys are going around, I'll just remind you of the starting time and the running order for that. So we will be due to kick off just after 1 PM. It'll be the C50 Bambino New Eras first, then there'll be the C50 Bambino Pros, Iami Bambino's third. Junior and Senior Road Rock will be out after that, so that takes us up to past 1:30. Honda Cadet, Mini Rock, Mini Max and Junior Max out at the same time, Rotax Max, and then this field for their second heat, and then we'll pretty much immediately go into finals after that. So plenty of racing to get your teeth into at Whilton Mill here today. But who is going to take the first heat of the day in Rotax 177? Slightly mixed up grid. Here we go then for the start of the race. Are they all going to get round the first couple of corners? Very even start between Clee and Howarth on the front row, and it looks like Scott Clee's taken advantage. Yes, he has. So the number 16 will lead up to Christmas Corner for the first time in this first heat of the day for Rotax 177. Are they all going to get the braking right through Christmas Corner? There's a little bit of a nibble there, and a half spin for, I think it was Thomas Hinton in the middle of all that, but apart from a little bit of pod-to-pod action, they are all through the first couple of corners. Field filing through. Scott Clee takes the lead off of Philip Howarth. Whoa, look at that from Philip Howarth round the outside off of Osiers. Found a bit of grip and slingshotted his way off the corner and into the lead of the race. A great move. End of lap number 1 then. Oh, is that a little bit of rain I could see just on the camera starting to fall again. Philip Howarth leads by 0.2 of a second. Scott Clee second. Adam Sadler third. Ollie Hancock has moved well on that first lap, has gained 4 positions, is up to 6th place. Yeah, the rain does look to be falling again. As you can see on the camera there, the static camera down at Ashby Corner. Will this cause problems for any of the drivers? Still very close there. You can see, I think that's Chris Thomas having a look at Oliver Appleby. No, it's Adam Sadler, apologies. Adam Sadler in the 67. So Appleby looks to have got through on this lap, side by side, nearly between the number 50 of Ollie Hancock and Chris Thomas there. The number 4 down the inside goes Adam Sadler, trying to get 3rd place back, battling with Oliver Appleby there. Going to be side by side over the line into one of the fastest corners of the circuit, and just about get it all sorted out amongst them before they head up to Christmas. There's your leader, Philip Howarth. 0.7 of a second the gap over Scott Clee. The rain definitely starting to come down a little bit harder, and you can see the drivers taking different lines now, trying to find where the grip's remaining around the circuit. Especially Ashby's definitely been the hot point for incidents so far today. Downhill, gravity working against you, of course. End of lap number 3 then. Philip Howarth leads by 1.6 seconds. Scott Clee, a bit of no man's land at the moment. He's not in the toe of Howarth at this precise point, but he's got a good gap over Oliver Appleby behind. Chris Thomas has got past Ollie Hancock for 6th. Ben Johnson and Callum Smith have also gained positions on the last lap ahead of Rhys Llewellyn. There's a move, I think, was that Sam Windsor having a battle? 4.5 minutes. So this, oh, someone's gone and round the wrong way. Didn't quite catch which number it was. It's the number 11. It's the leader. Oh, Philip Howarth has thrown it away. Well, not the first time we've seen this today from a race leader, but Philip Howarth has had An incident there just on the approach to Oziers, has spun it round and lost a number of positions. Scott Clee won't believe his luck. Inherits the lead of the race. And Philip Howarth, who just set the fastest lap of the heat so far, well, is now down in 7th place. Now, has he got enough time to fight back? The gap is 5.5 seconds now to Scott Clee. He's going to have to work very, very hard to, well, I'd say, even get back into the top 3 here, but he was looking really fast, relatively comfortable, but spins out, and that is what can happen in the rain here. Sometimes you get some funny lines of water across some of the corners, and Howarth has been caught out by one of those little rivers, I'm imagining. Callum Smith has got past Ben Johnson for 12th place, and you see Howarth going down the inside. I think that was on Ollie Hancock there for 6th place, so number 11 already starting to fight back here. This could be really big for Scott Clee. Finished 2nd in the final yesterday. And was pretty happy, I think, with that result. Other heat winners yesterday were Philip Howarth, who, as we say, has had that spin, and Oliver Appleby as well. So again, it's been a very open category this so far. Scott Clee would love a victory here at Whilton Mill. He's not had one so far this season. 2.1 seconds is the lead over Appleby now. There is Oliver Appleby in the number 2, with the full attentions of Adam Sadler just behind. And I think it's Chris Thomas potentially made a move as well. It's going very quickly. No, it's still Cater ahead of Thomas. Side by side between 2nd and 3rd place. Into the boot they go, and Appleby just about halted. This is all good news for Scott Clee. Will mean that lead keeps extending. It's good news for Howarth as well, because Howarth will start to close in on them. Yeah, you see Howarth now back up to 6th place, and a new fastest lap of the race to boot. 59.796 for Philip Howarth. Robert Strachan has got through as well. Has gained a position as Cater down the inside of Adam Sadler, and Thomas is getting involved as well there. All good competitors, really friendly bunch are the Rotax 177s, and Howarth's trying to get back down the inside on Sadler there. Just gets held off though, not quite into 5th place yet. You feel with time still remaining on the clock. As here goes Howarth. That's a spot he does like, down the inside. In fact, he's got 2 for 1. Great stuff from Philip Howarth. Got a bit of grip there and has managed to get 2 positions, so that's him back up to 4th place. A top 3 could be on for the number 11 then. He was looking doubtful a few laps ago, so he's got past both Thomas there, I think Sadler, and the number 50 of Ollie Hancock's coming back into the fray. And top 7 clear of the rest of the field. Scott Clee's lead now 3.3 seconds. Here's Appleby and Cater, 2nd and 3rd. Howarth, as we say, now up to 4th. And clearly on free pace, in free air I should say, is the fastest kart out there. Ollie Hancock had 6th place. I think he'd got past Adam Sadler, but Sadler was fighting back down the inside as they went through Ashby there. Here goes Cater going for 2nd place now. Can he get the drive? That's the problem. When you go to the inside on Oziers, you can get the initial overtake done, but it puts you on the wetter part, the slippery part of the circuit, the normal racing line, on corner exit, and you often get nipped back onto that back straight. But just good awareness from Appleby, saw the move coming, didn't panic, took that position. There's Chris Thomas, yesterday's final winner. Had a strong weekend at Clay Pigeon a few weekends ago. Really having to fight hard at the moment. Scott Clee though on the last lap now. Been brilliant in this race. 2nd early on, saw the error from Philip Howarth to give him the lead, and has just kept eyes forward. Yellow flag is out at Oziers, so I wonder if there's a piece of furniture being replaced. In fact, there it is. It's Rhys Llewellyn who's had a retirement there and is sadly out of this heat. But Scott Clee's going to come into the final couple of corners and take, I'm pretty sure, it's the first victory in this category this season for him. It's still going on for second place, very close between Cater and Appleby, switching back, but Scott Clee takes the victory along in Rotax 177. Across the line, he's taken it's Cater. Cater takes second place, Appleby third, Howard fourth. Will be kicking himself at the mistake earlier in the race. Chris Thomas fifth, Ollie Hancock sixth, Adam Sadler, Sam Winter, Alfie Williams and Robert Strachan in your top 10. Thomas Hinton, Sammy Marlin will be 11th and 12th. There is Sammy, not too happy with that result. Ben Johnson will be 13th, and Callum Smith should be our last driver over the line on the lead lap in 14th. One retirement, as we saw there, was Rhys Llewellyn. And that concludes rotation number 1. All of the first heats for all of our categories are done. We'll now go into the lunch break, the drivers' parade. So if you're around the circuit, do make sure that you get down for the drivers' parade as soon as possible. Prizes on offer from John Hoyle and the whole SuperOne team. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary this morning. I've been Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. We will be back. I think, yeah, just let me check our schedule and what sort of time gap we're on, so to let you guys know when we're due back out. I think we've got about 45 minutes for the lunch break. For 45 minutes time, just about 1:30, I reckon. We'll be back for the second rotation of heats, starting with the C50 Bambino New Eras, then the Bambino Pros, the Army Bambinos third, Junior and Senior Rock fourth, Honda Cadets fifth, Mini Rock sixth, Mini and Junior Max classes 7th, Rotax Max, and then the 177s to finish off. So all of that to come. Keep it locked here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We'll see you after the lunch break. Attention paddock, just to note, it will not be a 45-minute lunch break. We will be back to timetables, so C50 Bambino New Era category will be due to start at 13:05. That's 13:05. Thank you.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Well, here with the Bambino C50 Pro winner here at Whilton Mill on the Saturday race, Austin Newstead. Austin, What a fantastic final, especially that final corner.
Yeah, it was actually but quite hard though.
I mean, the race started off with a big group of you, and then it came down to just the 2 or 3 of you. Talk us through what was going through your mind as you came into that final corner.
When I was coming through, because everyone normally defends around there, so I don't, and then they run out wide, and then I just get up the inside of them.
So you planned that one all along, you know, you weren't nervous thinking, oh, maybe I could only do second. You knew exactly what you were doing.
Yeah, I know exactly what to do.
Brilliant. Now, this is only the first half of the weekend. You've got it all again to do tomorrow. How are you feeling about tomorrow now that you've won Saturday's final?
I'm feeling confident, I am, because I won, I did, so I'm feeling quite confident.
And lastly, is there any you'd like to thank for this win today and tell them to watch you tomorrow?
I would like to thank my dad and my engine builder and all my other sponsors.
Brilliant, well done, congratulations. Today's Bambino C50 Pro winner, Austin Newstead. Okay, Bambino Iami winner Edward Haynes, talk us through that race.
I'm happy because I checked out and just went away because Java says spun.
I mean, you had a bit of company at the start, but then I think there was a spin behind you and you ended up winning by half a minute. Just how did you feel about when you saw that the spin behind you?
Well, I felt really happy. Even though it's kind of mean, but I felt happy because then I'm just winning by literally far.
But then once you checked behind you, saw there was no one there, you could relax a little bit and just cruise?
Yeah.
Okay, and
Still push to the limit and
still pushing a little bit. Yeah, you don't want to give him a chance, do you? Anyone else you'd like to thank? Because of course, as you've got all this again to do tomorrow, you must be feeling really confident.
I like to thank Force, my engine builder, and Dave at RCE.
Brilliant, well done. Congratulations. Today's Bambino Iami winner, Edward Haynes. Okay, well, Junior Rock winner, Alfie Briggs. Alfie, talk us through your race. Fantastic victory. Well done.
Thank you. So we lost the lead initially at the start to Ollie. We had a bad start off the line. And then I think it was the second or third lap, I was just pushing. And then I caught Ollie napping, going into turn 1 and done him. And then it's just a pretty straightforward race, so just driving around to the end.
I mean, looking up at the clouds, there was a few spots of rain. Was that a bit of a worry? Because it rained just before you went out, but you managed to get through it in the dry.
Yeah, I think if it rained, we would have had a different result. We're not as quick in the rain, so fingers crossed it doesn't rain tomorrow. But yeah, it was raining before we went out, and I was a bit apprehensive to start with, but luckily it didn't. So.
Now, of course, this is just the first half of a double-header weekend here at Whilton Mill. This must put you in a really good frame of mind tomorrow, come rain or shine.
Yeah, obviously, I'm going to push again to get the double win.
And lastly, anyone you'd like to thank for your win today?
I'd like to thank Kieran from M Sport, my mum and dad, Total Karting, BBM, Rob Smedley, ATEC, and Will You Financial Group.
Well done. That's a fantastic memory. Well, excellent. Congratulations. Today's Junior Rock winner, Alfie Briggs.
Thank you.
Well, a Welshman triumphs at Whilton Mills. Senior Rock winner, Rob Ellis. Rob, talk us through that race. Fantastic victory. Well done.
No, it was good. Crucial to get the start right, but had that out of the way and then just kind of, take the laps down and yeah, good win.
It was a little bit of a race of attrition behind you. Were you aware that the gap was quite good?
I had a little gap, but no, just keep your head down. Try not to focus on behind you too much, and yeah, just do your own race really.
Now, I mean, it's a double-header weekend, but you're doing double duty, so you've got another race coming up in Senior Road Tax. How are you sort of coping with this over the fitness element of it? Because it's a very, very technical track here at Whilton Mill, very bumpy, very hard on the drivers. You were keeping yourself nice and calm.
Yeah, fitness isn't a problem. The bumps are a bit worse than clay, but no, we're all good. I feel great. I think I'll sleep tonight, but no, I feel good.
Well, you can't go to sleep just yet. You've got one more race to go. Is there anyone you'd like to thank for this win today?
Huge thanks to the team, Wayne Markle, the mechanic, Dad, phenomenal all weekend. Hopefully another good day tomorrow.
Congratulations, well done, Robert Ellis.
Thank you, Shemai.
Okay, so Finley Lines, Honda Cadet winner today at Whilton Mill. What a breathtaking race. Talk us through that last little bit of that one.
Yeah, so on the last lap coming through Ashby, the top two cars in third, the top two went to the inside and I just thought I'd undercut them. So I went from the corner, undercut them, and then I was around the outside for the next corner and then I just gapped them a little and then went to win the race.
And I mean, before that, it was such a big battle. It was hard work all the way through. Once you got into third place, you know, did you think I got a chance here, or do you think, oh, maybe I'm going to run out of laps?
Yeah, at the start, I did have a gap to get by, and I did think I was going to come third, but when I saw that chance, I just went for it.
Now, I mean, of course, that must have meant they're coming on the last corner. That must have been a big smile underneath that crash helmet.
Yes, certainly.
Now, this is only the first half of a double-header weekend, so you've got all this again to do tomorrow. This must be a huge boost of confidence for you. What are you feeling now going into tomorrow's race, which is going to be live streamed all day?
Yeah, tomorrow I think I'll try and win again, but I'm not sure. As also, Carl have the person that lasts engine, so I might be a little bit down, but we'll see.
We'll see what. And is there anyone you want to thank for your win today?
I want to thank Ambition Motorsport, my dad, my mum for bringing me here and all that.
Brilliant, congratulations. Well done. Today's Honda Cadet winner, Finley Lines.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of round 6 of the 2021 Super One Series here at Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. We're getting ready for the start of our second group of heats, kicking things off with race number 10 on your schedules, which is the Bambino C50 New Era category. Here's the grid. Otis Cleary has pole position alongside. On the front row is Sophie Morris. Dylan Glasgow and Connor Butler are on row 2. Matteo Garcia Patino and Charlie Munns are on row number 3. Ellis Wildchild, who sadly retired just before the finish line in the first race, starts on row 4 alongside Alfie Mayer. Fraser Anderson and Aurora Joel are on row 5. Mason Brooks and Cole Teal, row 6. Bertie Cooper and Drew Davidson are on row 7. Maximus Lewis and Finley Bedford on row number 8. Ellie Dixon and Eli Liziaki are on row number 9. Arthur Farrow and Sebastian Behrman, row 10. Amelia Diel on row 11. So these races, this next set of races, a repeat of what we saw earlier on in the day. They will all be to schedule 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And the results will be combined from this group of heats with the first group of heats to set the grid for the finals. There's Sophie Morris in the number 62. We'll start this race on the front row of the grid set by timed qualifying, which is the first sessions this morning. And let's just have a reminder, if we've got the results, and give the computers a little whirl as to the result from heat number 1. We'll give that a minute to load up, just to remind myself. It's a very, very entertaining first heat of the day. It was, of course, Cole Teal who won by 5.6 seconds ahead of Otis Cleary, Alfie Mayer 3rd, Matteo Garcia Patino in 4th. Charlie Munns in 5th. Big thanks to Henry Bodat and all the interviews that you saw there just at the end of the lunch break from yesterday. You can go and watch all of those over on the Super One Series Facebook page. But for now, looks like we are under starters orders here for the second heat in the Bambino C50 New Era category. Away they go. Good start for Sophie Morris in the number 62. Takes the lead off of the start line. Otis Cleary behind there in second place, and already the front row runners are looking to break away from the rest of the field. The number 12 has had a good start as well. That's Connor Butler. And into the hairpin of Christmas they go with a little kink, which we colloquially call Boxing Day. It's not got an official name. Down into Ashby. Conditions a lot better now. The rain has passed the circuit. We've had a lot of rain so far this morning, and that will please everybody in the paddock as we go across the course the rest of today's racing. There's Garcia Patino looking down the inside
of Butler for third and spinning. Oh, the two leaders have collided! Oh no! As the number 22 of Otis Cleary and Sophie Morris get back on circuit, it wasn't quite caught on camera, but those were the two leaders out front, and they've come together through Osiers and thrown this race wide open. Well, big drama, and there's a spin on the last corner. It's the number 48, I believe, of Charlie Munns. So Charlie Munns, who won the final yesterday, is going to have to fight back here. It's a big drama on lap 1 of the Bambino C50 New Era's second heat. And what it all means is that Connor Butler has come to the front of the field there in the number 12, Ellis Wildchild. What a comeback this is in the 88. The kart sadly stopped just before the finish line in the first heat of the day. Well, now Ellis is running there in second place. This will be a great comeback and recover some positions for the final grid. Who gained the most positions on that first lap? And in fact, Ellis Wildchild has taken the lead. So to the front of the order goes kart number 88. Is looking to pull away from the field. Arthur Farrow was your biggest gainer on the first lap. Fantastic driving from Arthur, up some 9 positions. There's contact. There's a contact warning for Ellis Wildchild. That may have been for the move on Connor Butler. A couple of drivers running out wide. Air temperature currently 18 degrees at the circuit. Just looking at the weather forecast, I don't think we are due. No, we are not due any precipitation for the next 2 hours, which is good news. That's what we want. Here comes Matteo Garcia Patino, though. Kart number 36, looking to get past Connor Butler there. Didn't quite have the speed to get down the inside and stays in third place. Cole Teal in there as well. Number 66 has had a good day so far. Looked very quick. And has had some good results across the season so far. Lots of second and third places. Took that first victory of the year in the first heat. Quick update on those two karts that had the incident on the first lap. Otis Cleary and Sophie Morris are both running. But I think they are the best part of a lap behind now. Meanwhile, Ziecki is the next kart up the road. 26 seconds covers the top 18 at the moment. As here comes Butler down the inside, going for the lead, takes the lead. So Connor Butler back to the front of the field. Cole Teal still there as the 66, looking up the inside of Ellis Wildchild again, and I hope there's not a problem on the number 88 because the pace seems to be going. Otis Cleary, currently the fastest kart out on circuit, 68.4848, fastest driver I should say. He's getting in some good practice ahead of the final later on. Bertie Cooper has had a problem, I think, because Bertie has gone down to 18th place. Finley Bedford has gained a position on that last lap as well, past Amelia Dial. Amelia having a good drive through the order, did start in 20th place, is up to 13th. The lead is coming through, and Ellis Wildchild fighting back here. They're nearly 3 wide as they go into the final corner, and Ellis Wildchild has indeed got back to the front. So the history books will show that there was no lead change on that lap, but we, of course, here at the circuit and watching on the stream, know that there was a back and forth between Child and Butler, with Cole Teal getting involved now as well. And here, once again, back through goes the number 12 of Connor Butler, and here comes Matteo Garcia Patino in the number 36, nearly getting through. This is a great race, just less than 3 minutes on the clock to go, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers at the front of this order. In fact, it's 9, because actually it's Cleary and Morris are in this group as well, but a lap down, of course, at the back of this bunch. So in effect, it's 7 drivers fighting for the win in this one. Or is it? I think it's, actually no, I think timing's caught back up with itself, and it is the top 9 going all out here. So Cleary and Morris have got some great pace because they've had that spin, and come back into this group. So it's back on for the two drivers who started this race from the front of the field. Connor Butler confirmed as the new race leader. Cole Teal up to second place. Ellis Wildchild in third place. And through goes Cole Teal. A little bit of a moment for Butler. It is very greasy down there through Oblivion and Fine Lady. But Butler comes back. Butler's got good pace up the hill. Good power from the C50 engine. And goes back to the front. So it's Butler in the 12, Teal in the number 66, Ellis Wildchild still there in third in number 88, Matteo Garcia Patino in fourth place. Alfie Mayer is getting, in fact I think Otis Cleary's got back up to fifth place. Here comes Otis Cleary going alongside Ellis Wildchild, going for fourth place, maybe third, no, just slots into fourth. But Otis Cleary back in this, closes the door there on Ellis Wildchild, and that'll offer Alfie Mayer a route through. He's doing great today. He's had a quiet day. Hasn't made many overtakes, but has been very clean. And has taken advantage of others making little errors here and there. And that's what you want to do through the heats. Get the consistent results, get a good grid slot for the final, and then really go for it when the big points are on offer. But here, look at this, up the inside, Cole Teal trying to get through past Connor Butler, but that big speed up the hill comes to the fore again. Matteo Garcia Patino goes around the outside, great overtaking. Up into second place. Charlie Munns has gained a position on Aurora Joel for 14th place. So Charlie Munns trying to gain some positions back and be a factor later in the final. 20 seconds on the clock to go. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Connor Butler leads it. This is arguably been the race of the day so far. So many drivers still in the mix, and here comes Otis Cleary in the number 22. Nearly 3 wide going into the boot here. Round the outside goes Butler, round the outside as well goes the number 22 of Otis Cleary up into second place. This would be a remarkable drive from Otis Cleary, having had the incident on lap number 1. Last lap board is out for the leaders. It's Butler ahead of Cleary. Matteo Garcia Patino there in third, Cole Teal still there in fourth, and again the weather and the conditions come in and nearly 4 wide. There's contact between Butler and Teal, and that's given the opportunity for, Connor Butler and Otis Cleary were the ones together, and it's Cole Teal who's come to the front. Cole Teal clear by, what would you say, 2 or 3 kart lengths. There is a back marker that this group are approaching. I think it may be Bertie Cooper. Matteo Garcia Patino runs a little bit wide but holds on to second place. Alfie Mayer's up to third again. This is what Alfie did down the inside. Goes Matteo Garcia Patino. Championship leader at the start of the day, leads again here at Whilton Mill. Last couple of corners to go, still all to play for in this top 5. Otis Cleary's fighting back up the inside, has retaken 4th place, but Matteo Garcia Patino is going to come round the final corner. A pulsating race. Matteo Garcia Patino takes the second heat of the day from Alfie Mayer. A brilliant second place for Alfie Mayer. Cole Teal, good points again in third, and may have pole position for the final. We'll have to do the maths later. Otis Cleary and Sophie Morris fight back to 4th and 5th. Connor Butler in 6th. Fraser Anderson with a personal best on the last lap in 7th. Mason Brooks 8th. Ellis Wildchild does get to the finish this time. The top 9 is covered by less than 2 seconds. A brilliant race. Drew Davidson was 10th, Arthur Farrow, good drive, into 11th, Sebastian Behrman 12th, Finley Bedford 13th, Charlie Munns 14th, Aurora Joel 15th, Amelia Dial 16th, Maximus Lewis, Ella Dixon, Eli Liziecki were those still running on the lead lap, and Bertie Cooper, actually no, Bertie Cooper was still on the lead lap as well, and will finish in 20th place. Well, a thoroughly entertaining race. Best one of the day so far, and all of these young drivers can be very proud of that race, because not only was it entertaining, it was a clean race for me. So Matteo Garcia Patino strikes back, and it could be a big race in the championship as well, that taking that maximum number of points. We'll see these drivers back out again later on in the afternoon for their final there, as will be the first final to run from, I think, around 3 o'clock. And we'll get ready for the next race on the schedule, which will be race number 11, the second heat of the day for the Bambino C50 Pro class. Let's have a look at the grid then for this next race. Cole Patterson has pole position, Jack Baker second on the grid, Austin Newstead and Maximilian Abrahart row 2, Max Gilman and Marley Fisher row 3, Joshua Cook and Austin Oman on row 4, Morgan Weston and Harper Das on row 5, Jensen Sale and Harvey Bacon are on row number 6. It's a 12 kart field, as unfortunately Z Pashal Asagi not able to take the start. Result from earlier in heat number 1, Max Gilman took a dramatic victory on the last lap of the race. Jack Baker second by less than 1/10 of a second across the line. Maximilian Abrahart third, Austin Newstead fourth, Marley Fisher, Morgan Weston, Harvey Bacon, Joshua Cook, who was your top rookie, Jensen Sale and Harper Das, your top 10. And there is a Mr. Chapman on the screen. Working hard or hardly working? I'll leave that up to the chat. So the grid being formed, same as before. Timed qualifying this morning set this order. Drier conditions for these drivers this time around. I saw some of the trickiest conditions of the day so far. Can Jack Baker strike back and take a victory here? Was comfortable out front before the spin on the last lap. Away they go. Good start from both on the front row of the grid. Cole Patterson will look to lead into turn 1 and does so. Jack Baker's still there, has a nose up the inside, but in the end has to concede that position. There's a spin. It's the number 16 of Austin Oman who's gone round, but Cole Patterson, who had a difficult first heat, leads as they go into Christmas Corner for the first time. Austin Newstead's had a good start. You see the distinctive yellow and blue helmet in third place. Dry lines very much the order of the day now for this field. Rolling through into the most technical part of the circuit, through Otis and onto the back straight, carrying a lot of speed now. But Cole Patterson, as you say, had a really difficult first heat. It just didn't quite work out for him in that first race. Finished in 11th place. Will like the fact that at the end of lap 1, the number 24 is shown in the lead by less than 0.2 of a second from Jack Baker and Austin Newstead there in third. Oh, a little bit wide there. This is going to be the opportunity Jack Baker's been looking for up the inside. Who's going to be the latest on the brakes into Christmas Corner? In the end, it's Patterson who holds out in front. Maximilian Abrahart has joined this trio to make it 4 up front. Patterson slightly defensive into Ashby Corner. There's a good group just behind as well, with Harper Das, Morgan Weston, Jensen Sale and Harvey Bacon. Austin Oman is running again, by the way. Baker down the inside, going for the lead, takes the lead. Great move from Jack Baker in kart number 17. Austin Newstead's now looking for a route through into second place. He's in fact being pushed along by Maximilian Abrahart, and that's massively helped Austin Newstead. So Newstead up to second, Patterson now third. There's jostling behind as well as Max Gilman to the outside of Joshua Cook there. And Gilman goes for a trip over the cattle grid curb. So Baker confirmed as your leader. Newstead second, Patterson third. Maximilian Abrahart there in fourth place. Marley Fisher having a strong run there in number 22 is in fifth place, as here comes Newstead down the inside, takes the lead with a textbook overtake through Christmas Corner. That's one that he's done before. Now, can Austin Newstead pull away? It's often something that you see around this Whilton Mill circuit in Bambino classes and cadet classes. Not much power in these karts at such a young age. And it's all about keeping momentum up. Often means a leader out front without the help of a slipstream in dry conditions finds it very, very hard to break away from the rest of the field. Austin Newstead will come around the final corner to complete lap number 3 as your new leader of the race. And you can see him going defensive on that inside line into oblivion. Cole Patterson still holding in there. Ooh, bit of a moment for Jack Baker. Recovers it well, though. Does Jack Baker. I thought that was going to offer the opportunity to Colby Patterson to get up the inside, but just holds there in the third. You can see this top 4 now. They can keep working together. There's a chance that they could drop Cook and Fisher and Gilman behind. Now, Cook digging in deep has closed the gap back up and nearly a bit of a unhappy Maximilian Aberhart there. Wasn't aware that Josh Cook was that close. Onto the back straight. Here come the leaders. Austin Newstead and Colby Patterson down the inside, trying to get past Jack Baker. That was well defended by Jack Baker around the outside. Just held his line, held the speed, gave Patterson enough space. 3.5 minutes to go. Fastest driver currently out on circuit is Joshua Cook, 64.453 at last lap. And with this defensive drive from Newstead, this is going to keep everybody in play all the way back to Max Gilman there in 7th, winner of heat number 1. Keep your comments and messages of support for the drivers coming in. Should remind as well, one of our sponsors, Will You Financial Group, running a competition throughout the season, available to us, open to all drivers and all teams. It's a quite simple competition. I like this one. It's quite simply the best photo of any driver in action across the course of the season. So get those photos shared out on the social media networks. Well, you will be choosing the winner at the end of the year, and the winner gets a free Arai racing helmet for their efforts. So it's a big, big prize. Austin Newstead continues to lead then. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. This is a really mature drive from Austin Newstead, considering that these are the youngest drivers, or some of the youngest drivers we have here this weekend. He's positioning that 74 kart very, very nicely. He's got the confidence there to just run down into Ashby Corner. It's quite a tricky corner to overtake. We've been talking about in the wet conditions how tricky it is to get the braking right, and similar for overtaking. It's quite a short braking zone. It's an open corner, a fast corner. But as we saw in the wet conditions, very easy to overrun and have a bit of an incident. Newstead defensive again into the boot. And I reckon after this there's going to be 3 more laps. This new one that they're about to start, and then 2 more. Morgan Weston has got through, by the way, into 8th place past Harper Dash. What's the gap? Well, there you can see Morgan Weston just on his own now. 1.7 clear of Harper Dash. And here we go, starting to break down for 2nd place. Joshua Cook has worked beautifully through into 2nd place. Getting past Jack Baker there, maybe taking Jack Baker a little bit by surprise. Patterson still there in 4th, Aberhart in 5th. So this move by Joshua Cook, who's the top rookie in this category as well at the moment, just looking to the outside of Austin Newstead. And in fact, Newstead's made an error there, and Cook is through. Really good stuff from Joshua Cook. Put the pressure onto Austin Newstead. Newstead now going back down the inside. Look at this, side by side, through hoses and off of hoses. Great racing between the Bambino C50 pros. They're side by side once again. Who's going to have the lead through the boot? Cook holds it round the outside. Really brave stuff from Joshua Cook. 2 laps to go after this one. Can Joshua Cook hold on for victory here? Had a strong day yesterday. Was second in the final, third in both heats. This would be a fantastic result if Joshua Cook can hold on for another lap and 3/4. Nearly opens the door there to Austin Newstead. And it's still this top 7 of Cook, Newstead, Baker in 3rd, Patterson 4th, Abrahart 5th, Gilman and Fisher. And we've already seen dramatic things in the first heat, with the lead changing on the last lap in a race that we thought that was pretty much done. And here comes Newstead down the inside into Osiers again. There's nearly contact between the two leaders. And that may offer Jack Baker an opportunity to get involved and gain at least one position. But no, Newstead defends it really nicely. Holds on to second place. The last lap board is about to go out. And it's a top 7 all together as they come round the final corner here at Whilton Mill. Remember, this is just heat 2. This isn't even the final, which we'll have later on today. Surely Joshua Cook will go hard. You can still see the puddles that these drivers are having to avoid as well, as Marley Fisher's looking up the inside of Maximilian Abrahart and has got, well, muscled into 6th place there really nicely. Still Cook leading as they go through Christmas Corner. That's one of the big overtaking opportunities for any class done. Cook will go defensive, hard to drivers right. That's really well done. Really, really well done from Joshua Cook. Has clearly been watching some of the older classes and how to defend around this Whilton Mill circuit. Still no opportunity. In fact, Jack Baker's going to look down the inside of Austin Newstead for second place and takes second place. That may be it. Joshua Cook has got a bit of a kart, 2-3 kart length lead now. And the rest of them are going to start fighting over second place. Well, the Bambino C50s, both the New Era and the Pro classes, have thrown up 2 brilliant races at the start of this second rotation of heats. Joshua Cook takes the victory in heat number 2. Fantastically done. Jack Baker is second, Austin Newstead 3rd, Colby Patterson in 4th, Max Gilman in 5th, Marley Fisher 6th, Maximilian Abrahart 7th. Any one of those 7 drivers could have won that race. Morgan Weston, Austin Naran and Harper Dasser in the top 10. Harvey Bacon and Jensen Sale complete the field, and in fact that's such a strong run. Everybody got home in 11 seconds, covering from 1st to 12th place. Really good stuff from the Bambino C50s. Very, very impressive indeed. We'll see their final later on today. Do stick about for that, and make sure you share the stream, let people know that the finals will be starting at around 3 o'clock. But we're going to move on. We've got another heat coming up next, and it's the iArmy Bambinos. Their second and final heat is the next race out on circuit. iArmy Bambino class out on circuit for the next race. Here is your grid for race 12 on the schedule. Edward Haynes has pole position. Charlotte Sayer joins Edward on the front row. George House and Marnav Diu are on row 2. Archie Rutter and Ethan Owen are on row 3. Dax Farrer and Aaron Southwood Jr. on row 4. Charlie Clough and Dian Singh Pahal completes the 10 runners in this race. Result from heat number 1, Edward Haynes won by 2.7 seconds ahead of Ethan Owen, who had a great drive, put in some fantastic overtakes. It was an RCE 1-2-3 actually in the first race, as Charlotte Sayer was in 3rd. Marnav Diu was the first of the privateers in 4th. George House in 5th, Archie Rutter 6th. Charlie Clough and Dax Farrer rocking out those on the lead lap. There was trouble for Aaron Southwood Jr. unfortunately. So the number 18 will be looking for a comeback drive here, and Dian Singh Pahal did not take the start in heat number 1, and judging from live timing, I don't think he's out for race number 2 either. So hopefully, whatever the cause of that non-start for Dian Singh Pahal, hopefully it's resolved as swiftly as possible. So we'll have 9 runners out for this race. 34 championship points on offer for the winner of this heat as ever. And the interesting thing here, Edward Haynes, as we say, won the first heat. George House championship leader at the start of the day, finished in 5th. So the gap of 5 points at the start of the day has well been reduced by a further 4, so it's 1 point at the moment between George House and Edward Haynes in this championship. Away they go. Can Edward Haynes get another victory? In fact, that's a blinding start from Jarlath Sayer. So Jarlath Sayer will lead, and George House has had a great start as well into 2nd. So the number 5 gains a couple of positions off the start line, and Edward Haynes is back into 4th place. Now trying to look down the inside of the number 82 there of Mardew for 3rd place, and has indeed got it through Christmas Corner. But a great start for Jarlath Sayer. All 9 drivers through, and something being gestured there by Jarlath Sayer. I think maybe to say let's try and work together. Well, the trouble is the whole field is there. So at the moment I don't think there's going to be the opportunity for drivers to break away. Edward Haynes looking down the inside of George House, going for 2nd place. Oh, a little bit of pod-to-pod contact between Haynes and House. That's good for Sayer, allows a little bit of a gap, and the number 20 of Archie Rutter's had a great first lap as well. So Rutter is up to 4th place. So it's Sayer from Haynes, House, Rutter. Oh, it's off goes Haynes! Oh, and off through oblivion and into Fine Lady, and Edward Haynes is now going to be all the way down to the bottom of the order. And in a big race in terms of this championship for these young drivers, that is Edward Haynes pretty much out of it. There is still a number of damp patches down at the bottom of the circuit. It is always the last place around this Whilton Mill circuit to dry out. So you imagine all the water runs downhill into that almost slight gully through turns 1 and 2, and it looks to have caught Edward Haynes out there whilst he was in 2nd place. 6 minutes to go. This has really opened up this category here today. Jarlath Sayer leads by 0.8 of a second. Marnadew's up to 2nd place. George House, the number 5, there in 3rd place. Big opportunity now to get a bit of a points advantage over Edward Haynes. 4th, Archie Rutter. Ethan Owen starting to gain positions again, is up to 5th place. Aaron Southwood Jr. also gained a position as the result of Edward Haynes' problem there. He's up to 6th. Here's your fight for 2nd place. Marnadew and George House. George, who's had a fantastic season so far. Was 4th in the final yesterday. But apart from that, all of the final results have been in the top 3. The particularly impressive one was winning the last streamed round at Clay Pigeon. Actually was really disappointed, was just edged out, and in fact Deers run wide there, and that's nearly what Edward Haynes did a few laps ago, and it offers a route for George House to go up into 2nd place. Here comes the number 27 of Ethan Owen. More great overtaking from Ethan Owen. That's good for 4th place past Archie Rutter. Four and a half minutes to go in this 2nd heat for the Iami Bambinos. Jarlath Sayer in control of this race. At the last count was 1.4 seconds clear of Marnavdew and George House, but we've seen that slight issue for Dew give 2nd place to George House, so I imagine the lead is going to grow again on this next lap as they come over the line. Yes, it is, it does, so 1.5 seconds. See Archie Rutter there trying to get back past Ethan Owen over 4th place. Edward Haynes currently the fastest driver out on circuit, but as a result of the spin, there's some 30 seconds behind the leader. Dew responding nicely here. A new personal best and the fastest first sector of anyone in this heat so far. Is not letting George House get away with this, and if these two can work together, get a bit of momentum going, they could close in Jarlath Sayer towards the end of this race. Still a good amount of time to go, 3.5 minutes on the clock. But we were saying George House was just pipped to the line in round number 3 in the final. Was very unlucky to not win that race, and responded fantastically, if you ask me, to take the final victory in round 4, because this has been a very, very close category so far this season. Good tactics being played here by these two. Althea could have easily thrown one down the inside there into Christmas Corner and decided to not do so. They are working together and they are quicker than Jarlath Sayer. Last time around, a 1/10.5 quicker than Sayer, and they've already pretty much done that through sector number 1. Nothing Sayer can do about this, because Sayer on their own there in the number 49. Edward Haynes, by the way, has gained a position, has got past Dax Farah for 8th place, so at least trying to limit the points loss now. This is most likely going to occur with George House up in this 2nd place. Let's see the gap over the line this time. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go, and it's down to a second. It's down to a second now between Sayer and House. Both these two drivers in the 57.0s last time around. Jarlath Sayer out on his own, but not getting any assistance, a 57.4. So 2 more laps at that pace. We're going to have a 3-way battle for the lead in this 2nd heat of the day for the Bambino I Armies. Ethan Owen still doing a great job in 4th place. Archie Rutter following in 5th. Aaron Southwood Jr. and Charlie Clough having a good squabble over 6th place as well. So there's battles pretty much everywhere you look in the Bambino I Army category. And once again, they are continuing to close in this gap. Jarlath Sayer going and setting personal bests, and driving very well. This is often the thing in Bambino and cadet racing. It's about momentum, it's about racecraft, it's about working together and picking up that young talent and developing it. Oh, now they've got to start fighting. Now, I don't know whether they want to do that. Just keep working together, House and Dew, and you will close Sayer in. 0.6 of a second last time around, 50 seconds on the clock. There's going to be at least 2 more laps, probably 3, including the one that they are on. Charlie Clough has got past Aaron Southwood Jr., by the way, is up into 6th place. To note, though, for the final, Edward Haynes out of competition for a victory in this one, but has the same pace as House and Dew. So the kart clearly okay. 2 more laps then. Jarlath Sayer continues to lead and is waving to keep going forward, but I think, to be honest, George House and Manav Dew aren't going to be interested in that. They're going to want that 1st place for themselves. George House continues to use a defensive line into Christmas Corner. They'll dive down into Ashby now. Sayer continues to wave to say, let's keep working, let's keep going forward. Thing is, though, I think the work is done for this top 3. This is all about getting the victory now. Edward Haynes is the fastest driver out on circuit now, 56.976. That is very impressive pace, considering Haynes doesn't have a toe or any bump drafting to help him, so we'll keep an eye on that pace for later in the final. This heat, though, is going to go on to the last lap in terms of who's going to win it. Is it going to be Jarlath Sayer, George House or Manav Dew? They're all in to win it. Across the start-finish line now, surely George House will have a go into Christmas Corner. Through Oblivion, trying to keep it nice and tight. Don't hit any of those wet patches, and that's exactly what George House has done. Massive save, but has lost the opportunity surely to go for the lead. Manav Dew up into 2nd place. And really pressuring Jarlath Sayer now. Is there going to be an opportunity into Ashby on the brakes downhill? Jarlath Sayer holds that well. Concentrated on getting good speed down into Ashby. No opportunity for Manav Dew to attack. Through Ozies, that's another opportunity for a driver to make an overtake. It's all going to be into the boot. Is Manav Dew going to throw one down the inside and going for a first victory of the season. Not had one so far. George House trying to get back up the inside to retake second place. Jarlath Say is going to take victory in the second heat of the day, and a great move from George House on the final corner. Takes second place. What a drive from all three of those young competitors. It's Jarlath Sayer from George House and Marnav Diu. Another top three for Marnav Diu. More strong points for all of those drivers. Ethan Owen in fourth, Archie Rutter fifth, Charlie Clough and Aaron Southwood Jr. all finish on the lead lap. There is Edward Haynes. Had some really strong pace, so not completely out of it. We'll have another chance in the final. Dax Farah will come across the line in ninth. Well, Jarlath Sayer, a really good victory that. And again, this is a really tight title battle. Jarlath Sayer starting to pull a way back in. We're going to move on though from the Bambinos. Next out on circuit is the second heat of the day for Junior and Senior Rock. It's time to rock here at Whilton Mill. Let's have a look at the grid for this second heat for both the Senior and Junior Rock categories. Starting with Senior Rock, Max Davies on pole position, Rob Ellis alongside on the front row, Matteo Palmer and Daniel Pepper row 2, Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez and Isaac Lord on row 3. Here are your juniors, Alfie Briggs and Ollie Stilps on the front row, Alfie Richards and Joe Lorenz row 2, Kieran Pepper and Harry Ewell on row 3, and then Darren Marshall there on row 4. 13 runners in total, and of course these categories competing for the golden ticket to go to the Rock Cup Super Final in Italy at Lonato in mid-October, where I would hope we have decidedly better conditions than we've had at Whilton Mill today. Having said that, I definitely brought the English stuff with me to last year's competition at Franciacorta. It was very wet on the first 2 days, well, first day especially, of running competition. Very suited to the British drivers. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to David Collins. The German Peacock supporters are online and waiting. Come on, Amy. Who, apologies earlier, I was calling Amy. That's because there's an Amy AMI in another series who I used to call Amy. I told no, it's Amy, and now it's the other way around. So thank you for joining, guys. We'll see Amy Peacock out later on. For now, though, we're going to focus here on the rock categories. And they really had some awful conditions earlier on in the day, so let's remind ourselves of the result from heat number 1. Rob Ellis was your winner in seniors, ahead of Isaac Lord, Matteo Palmer and Max Davies. And in the juniors, the final result, in fact, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing there. That's the result from yesterday. Apologies. Because it was saying that Ollie still won it, which is definitely not the case because it was an Alfie Briggs win. But here go the seniors, 6 of them out there on circuit for this race. Dry conditions, this should be a very, very fast run from these guys. Away they go. Max Davies gets a good start. Isaac Lord challenging Rob Ellis there. Here come the juniors. Alfie Briggs on the right-hand side. Great start as well for Alfie Richards. Looks like Richards got ahead of Stilp there through the first corner. So everyone running through Christmas Corner, everyone running. 13 carts on their way in this 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat. So yeah, just a reminder, it was Ellis from Davies, Lord, the 3 runners at the top of the order in seniors. Alfie Briggs 4th. Oh, there's a problem there, and that is the number 15 of Isaac Lord. Looks to be out, and that looks drivetrain related to me. I think Isaac Lord has lost a chain. Can happen a lot through Osiers and coming onto the back straight. There's a couple of really big bumps in that region of the circuit. In fact, here comes Rob Ellis. He's going to have the opportunity here to get past Max Davies, who hit one of those wet patches, and Rob Ellis dives through, takes the lead. Rob Ellis hasn't needed many opportunities to take a race lead in this category this season. He's won every single heat, every single final. Off is the in fact, there's 2 drivers off. The 36 of David Marshall to the left. In fact, there's 3. There's the 18 in there as well. So Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez in seniors. And, well, the 33 of Daniel Pepper looks, there's a full course yellow out. So it's 2 seniors and one of the juniors, I think, in there as well. So David Marshall, the 36 from juniors. Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez in seniors. And Daniel Pepper in there as well. So the race is neutralised. Looks like everyone was okay. But that is not a slow corner to have an accident on, coming through out of oblivion into a fine lady. Reminds me of a certain YouTube friend of mine in the Club 100 community who had a big off in that region of the circuit not that long ago in an X30. So we're under full course yellow here at Whilton Mill. And this situation will be familiar to Rob Ellis, because this is how the senior Rotax final that he was competing in finished yesterday. Battenberg flag out there to the right of your screen. Ellis, Davies and Palmer then, the 3 remaining seniors in this race. Lord, Pepper and Rodriguez Blanquez all out of it. Juniors remaining out there. The 2 Alfies, Briggs ahead of Richards. Ollie Stilp in 3rd. Kieran Pepper, Harry Ewell and Joe Lorenz still in there. In fact, oh wow, goodness me, Isaac Lord's got going again. So it can't have been a chain failure, because he's got the kart running again and circulating. You can see that on live timing there in 10th place. But Pepper, Rodriguez Blanquez and Marshall are all unfortunately out of this one. As far as we're aware, everyone's okay down there. We saw all 3 drivers getting out of their karts unaided. Pepper looked a little bit winded, which can happen. Looking from the angle of the kart there. Well, there are the karts of Marshall and Rodriguez Blanquez. We are back to green then. 4 minutes and 14 seconds on the clock. That was well done by Rob Ellis. Holds the lead ahead of Max Davies and Matteo Palmer. And Alfie Briggs, someone's front bumper is skirting the ground there, I think, as they were going through Christmas corner. Obviously shifts all the weight to the front of the kart on the braking. Ollie Stilp there trying to get past Alfie Richards, the 43, against the 83, fighting over 2nd place in the juniors. There is the 83 of Alfie Richards. Who had that great start. Just looking over there, there's some dark clouds gathering just over the northeast of the circuit. I hope those don't come towards us and dump another load of water out the sky. It's battling with side by side. This is Isaac Lord getting past Kieran Pepper, and see again, Kieran Pepper got out on the slightly damp line on the concrete runoff and lost all momentum. And I think Harry Ewell and Joe Lorenz both got through in all of that. Isaac Lord obviously pushing hard, because in terms of the gap, he's only, what, 2-3 seconds behind Matteo Palmer. That's where he will be trying to get up to gain some more points in the seniors. There's your leaders in junior. Alfie Briggs, a fantastic season on the Charles Leclerc chassis, part of the Total Karting by Rob Smedley effort. You know, I think the bumper that's scraping, it sounds like it's Rob Ellis's. Let's just keep an eye on that. That could be a developing issue. It's not affecting Ellis's speed, because he continues to pull away at the front of the field. 0.9 of a second at the last count, with 2 minutes and 12 seconds to go. You guys just trying to zoom in on that front bumper. What's happening there with Rob Ellis? Max Davies still in 2nd place. There's the 83 of Alfie Richards. Ollie Stilp just behind. Isaac Lord in the other category, the senior category. All of these karts with the the yellow number board. You can see on the timing tower, the seniors denoted by blue, the juniors denoted by yellow. Briggs looks to have this one under control in juniors. Isaac Lord, at least on the road, I think has got past Ollie Stilp there as out. Oh, that's a real shame. Kieran Pepper is out of the race. Completed 6 laps, but something on the Kart Republic machine has gone awry, and we're down to 9. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. There'll be a few more laps for these drivers to complete, get the point on the board, set that grid for the final later on this afternoon. This is a good battle. Max Davies and Matteo Palmer. Palmer, who's had a tough season so far, is putting in a spirited drive in the second race of the day. He's had a couple of second places so far in heats as Palmer, so looking to equal the best result of the year so far. Max Davies had a good weekend. I think he'll be happy with the efforts so far. 4th in the first heat, and then 2 second places in heat 2 in the final yesterday. That's number 43, and in fact that's a change for second place in juniors. Ollie Stilp has got past Alfie Richards now. I wonder, was that in the midst of Isaac Lord getting past Alfie Richards on the road? Different classes, of course. Did that give, or clearly gave some form of opportunity for Ollie Stilp to get through and take a critical position. 1.9 seconds the lead. There it is, Rob Ellis in the blue and silver Praga entry, ahead of Max Davies and Matteo Palmer. Davies is aware that Palmer's there. Briggs probably won't get too involved in this, will just sit there, doesn't need to overtake either of these drivers. He's doing exactly what he needs to do in terms of winning the junior category. We're on the last lap now. Isaac Lord will be hoping that something occurs to slow down both Davies and Palmer. Gives an opportunity to gain at least one more position for seniors. 4th place guaranteed, of course, because Daniel Pepper and Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez are out of this race. But Matteo Palmer continuing to hustle. Maybe just going to take the points here. Rob Ellis into the boot then for the final time. Is going to take another victory here in Senior Rock. Is looking in fine form and fighting for second place. Palmer gives it a go, big chunk of curb, but Max Davies takes second, Matteo Palmer third, Alfie Briggs takes the win in juniors, Isaac Lord 4th in seniors, Ollie Stilp wins out a great battle with Alfie Richards for second in juniors. Harry Ewell is the 4th of the juniors and top rookie ahead of Joe Lorenz there in number 14. 4 retirements in that race. Kieran Pepper, Daniel Pepper, Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez and Darren Marshall. Well, the form of Ellis and Briggs looks unbeatable at the moment. We'll see if they can take victory in the final later on this afternoon. We're going to move on back to some younger drivers though next. Honda Cadet and their second heat is next on your schedule. Here we go then for the second appearance of the day for Honda Cadets. Rocco Leon Shenton and Jaden Sherwood shared the front row of the grid. Mayan Patel and Finley Lines, yesterday's final winner, on the second row of the grid. Jensen Huki and Oliver Majewski are on row 3. Logan McAllister and Charlie Warren start on the 4th row of the grid. Martin Wright and Riley Till have got a good opportunity from row 5 to get some good points. Emily Cooper and Sukhmani Kira are on row number 6. Kai Clark and Ethan Griffith start this race on row 7. Christian Stefanov and Andrew Dixon are on row 8. Jonas Klimas and Oliver Warner are on row 9. Victor Hansen and Archie Dyson are inside the top 20 looking to go forward. Jensen Walker and Amy Peacock are on row 11 with lots of support in the chat. John Richardson and Felix Smedley start on row 12. Brendan James and Katie Donaldson completes the 26 entries in this field. Results from heat number 1 earlier on in the day. Jaden Sherwood was your race winner as a result of some penalties. Mayan Patel second, Oliver Majewski in third. Finley Lines, Charlie Warren in fourth and fifth. And Rocco Leon Shenton, who was the first driver across the line out there on circuit, but had a 5-second penalty for an ABC, was classified in sixth. Logan McAllister, Jensen Hookey, Martin Wright and Kai Clark were all in the top 10. Keep your comments coming in. Big thanks to our sponsors of this year's SuperOne Series, Will Financial Group, RI Helmets and CWG. We are nearly just about ready. The right-hand side of the grid, and there away we go then. So the right-hand side of the grid wasn't quite in position, but we have started nonetheless. Good start for Rocco Leon Shenton in the black and yellow number 86 there. Takes the lead away from the grid. Jaden Sherwood holding in the second place there. Are they all going to get through Christmas Corner the first time around? Once again, a very good start. And oh, there's one spinner towards the back of the field, but apart from that, another good start from the Hondas. Field filing through. I think the spinner may have been Emily Cooper, because Emily Cooper hasn't come through sector number 1 yet. Oh, great move down the inside by Mayan Patel. Takes second place. Jaden Sherwood trying to fight back. And Oliver Majewski, oh, that's a brave place to stick your front axle, Oliver. I thought that was going to be a bit of a moment, but they all sort themselves out. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1. It's Rocco Leon Shenton leading from Mayan Patel. Jaden Sherwood third, Oliver Majewski fourth. Jensen Hookey, great start, up to fifth place. Finley Lines in sixth. Oh, Majewski's run wide. Another driver caught out by the slippery surface, out to driver's left. Has lost a really, really big number of positions there. The championship leader is going to have work to do now. Who's made the biggest number of positions on the first lap? We've had a few drivers make up 3 positions. Ethan Griffiths is the highest ranked among them, up to 10th place. Victor Hansen and Amy Peacock were also drivers who gained off the start there. Emily Cooper, unfortunately, was the driver who had the spin on that one, lost 15 positions. He's into 26th place, 6 minutes on the clock. Shenton leads from Patel, Sherwood, Lines, Hookey, Warren, McAllister, Till. Majewski is now in 9th, ahead of Christian Stefanov, who wraps out the top 10. Starting to break apart as well, this group in the top 10. This class similar to the Bambinos in the aspect of it's very, very hard if you're a leader of a group to simply pull away from the rest of the field. Jaden Sherwood looks down the inside, contact with Mayan Patel, and both of them spin off at Osiers. Mayan Patel not happy about that at all. Full course yellow is out. Well, Jaden Sherwood went for the move into Osiers, but just miscalculated it a little bit, and it resulted in that contact. Well, what that does, it promotes Finley Lines up to second place. This will probably just be, and in fact, no, I don't think, no, we have had a red flag. That has now been denoted, and that's why off in the tyres is the number 77 of Katie Donaldson. So Katie Donaldson has had an incident at the fastest part of the circuit and is needing a little bit of attention there. So absolutely the correct decision from the race officials to put us under red flag. The order at the end of lap number 3, when the red flag came out. Rocco Leon Shenton was the leader, Finley Lines second, Jensen Hookey third, Charlie Warren fourth, Logan McAllister fifth, Riley Till sixth, Oliver Majewski 7th, Sukwani Kira having another really good run, an experienced driver around this Whilton Mill circuit in 8th. Kai Clark 9th, Ethan Griffiths 10th, Christian Stefanov 11th, Victor Hansen 12th, Jaden Sherwood, Archie Dyson, and Jensen Walker the top 15. Amy Peacock was having a really good run, was up to 16th place. Brendan James and Emily Cooper were next up. Mayan Patel 19th, Jonas Klimas 20th, John Richardson, Oliver Warner, Martin Wright Felix Smedley and Andrew Dixon the ones on the lead lap. So the field stopped on the back straight as per normal red flag procedures here at Whilton Mill, and Katie Donaldson will receive the attention needed, and see what happens with this group. John Hoyle is instructing the drivers there as to what's going to happen next. Whilst we're in the red flag then, let's go back to yesterday and some of the interviews with our round 5 winners. Here is a chat between Henry Bodat and our Mini Rock winner from yesterday, Harry Bartle.
Okay, so we're here with Mini Rock race winner Harry Bartle, Saturday's winner at Whilton Mill. Well, Harry, fantastic win, great race. Talk us through it.
Got into the lead a few laps in, and then got a gap because the others behind were fighting, and then just led it from there.
I mean, it's a really big grid. It's really competitive. So to take the win and to have, you know, pretty much everything your own way there in the final, that must be a really satisfying feeling.
Yeah, it's really good because we haven't had the luck this season compared to other people, so it's been really hard. So yeah, really good.
Now, it's only the first half of the weekend. The weather's been a little bit mixed today, might be a little bit mixed tomorrow, but come rain or shine, how confident are you going to be feeling going into tomorrow's round, which is fully live streamed?
Really confident because of the pace we've had today, so really good.
Excellent. And anyone you'd like to thank after taking the win today?
Alban Racing, my dad's. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Fantastic. Congratulations, Harry Bartle, Mini Rock winner today at Whilton Mill. So here with Minimax winner Ollie Wise. Well, Ollie, a dramatic race. Talk us through it.
Well, we had a bit of a lead, and then we started getting some good laps in, and we pulled away, and then some Battenbergs came out for a couple laps, and then obviously we had to slow down. So gave our lead a little bit away, but after the Battenbergs went, we just got our head down and went again.
Now, when the Battenberg flags do come out and you're in the lead, how does that affect you as a driver? How does your concentration? Have you got to sort of reset everything in your mind?
I try not to. I try just to carry on where I was. I don't want to forget anything or anything. So, yeah.
Now, of course, so the win today. Tomorrow you've got it all to do again. Tomorrow is all live stream. So what can the viewers look forward to from you tomorrow on Sunday? Because the weather's not going to be too clever by all accounts.
Hopefully a win.
Hopefully a win. And is there anyone you want to say thank you to after your win today?
Can I say thank you to my dad and mum and everyone and my sister who's watching me at home?
Brilliant. Well, well done. Today's Minimax winner here at Whilton Mill, Ollie Wise. Well, junior road tax winner Jack Cooper. Jack, what a race. Try and describe that one.
A surprise. Unexpected, yeah. It was a bit lively, it was a bit mad.
I mean, the field's so competitive here in SuperOne. You know, there's so many potential winners. The incidents are always, you know, there's a potential for them, isn't there? Try and describe what happened from your perspective.
Well, I was a bit out of position, but then there was an incident that made a Battenberg, so that brought everyone really bunched up. And then because of that, we had like 1 minute left, so the leader had to start defending, and everyone was all over him. Everyone was all around the outside, trying to go any bit of track they could find. So it just meant carnage. Everyone was all over the place, and I was able to slip through.
I know, going into that, I mean, obviously, with a minute to go, you know things are going to get really, really exciting. As a driver, what are you doing to sort of like try and think, okay, if I position myself here, where the trouble spots are, you know, how many corners ahead are you thinking in a situation like that?
We're always thinking for the rest of that complex, if you know what I mean, like before the next 3 or 4 corners, basically. Basically, just try and be on the inside, basically, as much as you can, so you don't get punted off.
And of course, with a double-header weekend, you've got tomorrow's race to go. You know, that's going to give you an awfully big confidence boost going into the big race on Sunday.
Yeah, just looking forward to it for tomorrow. We know we've got the pace, so we can just go for it again tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well done. Congratulations, junior road tax winner, Jack Cooper.
Thank you.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back everybody to live coverage here at Whilton Mill for round 6 of the 2021 SuperOne series. You're watching the coverage from Alpha Live here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you've not clicked the subscribe button already and wouldn't mind doing so, that'd be absolutely fantastic. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties for you here today. We're under red flag at the moment, midway through the second heat for the Honda Cadet class, and I think some of the drivers are just receiving a little bit of information at the moment. It's for an incident involving Katie Donaldson down at turn number 2. Katie just receiving a little bit of medical attention, and in fact Katie's kart has been returned to pit lane because its transponder has just tripped the timing beam, which means that Katie's out the kart. A little bit of confusion involving some of the drivers here, but I'm sure the officials will have it all under control. As soon as we've got more news on Katie's condition, we will let you know. And as soon as we know what's happening with the rest of this Honda Cadet's second heat, we will let you know as well. In the meantime, a quick reminder, Will You Financial Group, one of our sponsors here for the 2021 SuperOne series, running a competition for the whole season for the best photograph shared out on social media of any driver in any race in any of our SuperOne series rounds this year. The prize on offer, a free RI Racing helmet. And those cost a fair bob, so it's a really good prize that Will You Financial Group have put on offer there. So, message for all drivers, teams, support crews of all the drivers. Get sharing your pictures, get them out there, tag in the SuperOne Series Facebook page, for example, on Facebook. And the Will You Financial Group will pick out the winner and announce that at the final round of this season's championship. Round 8, which is due to be held not too far from here, just up the road at Shennington Kart Racing Club, on the other side of the drive back to DDMM HQ. And I'm just going to remind myself of the exact date in the very busy summer schedule that we've got across Alpha Live and DDMM. It's the 29th of August, of course. So 29th of August, later this month. 4 weeks' time will be the point at which the competition results will be announced. And of course, we will have live coverage of that final round as well. We expect to see many championships in each of the classes go down to the wire. and including this Honda Cadets class, because it is a very competitive field this season. So apologies, at least here in the comments box. I'm sure the drivers out there will know far more about what's going on at this precise moment, because the drivers getting out of their carts. You can see Jensen Huki there, the green and black helmets. See, inspired by 2009 Formula 1 World Champion Jensen Button, at the style of the helmet. So the time that was on the clock was 5 minutes of the race to go. 2 minutes and 5 minutes and 9 seconds to be exact. Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream, and any tweets at _MM. Let us know who you're supporting here today. Plenty of other pieces of racing action on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and social media network today and over the next few weeks. So do make sure that you've checked all of that out. In fact, I'm going to read you out next weekend's schedule, if I can pull it up on the screen, what upcoming live streams we've got for next weekend. You've got 750 Motor Club. I'll be down at Silverstone, so 11 o'clock on the 8th. Tune in for that. Bambino Kart Club are at Fullback on the 8th of the 8th as well. So you've got, yes, Americans with their different way of doing dates. So on the Saturday, you've got 750 Motor Club. Saturday and Sunday, I should say, you've got 750 Motor Club. Bambino Kart Club from Fullback on the Sunday. And a couple of others as well on that Sunday as well. So plenty to get involved with. Do make sure that you've subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel for all the, cars and karting action that'll be on your screens next weekend. And there's actually one there on that list that, well, not on the list, I should say, because it's the one that's got Double Dash Motorsport Media involvement. Will be up at Teesside for the British 24-hour as well. So one of the biggest events of the year. I say tune into that, but I will let you choose whatever you want to watch. So there's plenty on offer for next weekend. But we continue to be under red flag here at Whilton Mill, midway through the second heat for the Honda Cadets. Just to go over what we've got remaining in this second rotation of heats. Remember, you can also check in with all of the results. Results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne/2021, and then click on today's event list. And all of the results so far and the schedule of the races to come up are on their grids as well, for some of our finals starting to come through. So after we're finished here with the Honda Cadet second heat, we've got the second heat for the Mini Rock competition, which had a fantastic first race earlier on in the day in the wet conditions. Junior Max and Mini Max are out after that, two classes out at once. And then our two senior Rotax categories to finish off. So senior Rotax Max and the Rotax 177 category as well. And then we'll be into our finals, kicking off with the Bambino C50 New Eras, then the C50 Pros, then the iArmy Bambinos, Junior and Senior Rock, and then we'll be back to this group of drivers, the Honda Cadets, with their final, and so on and so forth, the same rotation cycle across the course of the day. Hello to Bench, who says, big up Jacob McComb, top volunteer, and very poignant minute silence that we had earlier today during the Drivers' Parade, obviously for the very sad events down at Brands Hatch yesterday. So thank you everybody for your exemplary observance of that minute's silence. All of our men and women in orange, many of them here today, of course. We could simply not run any of our events without their support and the time that they give to our sport. So whilst we continue to be under red flag here, let's have a few more looks with some of our round winners yesterday.
Well, junior road tax winner Jack Cooper. Jack, what a race. Try and describe that one.
A surprise. Unexpected, yeah, it was a bit lively, it was a bit mad.
I mean, the field's so competitive here in SuperOne. You know, there's so many potential winners. The incidents are always, you know, there's a potential for them, isn't there? Try and describe what happened from your perspective.
Well, I was a bit out of position, but then there was an incident that made a Battenberg, so that brought everyone really bunched up. And then because of that, we had like 1 minute left, so the leader had to start defending, and everyone was all over him. Everyone was all around the outside, trying to go any bit of track they could find. So it just meant carnage. Everyone was all over the place, and I was able to slip through.
I know, going into that, I mean, obviously, with a minute to go, you know things are going to get really, really exciting. As a driver, what are you doing to sort of like try and think, okay, if I position myself here, where the trouble spots are, you know, how many corners ahead are you thinking in a situation like that?
We're always thinking for that, the rest of that complex, if you know what I mean, like before that, like, the next 3 or 4 corners, basically. Basically, just try and be on the inside, basically, as much as you can, so you don't get punted off.
And of course, with a double-header weekend, you've got tomorrow's race to go. You know, that's going to give you an awfully big confidence boost going into the big race on Sunday.
Yeah, just looking forward to it for tomorrow. We know we've got the pace, so we can just go for it again tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well done. Congratulations, junior road tax winner, Jack Cooper.
Thank you.
Right. Well, senior road tax winner, Ethan Ling. Ethan, talk us through that somewhat dramatic final.
It was all right, like, wasn't it? Yeah, going into the first corner, bogged down on the start, lost power, dropped down to 4th, I think. Got around the outside of person in 3rd, then got round 2nd place, chased after 1st, overtook him within, I think, 2 laps or something. And from there, I was just in the lead. I know Rob was catching me from behind, but I think the Battenberg saved me a bit, but... Yeah.
Well, I mean, it looked like it was going to be, shaped to be a really good battle. You and Rob Ellis, you know, your old foes, you know each other really well. So you must be looking forward to a nice battle in the final with someone that you know really well.
Yeah, well, I was, to be fair, looking forward to the battle, and then they put the Battenberg out, which, you know, I hope the drivers are all right, obviously, but it just ruins the fun a bit, I think.
But
So you're looking forward to a battle, but you're looking forward to a win even more. I mean, this is only halfway, so we've got a double header here at Whilton Mill this weekend. This must give you a huge amount of confidence heading into tomorrow.
Yeah, it does give me a bit of confidence for tomorrow. There's a few things we think we're going to have to change over the kart overnight. Bit of understeer midway through the race, I think, we might have to change. But apart from that, yeah, I feel confident in tomorrow, so just see how it goes.
Tomorrow is all live streamed on Alpha Live here at the SuperOne series, and you've got what you've got to say to the people that are going to be tuning in tomorrow. What can they expect from the senior road tax class? It's so exciting.
Full sends.
Full sends from today's senior road tax winner, Ethan Ling. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you.
Here we go. Well, road tax. Oh, that's the best interview I've done all day. Rotax 177 winner here at SuperOne at Whilton Mill on the Saturday, Chris Thomas. Chris, congratulations. Nice to be back on top of the podium. Just talk us through that race.
yeah, I thought it was going to be, well, it was tough to start with because I knew Phil and a couple of the others behind were very quick, and luckily I got a good start. And I think Phil was trying to defend a little bit, and so I knew that if he was defending, obviously that'd be holding them up a little bit. So I knew I had to get my head down and get away as much as I could to try and build that buffer in case they were trying to come back at me. But fortunately, we had the pace. The kart was mint. Must say big thanks to my spanner man Gary for doing the little tweaks that we've been sort of adjusting it all day just to sort of find a little bit more. And the final, she was proper.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a nice competitive grid. You seem to have hit the sweet spot with the GMS at the moment, so that must be a real bonus for you as well. Because you've got it all again to do tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I've got to say big thanks to Dave for sorting out the motors. Definitely had plenty of waft, so that obviously makes my job a little bit easier. And obviously, towards the end of the race, we were just trying to look after the tyre, knowing that we've got to use them tomorrow as well.
Yeah, because tomorrow, whether it come rain or shine, it's going to be another very tricky day. A tough circuit, physically demanding as well. You're going to manage to just hold on.
You can tell by the sweat going on that it's a hard track to drive, especially for us old gits. But yeah, got to do it all again tomorrow and hope for similar results.
Well done, congratulations. Today's Rotax 177 winner here at Whilton Mill, Chris Thomas.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Okay, well, we're here with the Bambino C50 New Era race winner, Charlie Munns. Charlie, what a dramatic final lap. Talk us through it. What happened?
So number 13 hit Otis Cleary off, and then I took the inside line, and then I won.
But I mean, before that, you were just chasing the top two. You were chasing and following. Did you think that you had the speed to pass them, or were you sort of settled maybe third's the best I could do?
I think first would be better.
Well, first, obviously better, but when you came out in front, you had half a lap to go. Did you check behind you? What was your feelings around that last half a lap?
I felt really excited to win.
Now, this is only the first half of a double header, so you've got all this again to do tomorrow. How much of a confidence boost is this giving you? How much are you looking forward to tomorrow's race now?
Pretty nervous.
Pretty nervous? Okay, well, who can help calm those nerves? Anyone you'd like to say thank you to for helping you to take this win today?
My mum and my dad.
Excellent. Congratulations, Charlie. A well-earned victory.
Thank you.
Well, here with the Bambino C50 Pro winner here at Whilton Mill on the Saturday race, Austin Newstead. Austin, what a fantastic final, especially that final corner.
Yeah, it was actually quite hard though.
I mean, the race started off with a big group of you, and then it came down to just the two or three of you. Talk us through what was going through your mind as you came into that final corner.
When I was coming through, because everyone normally defends around there, so I don't, and then they run out wide, and then I just get up the inside of them.
So you planned that one all along, you weren't nervous thinking, oh, maybe I can only do second, you knew exactly what you were doing?
Yeah, I know exactly what to do.
Brilliant. Now, this is only the first half of the weekend. You've got it all again to do tomorrow. How are you feeling about tomorrow now that you've won Saturday's final?
I'm feeling confident, I am, because I won, I did, so I'm feeling quite confident.
And lastly, is there any you'd like to thank for this win today and tell them to watch you tomorrow?
I would like to thank my dad and my engine builder and all my other sponsors.
Brilliant, well done, congratulations. Today's Bambino C50 Pro winner, Austin Newstead. Okay, Bambino Army winner Edward Haynes, talk us through that race.
I'm happy because I checked out and just went away because Jarvis says spun.
I mean, you had a bit of company at the start, but then I think there was a spin behind you and you ended up winning by half a minute. Just how did you feel about when you saw that the spin behind you?
Well, I felt really happy. Even though it's kind of mean, but I felt happy because then I'm just winning by literally far.
But then once you checked behind you, saw there was no one there, you could relax a little bit and just cruise?
Yeah.
Okay, and
Still push to the limit and
still pushing a little bit. Yeah, you don't want to give him a chance, do you? Anyone else you'd like to thank? Because of course, as you've got all this again to do tomorrow, you must be feeling really confident.
I like to thank Force, my engine builder, and Dave at RCE.
Brilliant, well done. Congratulations. Today's Bambino Army winner, Edward Haynes. Okay, well, Junior Rock winner, Alfie Briggs. Alfie, talk us through your race. Fantastic victory. Well done.
Thank you. So we lost the lead initially at the start to Ollie. We had a bad start off the line. And then I think it was the second or third lap, I was just pushing. And then I caught Ollie napping, going into turn 1 and done him. And then it's just a pretty straightforward race, so just driving around to the end.
I mean, looking up at the clouds, there was a few spots of rain. Was that a bit of a worry? Because it rained just before you went out, but you managed to get through it in the dry.
Yeah, I think if it rained, we would have had a different result. We're not as quick in the rain, so fingers crossed it doesn't rain tomorrow. But yeah, it was raining before we went out, and I was a bit apprehensive to start with, but luckily it didn't. So.
Now, of course, this is just the first half of a double-header weekend here at Whilton Mill. This must put you in a really good frame of mind tomorrow, come rain or shine.
Yeah, obviously, I'm going to push again to get the double win.
And lastly, anyone you'd like to thank for your win today?
I'd like to thank Kieran from M Sport, my mum and dad, Total Karting, BBM, Rob Smedley, ATEC, and Will You Financial Group.
Well done. That's a fantastic memory. Well, excellent. Congratulations. Today's Junior Rock winner, Alfie Briggs.
Thank you.
Well, a Welshman triumphs at Whilton Mill. Senior Rock winner, Rob Ellis. Rob, talk us through that race. Fantastic victory. Well done.
No, it was good. Crucial to get the start right, but had that out of the way and then just kind of, take the laps down and yeah, good win.
It was a little bit of a race of attrition behind you. Were you aware that the gap was quite good?
I had a little gap, but no, just keep your head down. Try not to focus on behind you too much, and yeah, just do your own race really.
Now, I mean, it's a double-header weekend, but you're doing double duty, so you've got another race coming up in senior road tax. How are you sort of coping with this over the fitness element of it? Because it's a very, very technical track here at Whilton Mill, very bumpy, very hard on the drivers. You were keeping yourself nice and calm.
Yeah, fitness isn't a problem. The bumps are a bit worse than clay, but no, we're all good. I feel great. I think I'll sleep tonight, but no, I feel good.
Well, you can't go to sleep just yet. You've got one more race to go. Is there anyone you'd like to thank for this win today?
Huge thanks to the team, Wayne Markle, the mechanic, Dad, phenomenal all weekend. Hopefully another good day tomorrow.
Congratulations, well done, Robert Ellis. Okay, so Finley Lines, Honda Cadet winner today at Whilton Mill. What a breathtaking race. Talk us through that last little bit of that one.
Yeah, so on the last lap coming through Ashby, the top 2 cars in third, the top 2 went to the inside and I just thought I'd undercut them. So I went from the corner, undercut them, and then I was around the outside for the next corner and then I just gapped them a little and then went to win the race.
And I mean, before that, it was such a big battle. It was hard work all the way through. Once you got into third place, did you think I got a chance here, or do you think, oh, maybe I'm going to run out of laps?
Yeah, at the start, I did have a gap to get by, and I did think I was going to come third, but when I saw that chance, I just went for it.
Now, I mean, of course, that must have meant that coming on the last corner, that must have been a big smile underneath that crash helmet.
Yes, certainly.
Now, this is only the first half of a double-header weekend, so you've got all this again to do tomorrow. This must be a huge boost of confidence for you. What are you feeling now going into tomorrow's race, which is going to be live streamed all day?
Yeah, tomorrow I think I'll try and win again, but I'm not sure. As also, I'll have the person that lasts engine, so I might be a little bit down, but we'll see.
We'll see what. And is there anyone you want to thank for your win today?
I want to thank Ambition Motorsport, my dad, my mum for bringing me here and all that.
Brilliant, congratulations, well done. Today's Honda Cadet winner, Finley Lines.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're here with Mini Rock race winner, Harry Bartle, Saturday's winner at Whilton Mill. Well, Harry, fantastic win, great race. Talk us through it.
Got into the lead a few laps in, and then got a gap because the others behind were fighting, and then just led it from there.
I mean, it's a really big grid. It's really competitive. So to take the win and to have, you know, pretty much everything your own way there in the final, that must be a really satisfying feeling.
Yeah, it's really good because we haven't had the luck this season compared to other people, so it's been really hard. So yeah, really good.
Now, it's only the first half of the weekend. The weather's been a little bit mixed today, might be a little bit mixed tomorrow, but come rain or shine, how confident are you going to be feeling going into tomorrow's round, which is fully live streamed?
Really confident because of this pace we've had today, so really good.
Excellent. And anyone you'd like to thank after taking the win today?
Alban Racing, my dad's. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Fantastic. Congratulations, Harry Bartle, Mini Rock winner today at Whilton Mill. So here with Minimax winner Ollie Wise. Well, Ollie, a dramatic race. Talk us through it.
Well, we had a bit of a lead, and then we started getting some good laps in, and we pulled away, and then some Battenbergs came out for a couple laps, and then obviously we had to slow down. So gave our lead a little bit away, but after the Battenbergs went, we just got our head down and went again.
Now, when the Battenberg flags do come out and you're in the lead, how does that affect you as a driver? How does your concentration? Have you got to sort of reset everything in your mind?
I try not to. I try just to carry on where I was. I don't want to forget anything or anything. So, yeah.
Now, of course, so the win today. Tomorrow you've got it all to do again. Tomorrow is all live stream. So what can the viewers look forward to from you tomorrow on Sunday? Because the weather's not going to be too clever by all accounts.
Hopefully a win.
Hopefully a win. And is there anyone you want to say thank you to after your win today?
Can I say thank you to my dad and mum and everyone and my sister who's watching me at home?
Brilliant. Well done. Today's Minimax winner here at Whilton Mill, Ollie Wise. Well, junior road tax winner Jack Cooper. Jack, what a race. Try and describe that one.
A surprise. Unexpected, yeah, it was a bit lively, it was a bit mad.
I mean, the field's so competitive here in SuperOne. You know, there's so many potential winners. The incidents are always, you know, there's a potential for them, isn't there? Try and describe what happened from your perspective.
Well, I was a bit out of position, but then there was an incident that made a Battenberg, so that brought everyone really bunched up. And then because of that, we had like 1 minute left, so the leader had to start defending, and everyone was all over him. Everyone was all around the outside, trying to go any bit of track they could find. So it just meant carnage. Everyone was all over the place, and I was able to slip through.
I know, going into that, I mean, obviously, with a minute to go, you know things are going to get really, really exciting. As a driver, what are you doing to sort of like try and think, okay, if I position myself here, where the trouble spots are, you know, how many corners ahead are you thinking in a situation like that?
We're always thinking for the rest of that complex, if you know what I mean, like before the next 3 or 4 corners, basically. Basically, just try and be on the inside, basically, as much as you can, so you don't get punted off.
And of course, with a double-header weekend, you've got tomorrow's race to go. You know, that's going to give you an awfully big confidence boost going into the big race on Sunday.
Yeah, just looking forward to it for tomorrow. We know we've got the pace, so we can just go for it again tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well done. Congratulations, junior road tax winner, Jack Cooper.
Thank you.
Right. Well, senior road tax winner, Ethan Ling. Ethan, talk us through that somewhat dramatic final.
It was all right, like, wasn't it? Yeah, going into the first corner, bogged down on the start, lost power, dropped down to 4th, I think. Got around the outside of person in 3rd, then got round 2nd place, chased after 1st, overtook him within, I think, 2 laps or something. And from there, I was just in the lead. I know Rob was catching me from behind, but I think the Battenberg saved me a bit, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it looked like it was going to be, shaping to be a really good battle. You and Rob Ellis, you're old foes, you know each other really well. So you must be looking forward to a nice battle in the final with someone that you know really well.
Yeah, well, I was, to be fair, looking forward to the battle, and then they put the Battenberg out, which, I hope the drivers are all right, obviously, but it just ruins the fun a bit, I think. But
So you're looking forward to a battle, but you're looking forward to a win even more. I mean, this is only halfway, so we've got a double header here at Whilton Mill this weekend. This must give you a huge amount of confidence heading into tomorrow.
yeah, it does give me a bit of confidence for tomorrow. There's a few things we think we're going to have to change over the kart overnight. Bit of understeer midway through the race, I think, might have to change. But apart from that, yeah, I feel confident in tomorrow, so just see how it goes.
Tomorrow is all live streamed on Alpha Live here at the SuperOne series, and you've got what you've got to say to the people that are going to be tuning in tomorrow. What can they expect from the senior road tax class? It's so exciting.
Full sends.
Full sends from today's senior road tax winner, Ethan Ling. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you.
Here we go. Well, road tax. Oh, that's the best interview I've done all day. Rotax 177 winner here at SuperOne at Whilton Mill on the Saturday, Chris Thomas. Chris, congratulations. Nice to be back on top of the podium. Just talk us through that race.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be, well, it was tough to start with because I knew Phil and a couple of the others behind were very quick, and luckily I got a good start. And I think Phil was trying to defend a little bit, and so I knew that if he was defending, obviously that'd be holding them up a little bit. So I knew I had to get my head down and get away as much as I could to try and build that buffer in case they were trying to come back at me. But fortunately, we had the pace. The kart was mint. Must say big thanks to my spanner man Gary for doing the little tweaks that we've been sort of adjusting it all day just to sort of find a little bit more. And the final, she was proper.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a nice competitive grid. You seem to have hit the sweet spot with the GMS at the moment, so that must be a real bonus for you as well. Because you've got it all again to do tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I've got to say big thanks to Dave for sorting out the motors. Definitely had plenty of waft, so that obviously makes my job a little bit easier. And obviously, towards the end of the race, we were just trying to look after the tyre, knowing that we've got to use them tomorrow as well.
Yeah, because tomorrow, whether it come rain or shine, it's going to be another very tricky day. A tough circuit, physically demanding as well. You're going to manage to just hold on.
You can tell by the sweat going on that it's a hard track to drive, especially for us old gits. But yeah, got to do it all again tomorrow and hope for similar results.
Well done, congratulations. Today's Rotax 177 winner here at Whilton Mill, Chris Thomas.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of the 6th round for the 2021 SuperOne series here at Whilton Mill. We're currently under red flag conditions midway through Honda Cadet heat number 2. And we will have racing resuming as soon as possible once the hard-working medical crew are available to be on standby. Obviously, they are attending to the needs of a driver. Need to be given the time to complete that work before we can resume racing once more. So that is the latest news. We are remaining under red flag here at Whilton Mill. There is the Honda Cadet field. The drivers have been allowed to leave their carts, get some refreshment before resuming the remaining time on the second heat for Honda Cadet. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of round 6 of the 2021 SuperOne series. For those of you who've been with us throughout the red flag, thank you for sticking with us. And the good news is that we will be recommencing racing very, very soon. We will be continuing with the remaining time on the second heat for Honda Cadet. And the news in terms of the rest of the day is as follows. There has been an event bulletin scheduled change. All heats will now be 6 minutes plus 1 lap. So that's the Honda Cadet heat that we're about to see. The Mini Rock heat, which is next. Mini Max and Junior Max for their joint race at the same time. Rotax Max for the seniors and 177 Max. All finals will now be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And away we go for the remaining time on the Honda Cadets. The news regards Katie Donaldson is that she has been taken to hospital. And big thanks to all of the medical staff for their hard work. And obviously we all understand why these things can't be rushed, but that is the news, that Katie has been taken to hospital. And if we get any more news whilst we're on the air, we will let you know. Obviously we will not speculate on the reasons for. So Rocco Leon Shenton is at the front of the field here. Finley Lines in second place. Jensen Hookey had a good phase of this first race. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the time. Cross, start, finish, that's the end of lap number 5. So 2 minutes plus 1 lap from this point onwards. Rocco Leon Shenton continues to lead by 0.2 of a second ahead of Finley Lines. Jensen Hookey in third place, Charlie Warren fourth, Logan McAllister fifth, Oliver Majewski on that last lap up to sixth place ahead of Riley Till. So Moni Kira, she's having a really good race so far in 8th place. 9th for Kai Clark, Christian Stefanov, the first time today I think into the top 10. Bit of a break in the middle of the pack there. Just saw Jensen Walker in 15th place. And Patel and Jaden Sherwood just ahead of Jensen Walker now. And of course those two came together in the early stages of this Honda Cadets heat. 1 minute and 15 remaining on the clock. And all looking very comfortable at the moment for Rocco Leon Shenton at the front of the field, Finley Lines in second, and you imagine these drivers have to have such a long wait, just wanting to bring this one home.
move on to their final later on. 50 seconds on the clock. Emily Cooper's made some good progress on that last lap. In fact, quite a few drivers making progress on that last lap. Cooper up 2 spots to 17th. Mayan Patel now 13th. Jaden Sherwood up 2 spots to 11th. Ethan Griffiths, Kai Clark and Riley Till all going up 2 places as well to 9th, 7th and 5th places respectively. There's Jensen Hookey in the number 33. Distinctive green and black liveried helmet. And having a really strong run in this race and on for one of the best results Jensen has had this season. Got a 3rd place in the final of round 2 back at Glanigors when we visited Wales. Could this be the best result since then for the number 33? On to the penultimate lap now. Charlie Warren. There is Charlie. Kart 82, black suit, white helmet. Currently fastest driver out on circuit, 53.921. Fully dry conditions now for these fields. Long gone is the rain from earlier on in the morning, and the weather forecast indicates that there's still not going to be any precipitation for the next 2 hours, and we definitely hope it stays that way as we continue racing up to 6 o'clock. Hookey going defensive into the boot. Warren trying to get by, and that's going to encourage the likes of Riley Till there in the 41 and Oliver Majewski, 6th place, to come into this. Kai Clark and Logan McAllister involved as well. We are now on the last lap. The 2 leaders out front, some 2 seconds or so ahead of this group. And Jensen Hookey's really going to have to defend hard now. That's well done into Christmas corner. Majewski looking to the outside, trying to get past Riley Till. I can imagine the top 2 will just have a truce now and roll it into the finish because they know they're on for some really good points in this race. Can Jensen Hookey hold on? But look at this. Here comes Riley Till trying to go round the outside of Charlie Warren there. Majewski's in there also, and they're all getting a little bit tight. Up the inside is the number 95, Logan McAllister. Great move by Logan McAllister. Gains at least 2, maybe 3 positions in all of that. Still Jensen Hookey at the front of this really big battle pack. Majewski throws one down the inside, tries to get past the number 67 of Kai Clark, and does so. Rocco Leon Shenton's going to take another victory at Whilton Mill. Finley Lyons in second. Jensen Hookey takes a battling 3rd place there. Charlie Warren 4th. Logan McAllister 5th. Oliver Majewski in 6th. Kai Clark, Jaden Sherwood, Christian Stepanov and Riley Till wrap out the top 10. Ethan Griffiths 11th. Sukmani Kira 12th. Jonas Klimas with another good drive through the bottom half of the field finishes 13th. Victor Hansen and Mayan Patel is your top 15. Jensen Walker, Andrew Dixon, Archie Dyson, Emily Cooper and Brendan James in the top 20. John Richardson, Oliver Warner, Martin Wright, Amy Peacock and Felix Smedley are those remaining on the lead lap of the race. Katie Donaldson, of course, we wish her all the best. A retirement from that race in 26th. Well, the Hondas come back into the pits, and good to see some drivers really in good spirits after that race. They were very patient. Obviously the medical crew's doing what they need to do, and we will see the Honda cadets out again later today, due at around 5 minutes past 5. Their race starts actually 8 minutes past 5 for their final, which will be 7 minutes plus 1 lap later in the day. Right, we are going to move on. They've been waiting very, very patiently. There they are in pit lane. Heat 2 for Mini Rock is next out on circuit. Time for race 15 on your schedules. The Mini Rock and their class in their 2nd heat of the day. Let's have a look at the grid. Harry Bartle has pole position, Joshua Turnbull alongside on the front row. Max Hollor and Kasper Tomilewski are on row 2. Sam Woolley and David Vischer are on row number 3. Jensen Powers and Cameron Edmonds form up row 4. Milo Manderson and Zach McDonald start inside the top 10. Rocco Leon Shenton, we've just seen Rocco win in Hondas, starts on row 6 alongside Cooper Snedden. Frankie Smedley and Archie Pitts-Drake are on row 7. Max Ewell and Marcel Popperkuhl row 8. Jasmine Taylor and Charlie Benson start on row number 9. And then it's Jake Woods, had a tough qualifying this morning. Starts on row 10 alongside Eddie Stewart, JJ Lowe and Isaac Barker. Row 11, Finley Fishburne and Ethan Weldon are on row 12. Jack Paul Gifford and Max Drake, I don't think are competing, but if they are, they're due to start on row 13. So the field in a very competitive mini rock category. Another one of our classes where there is a golden ticket on offer for the championship winner to go to the Rock Cup Super Final later in the year at Lonato in Italy. Who is going to take victory in this heat? Josh Turnbull looking to make it 2 in a row, but Harry Bartle will put up a fierce challenge, and Bartle gets a good start there. Max Hollow's looking up the inside, trying to take third place, but has lost out there to Kasper Tomilewski in the number 20. But it's Bartle leading as they go up to Christmas for the first time in a shortened heat in terms of time, due to be 7 minutes, as there's a problem there, I think, for the 99 of Marcel Popocal. So Popocal looks to have had a mechanical failure and has not even completed the end of the first lap. That's a real shame for Marcel. Bartle leads, Turnbull second, Tomilewski there in third, last year's Honda Cadet champion. And this three already trying to break away from the rest of the pack behind. I think there's been problems for Archie Pitts-Drake and Max Ewell as well. They're slow through sector number 2. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1. Bartle from Turnbull, Tomilewski third rather. Hollor, Woolley, good start for Cameron Edmonds in the number 10. It's up 2 positions to 6th. David Fisher 7th. And just saw Rockaway and Shenton making a move there, I think, on Fisher for 7th place. Milo Manderson and Cooper Snedden in the top 10. Big mover on the first lap is Jake Woods. Was very competitive, a round winner earlier in the season at Clay Pigeon. He gained 5 positions in that first lap, is up to 14th. Max Hollor checks over his right-hand shoulder there, just sees Sam Woolley in the 34 holding position. This is over 4th place. The drivers will try to work together. Talked about it a lot. Oh, is there a problem there for the number 10 of Cameron Edmonds? Ran very wide. Kart hopped in a very strange manner, coming out of the final corner. Looks to have recomposed himself now, but probably lost at least 1 position. Yeah, I think he's lost out to Rocco and Shenton there. Through goes the 34. Good move by Sam Woolley. Takes 4th place away from Max Hollor. Who else is trying to make their way through the order? Charlie Benson and Archie Pitts-Drake have got through. There's a warning for Rocco Shenton in the number 86. Fighting in amongst that group, going for 4th place. Here are your 3 leaders though, working very nicely. Bartle, in fact there's been a change of the lead there. Josh Turnbull has got ahead of Harry Bartle, so Turnbull back to the front then. Bartle and Tomilewski still there though. Tomilewski currently the fastest driver out on circuit, 50.190 last time around. There's Rockaway and Shenton trying to fight off Max Hollor at the moment. In fact, he's got past Hollor, so Hollor has lost 5th place on the run up to Christmas Corner. Jake Woods and Charlie Benson working together at the moment. I can see 13th and 14th places respectively for them. They've both got past Frankie Smedley on that last lap. Turnbull still leading though, and he soaked up a lot of pressure earlier on in the first heat, which was in tricky conditions. The rain had started to just dissipate away. It got beyond the heaviest stuff that we had earlier in the first cycle. End of lap 4, 2.5 minutes to go. Turnbull still from Bartle, starting to drop Tomilewski now, and look out for Sam Woolley there. Just on his own, 4th place, but has just done the fastest lap of the heat so far, 49.902. Jensen Powers and Jake Woods. Mentioned Jake Woods again coming through the field. That's now 11th and 12th places for Powers and Woods. Zach McDonald, the unfortunate party who's lost 2 positions there on that last lap. Also on the move, Archie Pitts-Drake has got through into the top 15 now. So the lap times are really starting to drop now. Good running conditions here at Whilton Mill. Not too hot, dry track for the drivers. Rocco and Shenton, fastest driver out there, 49.720 for the driver in 5th place, and in a bit of clear air now as well. Can the 86 close down this group? It's still a top 3 covered by half a second. Further 8/10 back there you'll find the 34 of Sam Woolley. And there is Rocco and Shenton in that distinctive day-glow yellow, starting to cross the gap. Cameron Edmonds now up into 6th place. He's got past Max Hollor there for that position. Milo Manderson having another strong run here. This has been the story of Milo's season so far. Consistently up in the top 10, scoring good points. And setting up a nice position ahead of the culmination of this championship when we go to Shennington in 4 weekends' time. Now the battle is on, 45 seconds on the clock. He may sneak in 2 more laps here, but Turnbull has decided that this is the point where he wants to start defending from. Bartle's still there, won the final yesterday. And Tomilevski, who is really growing into this Mini Rock season. It's often something we see when a driver steps up from Honda Cadet. They can have a lot of success in Honda Cadet, but just take them a few rounds, a few meetings, as off there to the side of the road is sadly JJ Lowe in the number 48. I think Ethan Weldon's retired from this race also. Yeah, they will sneak in another lap. There was still time on the clock. Tomilevski, it's the first time that we've really seen Casper on one of the streamed rounds be right at the sharp end of the field and being competitive. This is good to see from the team operating that number 20 kart. Still Turnbull leads though. He's defending really well, soaking up this pressure. As we saw in the first heat, Jake Woods is your fastest driver out on circuit. He's now up to 11th place of 49.565. Look out for Jake Woods when we get to the final, because he'll be starting a lot further up the grid than he has done so in these heats. There is Milo Manderson, still holding 8th place. And some good pace as well, 50.24 last time around. Josh Turnbull then takes us on to the final lap. There it goes. There is the sign to tell the drivers that they've got one more opportunity to come across the line in 1st place. And it's the key one. It's for the checkered flag. Turnbull goes defensive. Bartle blocked out wide there. No, it's not going to work as you go through Boxing Day. There's a little bit of compromise actually. Tomilevski might have a go here. Down into Ashby Corner. Bartle covers it off. And still Turnbull leads. Sam Woolley holds 4th place still. In fact, no, Rakulay and Shenton's got through. So Shenton up to 4th place, Woolley down to 5th. Into the boot for the final time then. Is this a recipe of what we're going to see in the final later on this afternoon? In fact, it's look, Bartle trying to get down the inside. Turnbull holds it off well. Joshua Turnbull is going to make it 2 from 2. Very well done for the driver in the number 7. Pole position for the final in Mini Rock. Harry Bartle 2nd. Kasper Tomilevski in 3rd. Rocco and Shenton continuing this impressive day is 4th. Sam Woolley 5th. Cameron Edmonds, Max Hollor, Milo Manderson, Cooper Sneddon and Jake Woods all in the top 10. David Vischer 11th. Charlie Benson 12th. Faded a little bit in that race. Jensen Powers, Zach McDonald, Archie Pitts-Drake is your top 15. Jasmine Taylor, Frankie Smedley, Eddie Stewart, Finley Fishburne and Max Ewell are all in the top 20. Isaac Valker 21st. JJ Lowe did get going again. You just saw him come across the line in 22nd, 23rd as well for Ethan Welling, who also got running. Marcel Popcorn was a lap 1 retirement in 24th. Well, there we go. Joshua Turnbull, 2 out of 2 today here at Whilton Mill. A very good performance in Mini Rock. The team will be very, very pleased with that. And we will see them for their final later on this afternoon, due at around 5:20. We're going to move on though to our next heat out on circuit. 2 classes at once, Minimax and Junior Max are next. Quick run through the grid then for race 16 on the schedule. Junior Max and Minimax Heat 2, starting with the juniors. Aidan Hassan has pole position. Rory Burke will be looking for a cleaner start this time from the front row of the grid. Daniel Slabula and
James Jackson on row 2, Charlie Pritchard and Ronnie Smith on row number 3. Jack Cooper ran very strongly yesterday, so I'm interviewed by Henry earlier on in the programme. Starts on row 4 alongside Ben Cook. Cameron Crockett and Ethan Bentley start on row 5. Jack Davies and Ben Cordingley start on row 6. Jacob Rhodes and Finn Smith have work to do from row 7. Donovan Dyer and Jake Howarth are on row 8. Billy Edgecombe and Millie Hart start on row number 9. Charlie Payne Johns and Alexander Mikos are on row 10. Zaki Hussain, the last of the juniors there, 21st on the grid. Into the minis then. Josh Salvadori has the pole position. Harry Cottrell and Ernie Overton are next up, 2nd and 3rd. Ollie Wise took a fantastic Minimax victory in Heat 1. And he starts there, 4th in the mini ranks. George Barker alongside. And Rowan Cartwright, Jamie Salter and Amelie Ackerts complete the 29 runners in all in this class. Someone has had a moment on the run up to Christmas Corner. I think it's one of our juniors. We'll try and capture who that was in a moment's time. The field out on circuit now. 6 minutes plus 1 lap for them in this race. And hello to F. Teal in again, supporting Cameron Crockett. Good opportunity this for Cameron in this race. So Aidan Hassan looking for another good result in this one. On the left of your screen. And straight away, Rory Burke cutting across, and the start has been shown as good. Hassan leading then from Burke. Sabula in 3rd, Pritchard looking to the outside there in the number 1. All of the juniors have got through A-OK, and the minis have set off as well. There they go on the run up to Christmas Corner. Down through Ashby, all looking pretty clean at the moment. Here come the minis, trying to see and peer through. It is the number 10 of Josh Salvadori, who's leading in minis. Reminder of that. Whoa, Charlie Pritchard has a huge slide going through the initial part of the boot there, and it's all going on behind as well. In fact, let's clock him through at the end of lap 1. Aidan Hassan leads, Rory Burke in 2nd, Charlie Pritchard 3rd. Jack Cooper, good start for Cooper, up to 4th place. Daniel Sabula shuffled down to 5th. James Jackson in 6th. Cameron Crockett is up to 7th place past Ronnie Smith, Ben Cook and Ethan Bentley wrap out the top 10. Biggest mover though, Zaki Hussain, up 7 positions on the first lap, is sitting there in 11th. Impressive stuff. Minimax, as mentioned, Salvadori leads. Ernie Overton in 2nd place. George Barker had a difficult first heat, retired. Is in 3rd and Ollie Wise 4th. The field coming into the boot, 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Aidan Hassan continues to lead by half a second. Fastest driver out on circuit, it's James Jackson in 6th place. Donovan Dyer has gained a position, is up to 11th place. In fact, I think there's been problems for Ronnie Smith. Ronnie Smith has disappeared off timing. Is through. There goes Ollie Wise. On the move, gets past Ernie Overton for 2nd place and will now set about catching Josh Salvadori at the front of the minis field. live.alphatimer.co.uk/SuperOne. That's where you need to go for all of the live timing. And you'll see the minis on there. They're just outside the top 20 overall. Oh, off! That's Sabula. Daniel Sabula is at an off there at the bottom of Ashby, and looks to have just gone straight on there. Now, whether he's been encouraged into that, we didn't see. That is one of our fastest runners, and a Whilton Mill regular out of this race. Got a quick sight there of your leader, Aidan Hassan. He's been driving very well today, very consistently. Cleanly as well, which is what we like to see. I think there's been a change for 2nd place as well. I think Charlie Pritchard has got ahead of Rory Burke. Yes, indeed, Charlie has.
And there is the number 1. Teammate James Jackson not too far behind as well. Both racing in the half stable. So Hassan leads, fastest lap of the race so far as well, on his own, 46.181 from this driver here, Charlie Pritchard. Rory Burke in 3rd, James Jackson has actually just taken the fastest lap now. He's moving up nicely, he's got past Jack Cooper into 4th. Problems for Jack Davies on that last lap, unfortunately. He's down 6 positions to 19th. Keeping an eye on those minis as well. Josh Salvadori still leads, but the gap is coming down. It's now 2.6 seconds back to Ollie Wise in the number 55. 2.5 minutes to go. What is Pritchard's pace looking like? It's looking very good. 46.071 last time around for the reigning champion. There's an opportunity here for Charlie Pritchard. Had a difficult time at Clay Pigeon last time out, and it was very tricky conditions that day, especially as the day went on into the latter stages of round number 4, and the rain fell and made tyre choices very difficult, caught a few drivers out. Charlie will be looking to use all of that experience that he has racing in juniors. Aidan Hassan, relatively new to the junior scene. We saw a lot of him in the mini category last season. And Charlie Pritchard again. Charlie Pritchard's pace. Where has this come from? This is brilliant from the reigning champ. 45.894 last time around. This is quite a statement. Took a heat win yesterday at this stage of the day for round number 5, and he's gone up the inside. What a move! Charlie Pritchard takes the lead. Big respect to Aidan Hassan, could easily have turned in on Charlie there, but that was a precision overtake. And surely now Charlie Pritchard at this pace is just going to pull away from Aidan Hassan. 30 seconds on the clock, 2 laps to go. Can Aidan Hassan respond? If he can, he's got to do it quick. Rory Burke still there in 3rd place. Much better race this time around. Ethan Bentley has just got past Jacob Rhodes over the line there for 11th place. Jake Howarth has gained 2 as well, past Charlie Payne-Johns and Alexander Mikos. In fact, no, not past Alexander Mikos, past Ben Cordingley, who's lost 3 spots on that last lap. And look at these two now. Pritchard pushing hard, and to be fair to Aidan Hassan, he has responded. He really has found something and has not been dropped. Last lap board about to go out. There it is. 1/4 of a second between these two. This is brilliant stuff in Junior Max. Josh Salvadori is still leading, by the way, in Minimax. Is just taking care of this race. He's managing it really, really well. 1.5 seconds clear of Ollie Wise. Ollie Wise on for some more strong points in this race. We're focusing at the front here in juniors, where it's going to go down to the wire in this second heat of the day. Can Charlie Pritchard take a second win of the weekend so far here at Whilton Mill? Didn't have things his own way in the final yesterday, but he's going to have an opportunity to put that right later on this afternoon. Charlie Pritchard wins at Whilton Mill. He takes the second heat of the day. Aidan Hassan finishes in 2nd place. Rory Burke 3rd. James Jackson in 4th. Jack Cooper in 5th. A great drive from Zaki Hussain from the back of the grid, finishes in 6th. 7th for Ben Cook. 8th for Cameron Crockett's. 9th for Billy Edgecombe. Another good drive through the field there actually for Billy. We should give that some notes. Donovan Dyer wraps out the top 10. Ethan Bentley, Jacob Rhodes, Jake Howarth, Alexander Mikos and Jack Davies all in the top 15. Ben Cordingley, Finn Smith, Millie Hart and Charlie Payne-Johns taking us down to 19th. Josh Salvadori, very good race that from Josh Salvadori, wins in Minimax. Ollie Wise 2nd, George Barker back on form in 3rd. Rowan Cartwright 4th, Ernie Overton, Amelie Ackett, Harry Cottrell and Jamie Salter get us all to the line. That was a full field of Minimaxes getting to the end. 2 retirements from that race and 2 big ones in juniors, Daniel Sabula and Ronnie Smith. We know what I'm going to say. We'll see the juniors and the Minis for Rotax Max out for their final later on this afternoon, due out to round 17:32. And we will move on to the penultimate heat here today at Whilton Mill. It will be the second and final heat for Senior Rotax Max. Time for Senior Rotax and their second heat of the day. Ethan Ling has pole position for it. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort joins Ethan on the front row of this grid. Sean Berry and Ben Page will be looking to overhaul them from row 2. Riley Stevenson and Joe Weaver start on row 3. Alex Holgate and Carl Dunford are on the 4th row of the grid. Joshua Valance is looking to bounce back after a disappointing first heat. He starts alongside championship contender Rob Ellis on row 5. Lucas Ivaskevicius had a hub failure, a wheel failure in the last race. Starts this one on row 6 alongside Jordan Morris. Caitlin May and Jack Jones start on row 7. Louis Weaver and Poppy Stevenson are on row 8. Louis Ball and Will Barnes start on row number 9. And then we've got Aidan Hammond and Jamie Tilsett on row 10. Tom Taylor and Chris Abraham complete the 22 kart field. So as you say, this is the penultimate heat of the day. And just to remind us of the result from the first heat earlier on today in mixed conditions, with Sean Berry, who took the race victory ahead of Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Ethan Ling 3rd, Carl Dunford 4th, Rob Ellis inside the top 5, Ben Page, Alex Holgate, Poppy Stevenson, Joshua Valance and Louis Weaver your top 10. We did have 3 non-starters in that race, so we'll see if Jamie Tilsett, Tom Taylor and Chris Abraham are out for this one. I think, unfortunately, the news is no. We've only had 19 karts come out on the circuit. And we had the issue for Lucas Ivaskevicius that we mentioned as well. He is running in this race, so they were probably helped a little bit by the red flag earlier on today. A bit more time to get that kart ready and into this race. So Ethan Ling there, the number 2 on the right. Now going on to the left of your screen, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort put up a stiff fight to Sean Berry in the first heat of the day. This, I have a feeling, is going to be a very spectacular heat. 6 minutes plus 1 lap, away we go. Good start for Ethan Ling and a good start for Sean Berry as well, through into second place. He was definitely on the lights there. And the top 3 are trying to break away. Just behind them you've got Page involved as off. There goes the number 17 of Jordan Morris. So Jordan Morris, who had a great time at Clay Pigeon a few weeks ago, is having difficulties today here at Whilton Mill. There's another driver off towards the back of the field looking like they've got drive issues. But a good start for Ethan Ling from pole position. There's the number 90 of Ben Page down the inside of Stevenson. Holgate involved as well. Joshua Valance has had a decent start. You can see him in the white privateer entry just behind Rob Ellis at the moment. Ling from Klein-Nagelvort, Berry, Weaver, Holgate, Page, Stevenson, Ellis, Valance, Dunford. That is your top 10. Biggest mover on the first lap is in 11th place. It's Jack Jones. Unfortunately, I think Lucas Ivaskevicius's mechanical problems have struck again, because he is not registered as having come around at the end of lap number 1. Jordan Morris has got going again. He's obviously lost a lot of positions on that first lap with the spin at Christmas Corner. There's your leader, Ethan Ling. Took the final victory yesterday. And was pretty pleased to have done that, as we heard in the interview with Henry earlier in the day. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort second. Currently the fastest driver out there on circuit. He's already into the 44s, 44.991 last time around. So the field's starting to split up in the top 10. There's Ben Page, just looking down the inside of Alex Holgate. see Rob Ellis and Joshua Vallance involved in all of this as well. Looks like they've got past Riley Stevenson and are up to 7th and 8th places respectively between them. In fact, Vallance continuing to move through here. This is good stuff from Joshua Vallance, who was on the podium yesterday in the final. It's a good position for Rob Ellis to be in though, although he's going to go down the inside. No, he doesn't want to sit on the rear bumper of the Rotax champion, multiple Rotax champion here at Whilton Mill. He wants to lead from the front and try and cross this gap to the next group of cars ahead. 1.4 seconds was the gap between Ben Page and Joshua Vallance on that last lap. So Ethan Lynn continues to lead here at the end of lap number 4. Ben Page going quickly. It's just gone purple, you see on the tower on the left-hand side of your screen. 44.672. He's got 1.4 seconds to find to try and close on Joe Weaver. This is a good response from Joe Weaver, actually. Had a tough first heat. Very disappointing result, but has struck back here, dusted himself off and is running well there in 4th place. 2.5 minutes to go then. There's the number 87 of Riley Stevenson, just ahead of Carl Dunford. Alex Holgate, unfortunately, has been shuffled out of the top 10. You'll see there, number 68. And looks like Louis Weaver, just seeing on timing, may have stopped circulating as well. He's now 2 laps off the overall lead. Sun starting to come out here at Whilton Mill, starting to feel a bit more summery. Well, definitely in comparison to earlier this morning. Now I'm seeing Ben Page has stopped circulating on timing. I hope that is just a transponder error, and yes it is. Thank goodness. Ben Page is now registered through sector number 2. Feared for a moment that our driver in 5th place was out of the race, and was having a very strong run as well. Continues, yeah, there he is, just crossing start-finish now. Ling in control then, it would seem at the moment. 0.8 of a second out ahead of Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Having said that though, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort has just set the fastest lap of the heat so far, a rapid 44.487. Went purple in every single sector. Could we see another big finish? There is Rob Ellis, dominating in senior rock. A slightly harder time here in senior Rotax, which is to be expected. It's a bigger field. Trying to take him on. And the start finish they go. Yeah, I think we'll still thinking that might be another one of these where we've got 2 or 3 seconds on the timer. Drivers need to be careful about that. We did see, I want to say it was in the Rotax 177, we did see an incident, well not an incident, an example of a driver coming across the line thinking it was the final lap, and actually was a mere second left to go on the clock, and ended up pitting 1 lap too early and handing a race victory over. Hopefully we won't see any of that today. 3, 2, 1, this is going to be very close on the line. No, I think there was time remaining, so Ethan Ling, if you can hear us, keep going. Keep going, son. Keep pedal to the metal, because this race isn't done yet. It's going to have 2 more laps. The last lap board has not come out. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort is right there, you know. 0.3 of a second was the gap last time around. Ethan Ling's been a tenacious customer so far this weekend. Been really on form. It's been great to see. And will not let this victory go away too easily. Setting himself up for a brilliant position on the grid. Now the final lap board is out. And now they fully know the situation. 1 more lap then for Ethan Ling to hold on here, and he has started to get the pace back down to the 44.6 last time around. Consistently good times coming in from the driver in the number 2 kart here. That's 2 44.6s in a row, actually. Louis Ball and Will Barnes have got past Poppy Stevenson for 13th and 14th. And we'll keep focused here on these two leaders. Ethan Ling looks like he's got this one under control, into the boot for the final time. Looking to make it 2 final victories in a row, and this is a very good way to get going. Heat number 2 goes to Ethan Ling in senior road tax. Brandon Klein Navigal-Vort continues a strong day, finishes second. Sean Berry in the top 3 again. Joe Weaver responds to the disappointment disappointment from earlier, finishes 4th. Ben Page 5th. Rob Ellis 6th, fastest lap of the heat on the last lap there, 44.452. Joshua Valance 7th, Riley Stevenson 8th, Carl Dunford 9th. Jack Jones completes the top 10, and it's Alex Holgate, Caitlin May, Louis Ball, Will Barnes, Poppy Stevenson and Aidan Hammond. Those are all drivers on the lead lap. 3 retirements: Louis Weaver, Jordan Morris and Lucas Ivaskevicius. Well, the Wales contingent will be very pleased with that result. Another victory going west and back over the border, but the big one is coming up later on today, and that's the one that Ethan Ling will want to do like he did yesterday, get a good start and proceed to get a full 60 points. We'll see the final 4 Rotax Max out around 17:44, but we're going to move on to the final heat on our schedules. It'll be the second and final heat for 177 Max. Time for 177 Max to come out and play and have their second heat of the day here at Whilton Mill. Scott Clee has pole position for it, and he's looking to make it 2 wins from 2. Philip Howarth span out of the lead in the first heat. We'll be looking to put that right here in the second one, is alongside Clee on that front row. Oliver Appleby and Adam Sadler on row 2. Chris Thomas and Hayden Cater are on row number 3. Sammy Milam had a tough first heat. Starts this one on row 4 alongside Sam Winter. Ollie Hancock and Robert Strachan on row 5. Thomas Hinton and Rhys Llewellyn on row number 6. Alfie Williams and Ben Johnson start on row 7. Ben Cowley and Callum Smith complete the field on this one. 16 karts able to compete in this race. So as we mentioned earlier on in the day, we saw the first heat from this group of drivers. Oh dear, someone's had a spin towards the back. That's less than opportune, but they should be able to get back into position on this grid. Scott Clee was your winner, 3.4 seconds clear of Hayden Cater. Philip Howarth, as we say, 4.3 seconds back in third. It was a good battle in the third to come back into the top 3, having had a spin, but we'll be looking for more here in this race. Sun is out here at Whilton Mill. We're ready to go racing in Rotax 177. Final heat of the day. 6 minutes on the clock. Away we go. Good start for Howarth. Really good start for Howarth. Takes the lead in quite firm fashion there. And it looks like he's been followed through as well by the 67 of Adam Sadler. They're all running now into Christmas Corner. No spinners through that part of the circuit. And here comes Sadler again, looking down the inside. It's a little bit too far backward. Philip Howarth, that's a much better start than he even had in the first heat. Clee still there in third. Cater in fourth. Time already ticking by for these drivers. They're short heats now due to the red flag. And down the inside, what a move that is from Hayden Cater. Takes third place. Scott Clee gave him racing room. And it's a brave driver to stick it down the inside ever since the big curve's been put on the inside of the final corner. Howarth defends from Sadler there as they go up to Christmas Corner. And everybody's involved in this. Look at the pack filing through. It's Howarth, Sadler, Cater, Clee. Chris Thomas is in there, had a quiet first heat. Obviously has been on good form in the finals the last few rounds here at Whilton Mill yesterday and at Clay Pigeon a few weeks ago. Here goes Sadler again, down the inside into the boot. Great move and following through. Hayden Cater took the opportunity and decisively took second place. Now, that really changes the complexion of this race, and it looks like Hayden Cater is trying to set up a move here on his teammate Adam Sadler to go for the lead of the race. Sadler blocks it off. Very, very competitive field this in Rotax 177. A point there from Sadler to Cater to say, come on, let's work together, let's get away from the rest of the field. Scott Clee, I think, has got through and into third place. Yes, he has there in the black suit. Down the inside goes Cater, takes the lead. Decisive move through Osiers. He gives the thumb now to say, no, I'm in charge of this race. I will lead it from the front. You work with me. End of lap number 3 then. Hayden Cater leads from Adam Sadler. Scott Clee now up to third place. Philip House trying to hold on here in fourth. Maybe not as happy in the dry conditions versus the wet. As down the inside, Oliver Appleby going for fourth place there in the number 2 car. Did he get it done? Yes, he did. Top 12 currently covered by 3 seconds. The whole field covered by 5. How about this for a race? And as I said, this is just a heat. We've still got the final race today. Oh, a bit of a wide moment there for Chris Thomas coming out of Osiers. That may mean Ollie Hancock's going to have a chance of getting through into 6th place. I think Sammy Marland's had an issue or two on this last lap, may have been down a position or so. Hayden Cater's banged in a 45.762 last time around. Leads by 0.4 of a second. Just under 3 minutes on the clock to go. Looks like the top 4 just starting to break away from the rest of the field. Chris Thomas was able to hold on to 5th. I see him a little bit on his own there. Oh, problem there. I think it may have been Callum Smith or Rhys Llewellyn. We'll check it out as they come through sector number 2, but somebody is having that telltale sign of, oh no, what's gone wrong there? Why have I lost drive? Sam Winters down the inside. It's Thomas Hinton. It's Thomas Hinton who's out of the race. That's not good news for Hinton and where he's going to start the final. Fastest lap of the heat goes in. It's the driver in 5th place. It's Chris Thomas. But it's been snatched back, I think, by Hayden Cater. So the pace really, really high here. Yellow flag out through Inkerman's corner, obviously for Thomas Hinton, who is out of this race, sadly. 100 seconds to go. All still to play for. Sam Winter, number 77. In 7th place at the moment. Trying to break away from Alfie Williams behind. Over start finish come the field. It's still Cater from Clee. Sadler in 3rd, Appleby 4th, but Chris Thomas, he really is coming into this now. There he is at the back of this train in 5th place. Sadler trying to defend from Appleby now. That's good news for Scott Clee. This allows a little bit of a gap to grow between himself and the 3rd place battle. And in fact, Appleby has got through, and oh, up the inside there goes Chris Thomas on the curve there from Appleby. All 3 of those drivers wanted to be the one to close down Scott Clee and Hayden Cater, but at the moment it's actually allowing those guys to get out ahead. All over the curve there was Sam Winter, who's trying to get past Philip Howarth. It's just not quite falling into place for Philip Howarth today. 2 laps to go. There are your 2 leaders, Hayden Cater and Scott Clee. Now nearly 2 seconds clear of Chris Thomas, who's got his way up into 3rd. Down the inside goes Appleby, trying to get 4th place off of Adam Sadler. We'll check in a few moments whether he pulled that move off. And there's a bit of a gap growing, as we say, back to Philip Howarth in 6th place. Sam Winter 7th, Alfie Williams, Ollie Hancock and Rob Strachan all in the top 10. Sammy Marlam having a stronger run here in 11th place. Last lap board about to go out then. Do Cater and Clee just take 1st and 2nd places as they come, or will they fight here on the last lap of this 2nd heat of the day? Clee has a little check over the shoulder to see where Chris Thomas is, sees that he's at a good distance behind. As there's a back marker there just pulling out of the way. It's Sam Winter. Oh, Sam Winter's had a big problem there. So Sam Winter has fallen down the order. Ollie Hancock has fallen down the order as well. And those two were very close together last time around. So I wonder if there's been a bit of an incident there between those two drivers. Hayden Cater, though, holding on at the moment. Scott Clee is right, pressuring now. Cater will have to be defensive into the boot. Has dealt with that really well. One more opportunity surely for Scott Clee. He's not close enough. Hayden Cater takes the second heat of the day, and very happy about it indeed there in the Rotax 177 class. A great victory by a tenth of a second ahead of Scott Clee. Chris Thomas, more good points for Chris Thomas in third. Oliver Appleby in fourth. Adam Sadler in fifth. Well, and all of a sudden, that is all the heat racing completed today here at Whilton Mill. We will swiftly move on to the finals. A very good result indeed there for Hayden Cater. But yes, as I say, we'll move on to the finals and we'll kick things off for the first of our 7-minute plus 1 lap trophy races with the C50 Bambino New Eras. It's time for the first final of the day, and it will be the Bambino C50 New Eras going first. Here is your grid, decided by the points from the 2 heats earlier on today here at Whilton Mill. Your round 6 grid looks like this. Cole Teal has pole position. Alfie Mayer alongside on the front row of the grid. Matteo Garcia Patino and Otis Cleary start on the second row of the grid. Fraser Anderson and Connor Butler are on row 3. Sophie Morris and Drew Davidson start the final on row 4. Charlie Munns and Sebastian Behrman are on row 5. Mason Brooks and Ellis Wildchild are on row 6. Amelia Dial and Bertie Cooper have work to do from the 7th row of the grid. Aurora Joel and Ella Dixon are on row 8. Finley Bedford and Arthur Farrow are on row 9. Eli Liziecki and Maximus Lewis are on row 10. Dylan Glasgow wraps out the 21 runners due in the Bambino C50 New Era final. And I'm glad to report that we have 21 karts out on circuit for this 7 minutes plus 1 lap race. 60 points on offer to the winner of this race in the championship. And Matteo Garcia Patino will be looking for good progress here. Had a 15-point lead at the start of the day over Otis Cleary. So the championship is not going to be decided today, which is good news for us neutrals in the commentary box. And we'll head to Shannington in 4 weekends' time. That doesn't take away from this race as being an important one in the context of this season. There we see all the parents, and the guardians and the mechanics waiting patiently on the grid for the drivers to form up their order. So finals victories so far this season. Round 1 went in the direction of Charlie Munns. Round 2, championship leader Matteo Garcia Patino. Sophie Morris won round 3, Drew Davidson row 4, before Charlie Munns yesterday became the first driver to win 2 finals in this 2021 season. Can someone join him here in round 6? Here we go then, 7 minutes on the clock. The round 6 Bambino C50 New Era final in SuperOne Series 2021 is go. And it's a good start for Alfie Mayer. Alfie Mayer leads as they go through the first corner on the first lap. It looks like Otis Cleary has followed through as well. So the anti-pole side of the grid getting a much better run in the early stages than the pole side of the grid. Otis Cleary down the inside goes for the lead into Christmas Corner. It looked like a good move and was well alongside, and yes indeed does lead as they go down into Ashby. A clean start so far from this class. A couple of drivers running wide off of Ashby, but Otis Cleary is looking okay at the moment at the front of the order. Cole Teal has had a good start as well. Number 66 there in third place. He's put in some great overtakes so far today. A slightly shorter race, this one, than the heats. So the drivers have a good idea of how they want to manage the next 7 minutes. See the number 15 there, trying to battle through. Okay, a couple of transponder issues, just to note. So yeah, Cleary, there we go. It's just flipped itself. So Cleary, Mayer, Teal. Sophie Morris has had a good start. He's up 3 positions. Rather than number 62, battling with Connor Butler at the moment. And number 12. Biggest mover on that first lap was Dylan Glasgow, up 7 positions. Obviously had to start this race from the back of the field. As all off, and a big save from, it was Alfie Mayer. So Alfie Mayer nearly went round at Ashby, has lost some positions, but is still pointing in the right direction. And you saw the full effect there. The concrete runoff has a bit of a drop beyond it here at Whilton Mill at Ashby Corner. And I've seen drivers of much more experience than Alfie not come out of that situation, so that was very well held by the driver in the number 15. Across the line then. Not a lot of time remaining in this one. 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Cleary still ahead of Teal, but Teal's got a good run on the run up to Christmas Corner and is holding that inside line against Otis Cleary. We've seen that number 66 kart have good top end today, and it's been used to good effect. Cole Teal to the lead here at Whilton Mill. Drew Davidson is coming into this one. Cleary back down the inside into Ashby, so fighting straight back is often the thing we love to see with the Bambinos. They do like to race. They do like to put some overtaking in. Sophie Morris has worked her way up to third place. It was very impressive at round 3 in similar conditions at Clay Pigeon, but Cole Teal fights back now, retakes the lead, and here comes Sophie Morris trying to go round the outside. Well judged by everyone involved there. So Cole Teal will be the leader over the line. 1 minute and 37 to go, which probably means we've got 3 more laps here. 3 more laps of this Bambino C50 New Era final. Otis Cleary looking for a way through, but this is whether Cole is really, really strong going up the hill. Otis Cleary's looking for an overtake there. There's still plenty of other drivers behind in this battle. The top 10 covered by 2 seconds all the way back to Dylan Glasgow in the number 13. Cleary to the inside again. This is where he likes to overtake down into Ashby Corner, and it's another good one from Otis Cleary. But look at this, Sophie Morris to the outside, trying to take second place away from Cole Teal. And the championship leaders involved as well. Mateo Garcia Patino in the number 36. Don't rule Mateo out at this stage of the race. 45 seconds on the clock, and it's still all to play for round 6 here in the SuperOne series of the Bambino C50 New Era final. Otis Cleary will be confirmed as your new leader. Cole Teal looking to get a run though through into turn 1. Sophie Morris also looking for an opportunity to get through down the inside. Contact between the 2 leaders, and that will open the door for Sophie Morris to get on the inside. Cole Teal blocks it off, but there was definite contact between Cleary and Teal there. Drew Davidson has popped through into second place. So Drew Davidson in the yellow helmet and the blue suit has raced really well in this final, and is now potentially in the fight for, well, was in the fight for the win beforehand, but is now looking directly at the rear bumper of the leader to the outside. Ozias is next, one of the big opportunities to overtake. Sophie Morris is looking for that move down the inside, and it's got it done. Brilliant overtaking from Sophie Morris. Takes second place. It's 3 wide, nearly 4 wide behind. This is a great race. We saw it in the second heat of the day, how close it was in the dry conditions, and this is even closer. Last lap board is about to go out. Cole Teal will take us over the start-finish line and on to the last lap. Sophie Morris there in second place in number 62. Drew Davidson in third. Otis Cleary shuffled down to fourth. Garcia, Patino, Brooks, Glasgow, Butler, Anderson and Behrman all still involved. But look at this, look at Drew Davidson down the inside, going for the lead on both of them. He's got the move. What an overtake from Drew Davidson. Half a lap to go. A group of 6 or 7 karts all in with a chance of winning this race. Drew Davidson's best result so far in a final. Well, is the win that he got at round 4. Can he make it a repeat here in round number 6? The side-by-side between Otis Cleary and Sophie Morris. Sophie Morris has been shuffled down a number of positions. Cole Teal looking for this way and that to try and get past Drew Davidson. Drew Davidson has 2 corners to go to make it a second finals victory this season in the SuperOne series in the Bambino C50 New Eras, and he's done it. Drew Davidson wins round 6 of the Bambino C50 New Era SuperOne series for 2021, and what a race. Drew wins by less than 0.2 of a second ahead of Cole Teal. Matteo Garcia Patino, a big third place. 4th for Otis Cleary, 5th for Sophie Morris, 6th for Mason Brooks. Dylan Glasgow fights from the back of the field and finishes in 7th. Fraser Anderson is 8th, Connor Butler 9th, Sebastian Behrman 10th. The top 10 is covered by less than 3.5 seconds. Alfie Mayer unlucky there in 11th place. Charlie Munns, Finley Bedford, Ellis Wildchild and Aurora Joel is in top 15. Arthur Farrow, Ella Dixon, Maximum Lewis, Bertie Cooper, Eli Liziecki and Amelia Dial complete the 21 kart field. What a race from the Bambino C50 New Eras. We'll see them again 4 weeks time at Shennington for the completion of their championship. We're going to move on to the next final out on circuit. It'll be the C50 Bambino Pros. Here we go then. Sorry, quick break to get some water after that one. Bambino C50 Pro Final. Here's your grid. Jack Baker and Max Gilman on the front row. Austin Newstead and Josh Cook row 2. Maximilian Aberhart and Marley Fisher on row number 3. Morgan Weston and Colby Patterson are on the 4th row of the grid. Harvey Bacon and Harper Das row 5. Jensen Sale and Austin Oman are on row number 6. See, Pashla Sagi will not start this race. 12 karts have headed out there onto circuit. And same as the class before, 7 minutes plus 1 lap, 60 points, 60 championship points to the race winner. And my goodness me, that was quite a race for the New Eras. Over to the pros, who similarly had a really good second heat, so I'm looking forward to another good race here in this one. Let's just go through your finals victors so far this season. Well, the first 3 all went to Austin Newstead. Jack Baker then took a clean sweep of the race victories at Clay Pigeon for round 4. Austin Newstead responded with another finals victory yesterday for round 5. So 7 minutes on the clock then for the 6th round of the season. Away we go for the final in Bambino C50s. An even start at the front of the grid here. Looks like Jack Baker has been able to hold on to the lead though. Yes, he has there in kart number 17. Max Gilman following in 2nd. Won the first heat earlier on today. Joshua Cook has had a good start, is in 3rd, and already the You Shall Not Pass train has started. Austin Newstead down the inside, looking for 3rd place and getting 3rd place. So Baker leads down into Ashby Hairpin. 2 rookies to talk about in this race. Josh Cook in the 77 and Austin Oman, who will be competing for that rookies trophy. At the moment it is advantage to Cook, sat there in 4th place overall. Hello to Kirith Cart, regular DDMM viewer of activities that we get up to. He's looking forward to this race as they come round to finish lap number 1. Jack Baker is going to be your leader out there. You can see already what he's trying to do here. Just keep things tight and not let anybody get alongside. But in fact, that is exactly what Max Gilman has done there. That was beautifully positioned from Max Gilman, looking for the lead and being helped through now by Austin Newstead. This may be a bit of trouble for Jack Baker because everybody's going to come through now on that inside line, and poor Jack Baker has lost 3 positions there in the space of a matter of a few seconds. Down the inside goes Austin Newstead, trying to make it 5 round victories so far this season, and I think he's got the move done coming off of Ashby. He was trying to get past Max Gilman there. 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And indeed he has, coming on to the back straight. Jack Baker looking to retake 3rd place, and does take retake 3rd place there ahead of Max Gilman. Marley Fisher having another strong run. It's been there or thereabouts throughout the whole day so far in the top 5. Could this be similar to how we saw Davidson win the previous final? The spot at which he starts to get involved. Down the inside, look at that, Joshua Cook taking inspiration from Max Gilman a lap or so ago, pulls exactly the same move on Austin Newstead for the lead. So Joshua Cook, 2nd in the final yesterday. First appearance in this championship at this meeting. Wasn't present at either Glannygores or Clay Pigeon. Wasn't outside of the top 3 yesterday. Confident young drive this. Cook from Newstead. Then the number 50 of Max Gilman there. Newstead looking back down the inside into the boot. Good space being given there by Joshua Cook. Good spatial awareness to make sure that that wasn't going to be an incident. It's putting certain Formula 1 drivers to shame with racing like that. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Harper Das has got past Harvey Bacon on that last lap. That's over 10th position. Joshua Cook, you see, just holding that down low line, not letting anybody get underneath. I think that's going to be a theme now for the rest of this race. Who can pull through here? Morgan Weston's having an interesting race. You just see him there in the almost brushed gold helmet in 6th place. Colby Patterson, Maximilian Abrahart. A really strong field this. All these top 8 drivers very closely matched, having a good run. Austin O'Man just on the back of them as well in 9th. Nice. Oh, along the curb there. I think that was Gilman being forced out wide. Yes, it was. So Jack Baker has got through into 3rd place. Completing lap number 4 then. Josh Cook continues to be out front here, looking for a first finals victory of the season, to become only the 3rd driver of anyone in this class to take a full 60 points from a SuperOne Series round in Bambino C50 Pro. Austin Newstead currently in 3rd place in the championship. We're probably wondering why is that. Well, he's got at least 1-0 score on his scorecard so far this season. We'll look to overhaul that both in this race and at Shennington in 4 weekends' time. Another double header, of course, round 7 on the Saturday and round 8, which you'll be able to watch here in Alpha Live on the Sunday. And change for the lead. Austin Newstead has got through. So Austin Newstead has got past Joshua Cook here, but Joshua Cook still fighting hard. Still there in 2nd place. He's looking down the inside, retakes the lead. Brilliant stuff from Joshua Cook, and through comes Jack Baker as well. So Jack Baker takes the opportunity of a lane being on the inside of Newstead to nip through to 2nd place. Newstead back down the inside, retakes 2nd place as they go through oblivion. Less than a minute and a half to go. Joshua Cook keeps holding, hugging that white line, not letting anyone through. And through's coming. Morgan Weston is through into 4th. He's just picking them off one by one, and Morgan Weston's been in a race-leading position before in this championship, knows what it's about, knows how to get there, and knows how to stay there. 60 seconds to go. Joshua Cook still out front. No move on this time into Osiers. Keep that speed carried through. Morgan Weston, see the Welsh flag proudly on the back of his helmet. It's been a good weekend so far for Welsh drivers here at Whilton Mill. He's being inspired by the likes of Rob Ellis and Ethan Loon, competing well in their respective classes. 2 laps to go then. Joshua Cook, Austin Newstead. So Austin Newstead back up to 2nd place there. It's not really going to have an opportunity because we know what Cook's going to do here is just hold that line down on driver's right. Just the nature of these karts, he can still pull the speed around the inside line. That won't bother him, but Newstead's got a lane down the inside into Ashby Corner. We've seen a few moves from Newstead down there today, and he's got this one done at a critical point of the race. Baker's now looking down the inside, trying to get 2nd place off Joshua Cook, and he's going to force the number 17 kart in there. Here comes Morgan Weston down the inside, takes both of them. So Weston, out of nowhere, is up to 2nd place. Austin Newstead has a bit of a gap now. A useful gap to have at this stage of proceedings. They will see the final lap board in a few seconds' time, but Morgan Weston has picked his way through the order, sits in 2nd place, looking at one more move to take the race victory. So far this season, has not had a race victory so far in either a heat or a final, has Morgan Weston. Newstead stays to the inside. Weston trying to take as much speed as possible. Best result so far this season for Weston is a couple of 2nd places at Clay Pigeon on the Sunday round a few weeks ago. Best result in a final is 3rd, so he's already beating that in this race. But can he go one better? There's a bit of squabbling going on behind between Baker and Cook in there. Newstead continues to hold the lead. Weston in 2nd place, but there's still opportunity to overtake to come, and here comes Weston. Good run off of Osiers. He's going to try and go around the outside maybe. Baker to the inside. Cook's going in for 3rd place and looking like he's going to take 3rd place, but Austin Newstead has got one more corner. What a season Austin Newstead is having. He takes yet another finals victory in the Bambino C50 Pros. He wins round 6 of the Bambino C50 Pro SuperOne series for 2021. But what a drive as well from Morgan Weston. A brilliant 2nd place, best result of the season so far. 3rd place and the rookie trophy goes to Joshua Cook, who was an absolute star in that race. Has had a very good weekend. Max Gilman 4th, Jack Baker in 5th, Marley Fisher 6th, Colby Patterson in 7th, Maximilian Abrahart in 8th, Austin Oman 9th, Harper Das in 10th, and then it'll be Harvey Bacon in 11th, and a retirement for Jensen Sale. Well, a race raced in a way well beyond the years of those drivers out there. A really entertaining competition, and they will go to Shannington with Austin Newstead looking like he's in a very, very strong position going into those final couple of rounds. So they'll all come in, have the karts checked over, and we'll move on to the next final in our schedule. Race number 21 on the race plan. It'll be the 7 minutes plus 1 lap final for the IAMI Bambino class. Here we go then for the grid for the IAMI Bambino final. Jarlath Sayer has pole position. Alongside Jarlath on the front row is Ethan Owen. Marnavdew has been fantastic so far today. Starts on row 2 alongside George House. Edward Haynes and Archie Rutter are on the 3rd row of the grid. Charlie Clough and Aaron Southwood Jr. start on the 4th row of the grid. Dax Farrer starts on the 5th row of the grid. We believe Dian Singh Pahal will be a non-starter. So there are the drivers in dummy grid, the 9 of them. Away they go for their formation lap, and let's have a little reminder of the finals so far this season. Jarlath Sayer took the first 3 rounds, so similar to Austin Newstead as we've just seen in the pro category there. So has taken 3 finals victories so far, but since then we've seen George House take a very emotional win at round 4, the last time we were streaming here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel for SuperOne. And then yesterday, Edward Haynes took his first finals victory of the season. And this is a very open race, I think. Look at the front of this order. Jarlath Sayer clearly deserves pole position. Has got the results in and got himself that spot on the grid. Ethan Owen has been putting in some fantastic overtakes so far today there in 2nd place. Marnavdew has been in the fight every single time. And being a final, they can race a little bit differently to a heat, with a little bit more risk taking, and that can reward those who just keep their noses clean, as others have incidents around them. George House, well, we know his credentials, has won 1 final so far this season, could easily have been 2 from Clay Pigeon a few weeks ago. And Archie Rutter and Edward Haynes in there as well. Engines being started then, 7 minutes on the clock. The Bambino Iami final for round 6 of SuperOne Series 2021 is go. Good start from Ethan Owen. And Ethan Owen will lead. And look at George House again, as he did in heat number 2. Has got a fantastic start. He's up to 2nd place already. Maybe challenging for the lead. Christmas corner, first big braking zone. George House down the inside. He has got the lead. What a start from George House there. Goes from 4th on the grid and leads. And we've not even done half a lap yet. Down into Ashby they go. House leads. Owen 2nd. You can see a battle going on for 3rd place there between Marnavdew in the 82 and Jarlath Sayer, the 49. The fluorescent yellow on the side of his helmet, making him very, very noticeable out there. It's just starting to cloud over a little bit here at Whilton Mill, but it's still dry. Still good conditions for racing. All drivers still running then. Let's just count them over the line. George House ends lap 1 in the lead. Ethan Owen in 2nd place, but Ethan Owen looking for more overtaking. We've seen so much of it from the driver in the number 27 so far today. George House is going to go defensive. Edward Haynes in the bright orange car as well has got down the inside, taken 4th place away from Marnavdew. Five minutes and 30 on the clock. George House soaking up this pressure at the moment from Ethan Owen. Into Rosie as they go on to the back straight. All of them taking a decent amount of curb there, trying to straight line that run onto the back straight. It's such an important corner to get down that back straight, set yourself up for the boot. This is looking good so far from George House. Building up that experience. He's in this position for a good while at Clay Pigeon. Converted it into a finals victory on the Sunday. Ethan Owen looks to the outside, down the inside looks Jarlath Sayer. Edward Haynes is currently the fastest driver out there on circuit, 57.272. Sat in 4th place. Just looking a little bit further down. Archie Rutter still there in 6th. Holding on quite nicely. That's an okay strategy for me. Sitting here in 6th place as Haynes looks down the inside of Sayer. Doesn't quite get the move done. Down the inside of Haynes goes Dew. And there we go. Opens the door Is Rutter going to be able to go through to 4th place? Yes, Archie is going to be able to go through into 4th place, and that was perfectly positioned. Just waited for the gap to open. Didn't have to force his kart in there. Archie Rutter's gained 2 positions as a result. George House starting to pull away. Jarlath Sayers got through into 2nd place ahead of Ethan Owen. You can see Rutter was under attack there from Edward Haynes, who's got past Arnaud and into 5th place. Aaron Southwood Jr., who had a problem in heat number 1. Just off the back of this group as well. They'll fancy some positions to be gained here in the latter stages of this final. 3.5 minutes of time remaining. We will have the +1 lap at the end there. Here comes Marnadu down the inside of Jarlath Sayer, and that is a brilliant overtake into the initial part of the boot. Confident, got the braking right, got the turn-in right, and that's 3rd place now for Dew. George House, though, continues to lead. Championship leader at the start of the day. Had it reeled back in by Edward Haynes after the first race, but pulled it back out for the second. Down into the Ashby hairpin. I think Dew was having a look down the inside of Jarlath Sayer, and that'll be good news for George House to try and get a bit of a gap. And in fact, yes, Dew got the move done. Another great overtake from Marnav Dew. And Edward Haynes has got through as well, so it's Dew up to 2nd place, Haynes to 3rd, Sayer now 4th, and I think Ethan Owen's been shuffled back to 5th place. Archie Rutter's in 6th. Another lap ticks by, 5 laps completed for our Bambino Iarmi final. George House leads by less than 1/10 of a second over Marnav Dew, and they're pushing each other up, out through Fine Lady, almost catching each other around. That may give the likes of the number 27 and the 49 a chance, but no, they're not able to take the opportunity there. Sayer gets back past Owen, but Owen only. Through Ashby they go for another time. George House continues to really impress me this season, I must say. It's great move down the inside by Sayer. So Sayer takes Haynes. George House, especially as I saw him a little bit upset after the final at round 3, and he bounced back and he drove fantastically in the wet at round 4, and then he's been carrying on that racing spirit across the course of these 2 rounds here at Whilton Mill this weekend. He's got a chance here of taking another finals victory. Marnav though, this is really good stuff from Marnav in the 82, looking to the outside, trying to go round the outside through Christmas, but that's going to offer Jarlath Sayer a chance down the inside, and Jarlath Sayer takes 2nd place and has just set a new personal record. In fact, Sayer go down the inside. That's an opportunistic move into Ashby. Side by side between Sayer and House. House holds round the outside, will have the inside for the next corner, holds on to the lead. 30 seconds to play out. A good amount of that will be eaten up as they go across the course of the rest of this lap, and I imagine we'll have 2 more after this one. And still this top 6 all there, all looking for a way through and a chance to get that 60 points. Yep, there will be 2 more laps. House leads from Sayer. Dew there in 3rd, Haynes in 4th. Owen and Rutter not too far behind as well, and they're fanning out behind George House now. To the inside goes Haynes and gets 3rd place ahead of Dew. Nearly got Sayer as well for 2nd. Not many corners left to go now for George House to hold on. Has measured this race brilliantly so far. Only really given Sayer, or any of them really, that one chance into Ashby on the previous lap to this one, but even so, dealt with that very, very well. Haynes looks down the inside of Sayer, tries to get 2nd place. Not quite able to pull it off. Last lap board is about to go out then. Can George House hold on in this final at Whilton Mill and take a 2nd streamed victory in a final so far this season? He likes these Sundays on the Alpha Live network and has got through the first couple of corners well. This is a crucial point of the race. Surely he's just got to stick hugging that line to not let anybody through. That is perfectly done from George House. The number 27 of Ethan Owen's been forced out wide there and has maybe fallen down to 6th place. George House goes defensive again, doesn't want to overshoot. So easy to do down through Ashby Corner, but again, really well done by George House. Jarlath Sayer needs to pull something really, really big here, and is going to have a look down the inside. No, George House, great entry speed into the corner. The cornering speed from the number 5 has been fantastic across the course of this race. Edward Haynes is going to throw one down the inside, trying to go for 2nd place. That actually helps George House a little bit. 2 more corners to go. There's one of them. There's the other, and for the 2nd time this season, George House wins the final in the Bambino Iami class. He loves a streamed round. It's 2 out of 2 on a Sunday. He did it at Clay, he's done it at Whilton Mill, and what a way to set up the season finale in 4 weeks' time at Shennington. Jarlath Sayer, another great result in 2nd place. Marnav Dew takes 3rd place. And I'm just going to look through because I think that is, yes, that is a first top 3 in a final this season for Marnav Dew. Brilliant stuff. Edward Haynes finishes in 4th. Ethan Owen 5th. Archie Rutter 6th. Aaron Southwood Jr. in 7th. Charlie Clough and Dax Farrer finish out the field. And a really, really good race from all of our Bambino classes. They've been brilliant to watch, brilliant to commentate on. And as we say, we'll see them in 4 weeks' time at Shennington for rounds 7 and 8 of their championships. Well then, we move on to something decidedly bigger and faster out on circuit. Next will be 2 classes at once, and it's our rockers. It's Senior Rock and Junior Rock up next. Here we go then for the finals for Junior Rock and Senior Rock, starting with the Senior Rock grid. Rob Ellis and Max Davies on the front row, Isaac Lord and Mateo Palmer on row 2, Daniel Pepper and Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez on row number 3. And then our juniors, starting with Alfie Briggs, who's been in superb form so far today. Alfie Richards alongside on the front row in junior. Ollie Stilp and Kieran Pepper row 2, Joe Lorenz and Harry Ewell on row 3, and then Darren Marshall on row number 4. Finals victories so far this season. Alfie Briggs took the first 2. Ollie Stevens, not here this weekend, took the first of them at Clay Pigeon for round number 3. And then looking through for our round 4 winner, that was Alfie Briggs again. And then again yesterday, Alfie Briggs took the final victory. So it's 4 out of 5 so far this season for Alfie Briggs. If it's not Alfie Briggs who wins this final, it will be someone winning their first final this season in Junior Rock, as we say. Ollie Stevens racing elsewhere this weekend. In seniors, it's been the Rob Ellis show. They've had 3 finals so far. They were not at Clanny Gores, and Rob Ellis has taken all 3 of them so far this season. With Max Davies pushing him closely yesterday, taking the 2nd place. There's also been 2nd places so far this season for Daniel Pepper. So it'll be a rolling start. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And of course these drivers competing for a chance to represent Great Britain at the Rock Cup Super Final later this year in Italy at Lonato in October. There are your 6 runners in seniors. Max Davies the number 5, Rob Ellis the number 88, and what's quite happening there? There's a bit of a confusion, but no, we are good to go, and away we do go for the finals in Junior and Senior Rock. And it's not gone well for either of our championship leaders. Well, Rob Ellis has recovered now, he's got back into the lead, but Alfie Briggs has been shuffled down to 3rd place there. He's behind Pepper and Richards. I think there was a bit of confusion there at both of those starts, but we are up and underway. And down the inside, look at this, Max Davies going for the lead. Great move. Can he get it done on the exit? Yes, he can. So Max Davies has decided from lap number 1 that he's going to take the fight here to Rob Ellis. He's been building up the pace across the course of the weekend. Hasn't had everything his own way so far this season, as Max Davies has had a couple of technical issues here and there. But Clay Pigeon definitely didn't go the way he wanted to. This is a good start for the driver in the number 5. Alfie Richards leads in the junior ranks, and in fact Ollie Stilp has already been overtaken by Alfie Briggs. Just saw Isaac Lord going for 3rd place there on Matteo Palmer and got it done. So the 15 now ahead of the 75. Isaac Lord yesterday was 4th in the final. The final podium spot taken by Daniel Pepper in the senior ranks. Daniel Pepper currently in 6th place so far. 5 minutes and 23 seconds to go. Davies continues to lead by 0.3 of a second ahead of Rob Ellis. Isaac Lord confirmed is up to 3rd. And what has happened to Alfie Briggs? Alfie Briggs has fallen down the order here and is currently down in 6th in the junior category. We mentioned if someone other than Alfie Briggs takes the finals victory, it will be a first for whoever that driver is, and at the moment Alfie Richards leads in juniors here. Having a look at the 33 of Daniel Pepper being hassled by Ollie Stilp, and in fact is that Ollie Stilp past Alfie Richards now? I think Ollie Stilp has got through and inherits the lead in the junior category. Ollie Stilp so far this season was 2nd in both rounds of the final at GYG. Was 4th in both of the finals at Clay Pigeon, and then 4th again yesterday. He really hasn't had the best of luck so far this season in the big points race. And there is Alfie Briggs, he's out. Alfie Briggs is out. He's clearly decided that there's something wrong with the karts, and well, that is a big development in the story of this race. Down the inside goes Ollie Stilp, and in fact, yeah, that's wise from Daniel Pepper, realising that the faster of the juniors are coming through, and he's let them go. So the door is open now, not just in terms of this race, but in terms of the championship. 3 points separated Briggs and Stilp at the start of the day. So whilst Briggs has had the victories, you could argue that Stilp has had the more consistent results. Hence they're so close in points, but this is a big opportunity now for Ollie Stilp, not just to win this final, but take a big step towards that golden ticket to Lonato. 3.5 minutes to go. And it looks like Stilp is really turning the screw and is pulling away from Alfie Richards now. Back with the battle at the front in seniors. Max Davies. This is a great drive from Max Davies. One of the best I've seen from him so far this season. I know we've been lauding up Rob Ellis's achievements. He's been having a strong season here in the kart club as well. So getting a win over Rob Ellis around this place would really be very good for Max Davies. 2.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. And the lap time's looking like at the moment for these guys at the front. They're in the mid-45s, but here comes Ellis, really attacking now, gets down the inside and takes the lead back with 2 minutes on the clock. In a way, you felt it was coming. But Rob Ellis was just picking his moment. And now this is a big lap for Max Davies. Can he respond? And can he get back onto the rear bumper of Rob Ellis, or is Rob Ellis just going to pull away now? Big laps coming in from Ollie Stilp, 45.64. He's quickest of all of them out there at the moment. He's extending this lead. out over Alfie Richards. Oh, big moment there for Max Davies. Runs a bit wide. May get a track limit warning for that. Isaac Lord has now taken the fastest lap of the race, 45.637. And Isaac Lord, who we should say, of course, was racing in the juniors in their category earlier in the season, and has now decided to step up to the seniors. This is the first weekend he's been doing that. 1 minute 10 to go. Ollie Stilp, not that it matters for points or anything, has now got past Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez out there on circuit, so overall is now sitting in 5th place, and in a way that's actually quite useful, sitting in other carts between yourself and the rest of the competition. Rob Ellis, 45.429. He's in such good form, and you feel for Max Davies at the moment that there's simply nothing he can do. There is Ollie Stilp, number 43. Spurred on by the retirement of Alfie Briggs. Has a check over his shoulder. There's nobody there, Ollie. There's absolutely nobody there. He's in full control of this race. 1.6 seconds clear of Alfie Richards. There is Alfie Richards, who's having a great run himself. And there's a good battle as well going on. 8th on the road, 3rd in juniors, but also for the rookie trophy. Harry Ewell currently leading it over Joe Lorenz, and they've traded that position back and forth across the course of the day. There is Alfie Richards, number 83, coming into the boot now. Won't give this one up. You never know what could happen, especially in these rock categories. We've seen some drama here at Whilton Mill in previous seasons. Remember last year in the seniors race being blown wide open with retirements, with incidents on the last lap. Time has expired, so the drivers will see the last lap board next time around. 0.4 of a second is the gap for Rob Ellis. He's not completely got this one. Max Davies put in a big lap last time around. Isaac Lord did as well. You get the feeling that Rob Ellis is maybe just trying to manage this to the end. There is the last lap board. Can Rob Ellis make it another clean sweep and pretty much be certain to be moving towards being champion in this category? Father singing. I think even the maths could be done tonight. We'll obviously have to work that one out. But Rob Ellis has looked in such good form. He'll want to make it the double as well. Was 1st and 2nd in his finals yesterday. Will be wanting to go a little bit better. We'll see about that in the senior Rotax final later on today. But into the final couple of corners. Max Davies has thrown everything at this. But Rob Ellis is going to take another victory in Senior Rock in the final, and a big step towards being champion. Max Davies is 2nd, Isaac Lord 3rd, Matteo Palmer 4th. But what a result! Ollie Stilp takes the final victory for the first time this season. And on a weekend where Ollie sadly lost his grandfather, that victory will certainly be dedicated to him. And it's a convincing victory as well, by some 2 seconds over Alfie Richards. Round 6 is Ollie Stilp's. 3rd place goes to Harry Ewell and the rookie trophy there, just ahead of Joe Lorenz. 5th and 6th in the seniors goes to Esteban Rodriguez Blanquez and Daniel Pepper. The rest of the juniors bring us home with Kieran Pepper and Darren Marshall. 1 retirement from that race, and what a retirement it was. Alfie Briggs retiring on lap 3. But wow, what a race. Rob Ellis, that's the hardest victory he's had to have all season, but he did it, and he did it by 0.6 of a second. What spirit from Ollie Stilp on what's no doubt been a very difficult weekend to take a victory like that. And he had to do it the hard way as well. He had to overtake, he had to get through, he had to do it clean. And having come so close, especially those 2 second places at GYG earlier in the season, that is a very, very well-deserved victory. We'll see the seniors and the junior rock categories again at Shennington. We're going to move quickly on to the next race in the schedule. Race number 23, it's the Honda Cadet Final. Here we go then for the Honda Cadet final for round 6 of the SuperOne Series 2021. Finley Lyons, yesterday's final winner, is going for 2 out of 2 from pole position here. Rocco and Shenton alongside on that front row. Jaden Sherwood and Oliver Majewski are on row 2. Charlie Warren and Logan McAllister are on row number 3. Mayan Patel and Jensen Hookey. Good points opportunity here from row 4. Kai Clark and Ethan Griffith start on row 5. Christian Stefanov and Riley Till are on row 6. Sukmani Kira and Jonas Klimas are on row 7. Andrew Dixon and Victor Hansen row 8. Martin Wright and Emily Cooper are on row 9. Jensen Walker and Archie Davidson are on row 10. Brandon James and Amy Peacock are on row 11. Oliver Warner and John Richardson row 12, and Katie Donaldson will not be taking part in this race, of course. She is headed to hospital due to the incident in race number 2. We're under starters' orders. Away we go then for the final in Honda Cadet. And Rocco Lane Shenton's got an absolute rocket off the line there. Takes the lead away from Finley Lyons to go through turn 1, turn 2 and head up to Christmas for the first time. The rest of them making a not quite polite train, I must say, as they go up to Christmas Corner. And they're all through Christmas Corner for the first time. Felix Smedley, we didn't quite read out on the grid there, but is in 25th place at the start of this race. So 25 runners out of the scheduled 26 in the final here. Just obviously our thoughts go to Katie and her family. And she is okay. Katie Donaldson, who just joined me, is not in this race due to injuries in race number 2, taken to hospital early this afternoon. Rocco Lane Shenton then leads this race. Been in this position before at this circuit, and all contact there between the 91 of Ethan Griffiths, and I think it was Riley Till involved as well. 41. Up the hill they go then. Finley Lyons looks down the inside, gets the block pass, beautifully done. Through comes Jaden Sherwood. Oh, moment there for Finley Lyons, and Majewski's off. Lyons has gone for rallycross. Everyone's having to take avoiding action there. That was quite strange. It was just seemed to be that Finley Lyons lost it a little bit coming off of Christmas Corner. Jaden Sherwood nearly tripped over the 94. And then there was a little bit of chaos behind. But everybody's still running here. 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go of the final. Counting them as they go around, should still be Jaden Sherwood in the lead. A question as well whether there's any damage and drop bumpers to the karts out there. So Sherwood leads, Shenton second, Mayan Patel, who's been fantastic today, is there in 3rd place. Charlie Warren in 4th. Just saw Logan McAllister having a fight there with Oliver Majewski. And Christian Stefanov, he's had a really quiet day, Christian Stefanov. And he's in the middle of a sandwich there with Jonas Klimas as well. I wouldn't rule Stefanov out of this race, especially if there's some more fierce overtaking at the front of the order. 4.5 minutes to go. Sherwood and Shenton trying to get a gap over the rest of the field and get the feeling that it's maybe 1 or 2 fast laps with them working together away from succeeding, being a bit of a breakaway. 53.9 last time around for Sherwood, 53.6 for Shenton, 53.8 for Patel. What does Shenton do here? Does he work with Sherwood? Yes, and I think that's the right decision at this stage of the race. So if they can just get, say, a second and a half over Patel and Warren, they will start fighting for 3rd place. That's the risk though, because look at the number of karts in close proximity off the back of the 2nd group. It's big. It's very big. And for fighting for 3rd place, you could end up in something like 12th. So the race continues. Big thanks to John Hoyle, who has just given me the best news of the day. And we did say that we'd bring news in when we know it. Just had a text from Katie Donaldson's mum. With all intents and purposes, she's fine. No broken bones. A little bit bruised, a little bit shaken up obviously, but that is fantastic news. No serious injuries for Katie Donaldson. We do hope to see Katie back on the grid at Shennington later in the season. So I know there's been a few people asking about that and wanting to know. That is the news, and it's good news. Back to the race though, here at Whilton Mill. Jaden Sherwood and Rocco Shenton working brilliantly at the moment together. They are pulling out this gap. If you're new to watching Honda Cadet racing, this is something you often see. So they don't want to fight too hard at the moment. They'll leave that to the last lap or two. For now, it's all about getting that gap and consolidating basically for either of the drivers at least second place. Obviously, they both want to win the race. If you can't win, taking the points for second place is still pretty good. Here is the duo trying to close them down. And similarly doing a very good job. Patel and Warren as they're keeping two very quick drivers at bay. Oliver Majewski, championship leader, and yesterday's final winner in Finley Lines. If you like your four-stroke action, by the way, on Alpha Live, make sure that you've subscribed, because we've got one of the biggest events of the year for Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media next weekend. We'll be up at Teesside in the northeast for the British 24-hour. 1 minute 30 of this Honda Cadet final to go, though, for round 6 in the SuperOne Series 2021. And the battle raging on now. Mayan Patel wants to work, but then I think Charlie Warren and Oliver Majewski both want to get on with this. 3 wide through Boxing Day. My goodness, how they all still pointing in the right direction. Wow, that was fantastic driving from everyone involved. Wow, I have my heart in my mouth at the moment there. I thought we were going to see quite the incident, but we didn't. Finley Lines still there in 6th. Warren back down the inside, going for the move, has got it done on Patel now. This is good news for the front two. There they are, because their lead is just going to get bigger and bigger. I don't think there's really anywhere near enough time for the likes of Warren and Majewski, if Majewski has made it through, to close that gap down. In fact, Majewski's got up into 3rd. So Oliver Majewski now 3rd, Finley Lines 4th, Patel and Warren shuffled down to 5th and 6th. 30 seconds on the clock. Surely that means this lap plus one more. Don't think time will be still on the clock the next time the drivers cross start finish. There's now 5 karts involved. I think Jensen Hookie's involved in the group going for 3rd place. It's been brilliant driving from Jensen Hookie all day, and I know he's got a lot of people supporting him at home, so that'll be music to their ears. Time has now expired, so Jaden Sherwood and Rocco Leon Shenton will trigger the last lap board to come out in a few seconds time, and then they will surely fight for the win. And in fact, Rocco Leon Shenton has taken the lead before the last lap board has come out. Now, is that the right decision? Because Jaden Sherwood is now going to be able to pick the moment at which she tries to overtake. Shenton goes defensive into Christmas corner, fends off any form of attack from Sherwood. Lines has also got through past Majewski for 3rd. Down into Ashby. No opportunity for Sherwood there. Shenton closes off the door. Ozies is the next big opportunity for Sherwood to stick one down the inside. Has a little think about it. Oh, and there's a touch there. There was a touch. Jaden Sherwood is through. Rocco Shenton's not happy about it. Feels he's been ABC'd. Well, this is going to be slightly controversial and probably left to the stewards. But Jaden Sherwood is going to come around the final corner and take victory here at Whilton Mill. Rocco Shenton protests in 2nd place. Oliver Majewski finishes in 3rd. That is another good day for him in terms of championship. And look at this over the line. Mayan Patel 4th, Finley Lines 5th, Jensen Hookie 6th, Charlie Warren 7th, Logan McAllister in 8th, Christian Stevanov 9th, Victor Hansen, Jonas Klimas, Kai Clark, Martin Wright, Sukmani Kira and Ethan Griffiths all in the top 15. Riley Till, Andrew Dixon, Jensen Walker, Archie Dyson and John Richardson all in the top 20. Oliver Warner, Amy Peacock, Brendan James, Emily Cooper and then Felix Smedley take us to those who competed in that race. And of course, we have now had the good news that even though we didn't see Katie Donaldson compete in that race, she is okay. She is getting well rested up, and fingers crossed we will see all of those drivers back for the finale of this championship at Shennington in 4 weekends' time. Well, into Parc Fermé go the drivers. And yeah, Rocco Shenton clearly still not happy. I can understand why, as all the bumper checks and post-race checks will go on. There's a driver who's driven really well there, Patel. A well-deserved finish in the higher ranks. Jensen Hookie's hoping that, yes, no bumper drops for Jensen Hookie. I love to see that. We're going to move on, though. The Hondas have been great entertainment. We'll see them back out again at Shennington. And next out on circuit should be race number 24, which will be the final for Mini Rock. Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. This one is going to be a barnstormer. Race 24, the Mini Rock final for round 6 of the SuperOne Series 2021. Here's your grid. Joshua Turnbull and Harry Bartle on the front row. Kasimir Tomaszewski and Max Hollor on row 2. Rocco Shenton quickly back into action. Starts this one on the third row of the grid alongside Milo Manderson. Sam Woolley and David Vischer are on the fourth row of the grid for this final. Jake Woods has had a lot of overtaking to do, and he's got to do some more here in the final. Starts on row 5 alongside Cooper Snedden. Jasmine Taylor and Cameron Edmonds are on row number 6. Zach McDonald and Archie Pitts-Drake are on row 7. Max Ewell and Jensen Powers on row 8. Charlie Benson and JJ Lowe on row number 9. We're getting into the drivers who've had issues so far today. Marcel Poppercull had a first lap retirement in the second heat. Starts the final on the 10th row of the grid alongside Finley Fishburne. Isaac Barker and Ethan Weldon on row 11. Eddie Stewart and Frankie Smedley are on row 12. And 2 drivers who haven't competed so far today, so I'm guessing that's going to be the same case in the final. Jack Paul Gifford and Max Drake. Well, this has been a very competitive class today for a very competitive championship. Here we go, rolling start for 7 minutes on the clock. Away we go for the final in Mini Rock. Good start for Josh Turnbull. Josh Turnbull will lead as they go up to Christmas Corner for the first time, and Harry Bartle's held on to second place. Tomaszewski in third. Rocco Shenton there in fourth place. And look at the start from Jake Woods. Jake Woods, we've said, has done a lot of overtaking so far today. He's already up to 5th place, now going for 4th down the inside of Tomaszewski. A really, really bold start. Has taken finals victories so far this season. As we say, this has been a very competitive class. There's Milo Manderson fighting with round 1 final winner Max Hollor. Josh Turnbull leading this race, hasn't had a finals victory since the second round of the season at Glannygores. Jake Woods, as we say, was your winner in the third round of the season, and 4 went in the direction of Harry Bartle. So, yeah, right in saying, last note, I'm going to correct myself because Harry Bartle took the win yesterday as well. So Harry Bartle's the only driver so far in this championship to have won more than one final. It's still been very, very open so far this season. This, I'd say, is definitely the most competitive class for that golden ticket to the Rock Cup Super Finals in October. I remember that Mini Rock category at Franciacorta in 2020. It in itself was a real highlight of the week. And all these drivers want to be part of that, as we say, the 14th to the 16th of October. Keep it locked on Double Dash Motorsport Media for more information on that event across the course of the season. 5 minutes and 10 seconds, Joshua Turnbull leads, Harry Bartle second, Rocco Shenton there in third, Kasimir Tomaszewski, and it really does feel today like this has been a big step forward for Kasimir Tomaszewski. Best finals results so far this season. I'm just going to refer to my points tables, was 5th place back at GYG. So an opportunity to beat that today. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Josh Turnbull leading, and he's had to do this a lot today. Just keeping calm, not making any mistakes, not allowing those behind a way through. Keep an eye out though for that number 8. Carolyn Cart, Jake Woods. We've not seen a lot of him on camera today. Had a terrible qualifying. Was 19th in time qualifying this morning. Had a little chat with him earlier on. He was, again, a driver with very, very good attitude for me. Sometimes drivers can have a bad qualifying and they kind of go into a bit of a sulk, but not Jake. He recognised that, yeah, tactically got it wrong, didn't go well, but it's all about trying to gain positions and get in a good spot for this final. And that's exactly what Jake has done here, riding 5th on the road. And is currently the fastest driver out there on circuit as well. Set a 50.072 last time around. He's gone quicker again through sector number 1. Just as we thought, this final is starting to simmer. Turnbull still leading, Bartle second, Shenton, Tomaszewski, Woods. Max Hollow's just gained 2 positions, he's up to 6th place, and here comes Jake Woods down the inside, looking to get past Tomaszewski there. It's not able to do so. He slots in behind. Johnson Powers is going quickly as well, 50.028, he's currently in 13th. But he's clear of the group behind, so look out for Powers later on in this race. "24 runners out there, covered by less than 15 seconds at the moment. Coming round to finish lap number 5, Josh Turnbull still leads. A little bit further back, there's Hollow and Cameron Edmonds going toe-to-toe. Charlie Benson has got past both of them on that lap, so Benson up to 6th place. He's come through a number of positions. This time Woods down the inside. Has he got 4th place? Yes! So Jake Woods goes past Kasper Tomaszewski there and still has the fastest lap of the race. Well, I should say he's got it back, 49.833. Not sure how aware the top 3 drivers are of Jake Woods being down. They've not seen him all day. Because Woods twice has had to fight from 19th on the grid and has always got up to about 10th, whilst these drivers have been at the front of the field in both races across the course of today's racing. 2 minutes to go. And we are 1 minute 10. There's a yellow flag out, and that's why it's the here. It's Sam Woolley, and unfortunately Sam Woolley is out of this race. Full course yellow. Full course yellow is out now. This is going to be very interesting to see what happens now. So Josh Turnbull leads, and this will bring a lot of drivers back into play here. So Turnbull leads, Bartle 2nd, Shenton 3rd, Woods 4th, Tomaszewski 5th. The question will be, will we go back to green flag racing before the time is up? There's not a lot of it left. We did see this with the senior Rotax final yesterday that we finished under Battenberg. Josh Turnbull. Well, we're going to go at least one more lap, and that's not a surprise, because there was at least a kart recovery required down there for Sam Woolley's number 34. That's a real shame for Sam, because he was having a strong run, was looking at a potential top 10. There is the kart. The driver seemingly okay as well, which is good to see. Now this really is pressure for Josh Turnbull. They say he's been brilliant all day of being out front and keeping himself out front. But with the time remaining, we've got 23 seconds on the clock. If we're going to go back to green, it's going to become a 1-lap sprint. And everybody is there. This could be, anything could happen right now. See Jasmine Taylor going through the shot there. The black livery car. If you do go check that one out, because it's a whole load of handwritten support messages for Jasmine written on it. Little gesture being done to the pit wall there. And we'll see in a few moments' time whether we're going to go back to green here. If we do, it's Turnbull from Bartle, Shenton, Woods, Tomaszewski, Benson, Hollor. And we are going to go back to green. So it's a one-lap sprint now for the final in Mini Rock here at Whilton Mill. Who's going to take it? Josh Turnbull's got a very good start there. Shenton's looking for a route down the inside. Surely Turnbull will stay defensive as they run into Christmas for the first time. There's a contact warning for the number 86 and it's all getting a little bit squabbly in there. Tomaszewski's trying to fight off Charlie Benson at the moment. This is brilliant stuff from Josh Turnbull. Down the inside goes Harry Bartle. He found the lane. He took the lane. But Rocco Shenton's popped through in all of that and takes the lead of the race. With mere corners to go, could it be a Rocco Shenton victory here at Whilton Mill in Mini Rock? There is a contact warning though, 2 contact warnings to the number 86. It's all kicking off behind, but it looks like Rocco Shenton is going to take victory. He was denied it on the line in Hondas, he's taken it in Mini Rock. Rocco Shenton wins round 6 of the Mini Rock SuperOne series for 2021. Harry Bartle finishes in 2nd place, Josh Turnbull is 3rd. A great drive from Jake Woods puts him in 4th. Charlie Benson 5th, Cooper Snedden 6th, Max Hollor in 7th, Cameron Edmonds 8th, Jensen Powers gets a top 10 in 9th, Milo Manderson wraps out that top 10. Kasper Tomaszewski, I think, can consider himself very unlucky to be in 11th place. He's driven brilliantly today and deserved a lot more than that. David Vischer 12th, Zach McDonald 13th, Archie Pittstraight 14th, Marcel Poppercull 15th, Frankie Smedley 16th, Ethan Weldon, Jasmine Taylor, Eddie Stewart and JJ Lowe is your top 20. Max Ewell, Isaac Barker and Finlay Fishburne were your finishers. One retirement, which was Sam Woolley. Well, there we go. A one-lap sprint to finish it, and a complete reversal of what we saw in the Hondas. It's 2nd place again, not particularly happy. This time in the shape of Harry Bartle. That's what Rocco Shenton was like about, what we say, 10 to 12 minutes ago. But there we go. That is the provisional result. Shenton from Bartle, Turnbull, Woods, Benson. 4 weeks' time, we'll see Mini Rock back at Shennington. We're going to get on to the next race, though. It's 2 classes out at once. Junior Max and Mini Max take to the circuit next. Into the Rotax classes we go then, and it's 2 classes out at once for their 7-minute finals. Here's your grid for the Junior Max final. Aidan Hassan and Charlie Pritchard go toe-to-toe on the front row. Zaki Hussain has had to drive from the back of the field. Starts on row 2, through the heats that is, but it's on row 2 for the final alongside James Jackson. Ben Cook and Jack Cooper, winner from yesterday, are on row 3. Ethan Bentley and Jacob Rhodes are on row 4. Daniel Sabula and Cameron Crockett are on row 5. Donovan Dyer and Billy Edgecombe are on row number 6 in the junior categories. Rory Burke and Alexander Mikos, row 7. Millie Hart and Finn Smith, row 8. Jake Howarth and Jack Davies on row number 9. Ronnie Smith and Ben Cordingley, row 10. Charlie Payne-Johns, the last of those in the juniors. Into minis, Ollie Wise, Josh Salvadori and Ernie Overton, the first 3 in that category. Harry Cottrell, Rowan Cartwright, 4th and 5th. George Barker, a double winner last time out at Clay Pigeon, alongside Jamie Salter there, and Emily Ackett's 29 karts in all out there. So here we go then. And this should be a bit tasty as well, because we've got some very good drivers at the front of this field. 7 minutes on the clock. Away we go then for our junior Rotax Max final. Brilliant start for those on the pole, the anti-pole side of the grid. In fact, no, it was the pole side of the grid. Hassan leads, and the number 13 trying to go around the outside there. It's all getting very, very tight as they go through Christmas Corner for the first time. The Mini's setting off as well. This is going to be a very, very tight final, I feel. And any one of those up front could win it. But it is the number 13 out front at the moment. Charlie Pritchard trying to fight his way back through.
timings are down at the moment. Zaki Hussain leads at the end of lap number 1. Another driver that we haven't really seen today. Got disqualified from qualifying, so had to start both of his heats towards the back of the field. But has always made big moves on lap number 1. Has done so again here in the final. Now leads ahead of Aiden Hassan. Jack Cooper's had a good start as well. It's up to third. Daniel Sabula down the inside of, I think that was down the inside of James Jackson, going for 7th place. And Jack Cooper, who was a bit of a surprise, or a surprised winner in the final yesterday. It's getting in amongst it now. 5.5 minutes to go, coming to the end of lap number 2. You can see them all filing through at the moment. Still Hussain from Hassan. Charlie Pritchard looking down the inside for Cooper. In fact, Cooper going for the move on Hassan, takes 2nd place. And Pritchard and Hassan side by side as they go through Boxing Day. And I think Rory Burke's got invited. Where's Rory Burke come from? He started miles down the grid and he's already up to 5th place. Span off on lap 1 and Pritchard back down the inside, robustly goes past Burke there, out onto the grass goes James Jackson, I think it was. The race is getting so excited the camera's shaking itself apart. 4 minutes 40 to go, end of lap number 3. Jack Cooper confirmed has passed and into 2nd place. So a tough race earlier for Charlie Pritchard. He does seem to have been, he's a little bit off colour for me at Clay Pigeon. He's been back on it today here at Whilton Mill. Just to let you know what's happening in Minimax. Ollie Wise is leading. There is the number 55. Josh Salvadori in 2nd. George Barker has had a good opening to this final, is up into 3rd place. You see the rest of them rolling through. There is Josh Salvadori. The Lewis Hamilton fan wearing the replica helmet there. There we go. Timing has just updated itself. Apologies for a couple of the issues here at the circuit. Busy part of the order here. This is all around 13th place. We've got Cameron Crockett in there in the number 8. Jake Howarth in the number 4. Millie Hart in the number 9. All these positions meaning points, of course, across the course of this season. And you really do feel in this category that this is where the drivers are going to make big moves between now and the end of the season. If you're just joining us and you're wondering when you can watch more of this, 4 weeks' time we will be at Shillington on the Sunday for the culmination of this season's SuperOne series. And down the inside goes Pritchard for 3rd place, takes it away from Aiden Hassan. Well, they had a great race in race number 2, in heat number 2 I should say. This time Pritchard has got down the inside and got that position. Now can he set about Jack Cooper just ahead? Down the back straight they go. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Taki Hussain continuing to lead. Here's Daniel Sabula. He's up to 5th place, just ahead of Rory Burke. Just dropping James Jackson now as well there in 7th place. Burke down the inside into Ashby. That was a textbook move into Ashby corner. As we say, we've said before, it's very difficult down into that corner because it's so easy to shoot on and overstep the marks, but that was spot on from Rory Burke. Battle for 2nd place has got close all of a sudden. Charlie Pritchard is starting to attack Jack Cooper here, but no, as off there. It's the 96 of Ronnie Smith by the looks of it. He's got back on circuit now, but it's been a tough day for Ronnie. Jacob Rhodes has had a problem as well, because Jacob Rhodes has just fallen about 6 positions on that last lap. Here are your runners in
the category for the minis. You can see the number 28 running around out there. I'm just trying to work out which position. Probably we're having some timing issues in here. So this is Ernie Overton in the number 28, just ahead of Harry Cottrell. So this is all over 4th place, I think it is. Change for 2nd place. Charlie Pritchard has got ahead of Jack Cooper. 46 seconds to go. 2, maybe 3 laps if they're lucky. But look at this run from Zaki Hussain. Similar to what we saw with Jake Woods in the previous race. Hasn't really been on our cameras at all today. Hasn't gone unnoticed that he's been driving through the field. Has taken this opportunity. That practice more than anything of all those overtakes in the heats has served him well coming into this final. Looking a little bit further back, here's the number 23, Billy Edgecombe, trying to get past Ethan Bentley in the number 38 for 8th place. And a bit of the wrong group really, because there's Ben Cook, 31 in 10th place just behind, and Daniel Sabula and James Jackson are a fair way down the road. Oh, now who's that off? That's a long way off at Christmas Corner. Just see a driver peering through the gloom there, and I think, is it Ronnie Smith again? I think it's, or is it Finn Smith? It's Finn Smith off, and there's Ronnie Smith, the number 96. Not a good lap for the Smiths. Ronnie out of the race, Finn out of the race as well, and yeah, it's not been Finn Smith's day. Fantastic at Clay Pigeon, and we'll look to bounce back when we go to Shennington at the end of the month. The last lap board is out then for the leaders, and Zaki Hussain continues to control this race. 0.8 of a second is the gap that he had as they went over start finish. Charlie Pritchard trying to hold on for 2nd place here, because Jack Cooper and Aidan Hassan are not leaving him alone. There they are. The harder entry for Pritchard. In fact, no, Cooper's now fighting for this 3rd place with Aidan Hassan. Aidan Hassan looking to get a good run down the back straight, but Zaki Hussain is going to take a fantastic finals victory here. He's really had to fight hard today and is rewarded with round 6 of the Junior Max category. There's a bit of debris in the middle of the road that the drivers are going to need to be careful of, but Zaki Hussain wins it from Charlie Pritchard in Junior Max. Jack Cooper and Aidan Hassan 3rd and 4th, Rory Burke in 5th, James Jackson 6th, Daniel Sabula, Ethan Bentley, Billy Edgecombe and Ben Cook in the top 10. Cameron Crockett, Millie Hart 11th and 12th, Donovan Dyer, Jake Howarth, Jack Davies. As round come the front runners in the Minimax category. Ollie Wise finishes in 20th overall, but more importantly wins in Minimax. George Barker, more good points in the final for George Barker in the 63 is 2nd, Josh Salvadori 3rd, Rowan Cartwright in 4th, Ernie Overton, Harry Cottrell, Emily Ackitts and Jamie Salter runners down for there in Minimax. Let's run through the rest of the finishers in Junior Max. I've said Jake Howarth in 14th, Jack Davies 15th, Charlie Payne-John 16th, Jacob Rhodes, Ben Cordingley and Alexander Mikos, 2 retirements in that race. Finn Smith off at Christmas Corner, and Ronnie Smith pulled in and lost 3 laps. Well, another very, very open final, and that will definitely be 2 titles that go to Shennington. We'll see them in 4 weeks' time. We're going to move on though to the penultimate race of the day. It will be the final for the Senior Rotax Max class. Two races to go then on our schedule. Let's have a look at the grid that will form up for race 26, the Senior Rotax final. Sean Berry has pole position. Brandon Klein Nagelvort will go toe-to-toe with him once again from the front row of the grid. Ethan Ling and Rob Ellis had a great fight yesterday before it was curtailed by the Battenberg flag. They start on row 2. Ben Page and Carl Dunford are on the third row of the grid. Joe Weaver and Joshua Vallance on row 4. Alex Holgate and Poppy Stevenson and wrap out the top 10 starting this race. Riley Stevenson and Louis Weaver are on row 6. Caitlin May and Aidan Hammond are on row 7. Jack Jones and Jordan Morris, row 8. Louis Ball and Lucas Ivaskevicius, who's had a really tough day, starts on row 9. Will Barnes and Jamie Tilstead are due on row 10. Tom Taylor and Chris Abraham are on row 11. But we should mention there's a few drivers there who haven't competed today. So I don't think we will have 24 runners in this race. And in fact, yes, we've got 19 runners out there on the circuit, you can see on live timing. So it'll be a rolling start. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. This is the penultimate race of the day. It should be another very, very competitive race with a number of these drivers wanting this victory and thinking that they can take this victory. Sean Berry with the yellow details on his helmet. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort in the red suit. Away we go then, lights out, 7 minutes on the counter, and away we go for the final in Senior Rotax Max. Good start for Sean Berry, will lead up towards Christmas Quarter. Ethan Ling's got an absolute blinder. He's already up in second place, trying to get around the outside to take the lead away from Sean Berry. Was he able to do so? Who's going to have it as they go down into it? It is Ling. Ling, what a move that will have been. Round the outside, points to say, let's work together, let's pull off the front. This is similar to what Ethan Ling did yesterday in the final, before the race was neutralised, and he got the race victory. Ben Page has had a big start as well, number 90. See there in the silver liveried cart, is up to, or was up to third place, has now just been dropped down to fourth place. Little adjustments being made by the drivers. You see on the radiator flaps there, trying to change the air to fuel mixture. It's a key aspect of this class of racing. Ethan Ling did get a contact warning though, we should mention, on that first lap. We won't mind that too much because he's in the lead of this race. Who was the biggest progressor on that first lap? I think in terms of high up the order, it was Joe Weaver who gained 2 positions. Side by side between Brandon Klein-Nagelfort and Ben Page, and that's going to open the door to Rob Ellis to pull through. Ben Page is not happy about that at all. Has lost positions to Weaver and Dunford as well. And all of a sudden is down to 7th. Ethan Ling continues to lead though. Sean Berry, second place. This is a big opportunity now for Rob Ellis. He will have smiled a little bit, I think, in that Praga suit and helmet at what he just saw ahead of him, because that was 2 of the easiest overtakes I think he's probably done this year. Was somewhat annoyed for a few moments that he didn't have the chance to attack Ethan Ling off the back of a Battenberg, as we saw earlier in the mini category, the mini rock. Tyler's on his side here. He's the fastest driver out on circuit, 44.741. There's some movement in and around the top 10. Riley Stevenson and Louis Weaver have got up to 8th and 9th. Down the inside, here comes Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. He's got both of them. What a move that was from the driver in the 93, and he's back into second place. Well, this is brilliant news for Ethan Ling, because whilst these drivers fight, the Welshman pulls off the front of this order. Shortened final, remember, due to the time lost earlier in the day. Well, that came out of absolutely nowhere from Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Sean Berry has been shuffled down to 4th, is now in the clutches of Carl Dunford. Louis Weaver's going really quickly in this race. Has clearly held something back for the final. And there in 9th place. Who's had problems? In fact, I don't think anyone's really had problems so far, which is good to see. Lucas Ivaskevicius, who we said had a lot of technical issues, is still running out there, trying to work his way back through the order. Look at the gap, 1.5 seconds to the nearest 10th now between Ling and Klein Nagelvoort. That will be frustrating, Rob Ellis, I feel, at the front of this order. He'll want to close that gap down to the number 2 kart. At the moment, I don't think they can do so. I don't think the pace is high enough from these 2 drivers to start reeling that gap back in. Both of them in the 44.6s that time around, which are personal bests. Yeah, well, they're slightly quicker. 1.4 seconds is now the gap, but with 3 minutes on the clock, they need to be reeling that gap in at a far greater rate than they are doing. Steady at the moment here in the Rotax final. No overtakes to account for on that last lap. Ellis down the inside of Klein Nagelvoort. You felt that was coming. And to be fair to Klein Nagelvoort, he didn't fight that one too hard. Rob Ellis gave him the time to try and pull in that gap, but clearly decided, no, this isn't working. The strategy is not pulling the leader back in. I need to be out front. Trouble is, though, fighting and overtaking inevitably is a slower way around the circuit. In fact, Klein Nagelvoort, no, does not comply. Goes back down the inside. So have they just decided now that the wind's gone, Ethan Ling's out front, and they are fighting for second place? The next group behind will be watching this eagerly. Sean Berry still at the front of it in 4th place. Carl Dunford 5th. Joe Weaver 6th. Should mention the top rookie trophy at the moment is going to Brandon Klein Nagelvoort. I think he's got bigger things on his mind though. He wants the overall honours. 1 minute and 44 to go. The gap is now 2 seconds for Ethan Ling. This is looking very good for a double finals victory here at Whilton Mill this weekend. There is your leader going through Ashby. Down the inside goes Sean Berry there, fighting with Carl Dunford. It really has been a day for those with experience, lots of experience around this circuit, to be fighting it at the front with the drivers we've seen across the course of the season. At the front of these categories. 1 minute to go. Ethan Ling continues to control the straight, and I don't think he'll quite believe. I think he was maybe thinking that we'd have a lot more attention on his rear axle than he has had in this race. It's just the way that it's transpired across the course of the last 5 to 6 minutes. Rob Ellis will be hoping now, well, recognise that the wind's gone, but get that second place again. Especially as Jordan Morris has had a difficult day so far. Not as strong a run as he had at Clay Pigeon last time out. 2 laps to go then for the field of senior Rotax runners. Ethan Ling still out front. 2.1 seconds now the lead for Ling over Klein Nagelvoort. Here is the battle for second place. Klein Nagelvoort and Ellis. And surely have got at least a spot on the podium wrapped up for each other. Big move down the inside. That was either Stevenson or Joe Weaver going at it. So Joe Weaver has recovered well from having issues in the first heat of the day. Ethan Ling will see the last lap board then in a few moments' time. Brandon Klein Nagelvoort still doing a brilliant job to hold on to second place. Checks over his shoulder, sees that Rob Ellis is there. This is just going to be a fight now for that second place. If it becomes for the win, it'll be because something extraordinary has happened to Ethan Ling. There is Joe Weaver. You just saw in the number 40. Has got himself up to 5th place. A great drive here from Joe Weaver. Dunford and Stevenson fighting now over 6th place. Is Rob Ellis going to go for a move here, or is he just going to take the points? I think he's going to do the latter and just take the points, because these are good times in this championship. But a very, very good day for Ethan Ling, who takes the senior Rotax final. It's a double at Whilton Mill in both rounds 5 and 6 of the SuperOne senior Rotax Championship and a 1.6 second win over Brandon Klein Nagelbort. Rob Ellis in third, Sean Berry fourth, Joe Weaver a battling fifth, Carl Dunford in sixth, Riley Stevenson seventh, Ben Page, Louis Weaver and Joshua Valance is your top 10. Poppy Stevenson, Caitlin May, Jordan Morris, Jack Jones, Alex Holgate in the top 15. Louis Ball, Lucas Ivaskevicius, Will Barnes and Aidan Hammond, the last of those running in that final. But a very good day, a very good weekend for Ethan Ling. Setting him up nicely for the end of the season and setting us up nicely for the last race of the day here at Whilton Mill. It's coming up in a few moments' time. It is the final for the 177 Max class. Last race of the day, as we say, race 27, the Rotax 177 final. Scott Clee and Chris Thomas are on the front row of the grid. Hayden Cater and Philip Howarth on row 2, Adam Sadler and Alfie Williams on row number 3. Oliver Appleby and Robert Strachan are on row 4, Ollie Hancock and Sam Winter row 5, Ben Johnson and Callum Smith on row number 6. Rhys Llewellyn and Sammy Marlin will be on the 7th row of the grid. Thomas Hinton had a retirement in race number 2 and will be on the 8th row of the grid. Don't believe we will see Ben Cowley for this final. Finals results so far this season. Chris Thomas took the first race final of the year at Clay Pigeon. Oliver Appleby the second. And then we saw Chris Thomas win again yesterday in round 5. This is a very, very tight category. They've put on some fantastic heats so far today. Quite the way to finish here at SuperOne. Big thanks to our sponsors, Will You Financial Group. Remember, you've got the competition across all the classes, all the drivers, all the teams. Get sharing your social media pictures of the karts out there on action. Will You Financial Group will be deciding over the next few weeks which one of those is the best. The prize, a free RI racing helmet, a brand new RI racing helmet. Big prize. Do get involved with that on the SuperOne series social media pages. And big thanks to CWG as always as well. Great supporters of the SuperOne series and their championships. As the Rotax 177s go out for their formation lap, we have indeed got 15 runners. And a big dark cloud. What are you doing there? Go away. We don't want any of that precipitation like we had earlier. I think it's just about going to hold off, but then again, this is Northamptonshire. Weather forecast, I feel for JMW forecast, trying to forecast the weather around this part of the world. Very, very difficult, especially at this time of year. So the final race of the day. And a big chance for Scott Clee to take a final victory for the first time this season. He's had a couple of strong results in the finals so far, but he'll want to get on that top step for sure. He's been in very, very good form so far today. Scott Clee on the left of your screen in the black suit. Chris Thomas take us away for 7 laps here. The final race of the day, the Rotax 177 final, is go here at Whilton Mill. Good start, very good start in fact for Scott Clee. Has got a gap over the rest of the field as they go into Christmas. Will not need to defend at all. That is just what you want as a leader from pole position. The rest of them file through. And we've got 15 karts charging down to Ashby Corner. Thomas Hinton has joined this race, so the technical problem that he had earlier has clearly been fixed. Top 2 breaking away already. Chris Thomas trying to catch up to Scott Clee. And like we've seen in a few races so far today, especially these finals, try and work together, get a good position and fight out for the win in the last few laps of the race. 0.5 of a second is the gap for Klee over Thomas. Cater in third, Sadler fourth, Appleby fifth. Phil Howarth, who had a great chance for a heats victory earlier on in the day and struggled a bit in heat 2. He's there in 6th place. Good start for Sam Winter, up 2 positions. He's 8th now. He's got past Ollie Hancock and Robert Strachan on that first lap of this final. Sammy Marlam there has also gained 2 positions up to 12th place. Drivers coming round to finish lap number 2 then. Still Scott Klee in full control of this final. Chris Thomas in 2nd place, Hayden Cater 3rd, Adam Sadler 4th, but it's Oliver Appleby at the moment, fastest driver out there on circuit in 5th place. So has had a finals victory so far this season, took the 2nd final at Clay Pigeon. He's very strong at Clay Pigeon. He's not had everything his own way this weekend at Wilton Mill. He's definitely in a fighting position here with 5 minutes on the clock. Down the inside goes Appleby. Good move into the boot. That's 1 position. Needs another few more to take the lead of this race, but Oliver Appleby looks like he's got the bit between his teeth at the moment. Hayden Cater has responded to Appleby's pace as the fastest of the drivers so far, 45.913 that last time around. Leaders into Ashby Corner then. This is lap 4. 4.25 minutes to go, and then the +1 lap. And you just feel like Chris Thomas is starting to claw Scott Klee in. That was a good first sector, and I think it's been an even better. In fact, it's been the fastest 2nd sector of anybody in the race so far from Chris Thomas. So he's starting to just light up the timesheets now. 45.806, a 10.5 quicker than Klee last time around, but it's Hayden Cater, 45.657. Really good speed. In fact, he's dropping Appleby. Appleby's got to respond if he wants to pull his way through and get into this fight for the win in the final. He's got to find something and find it now. This group of 3 will get stronger and stronger, I feel, across the course of this race. And Thomas down the inside goes to the move and takes the lead. Great overtaking by Chris Thomas through Oziers. And now a big few corners. Can he pull away from the rest of the field? He's gone absolutely like a rat up a drain pipe. He's flown away. 45.723. He was 0.6 of a second quicker than Klee on that lap. Klee's got to respond, but at the moment he's got Hayden Cater to deal with just behind him. And we've seen this so many times from Chris Thomas so far this season. Down the inside goes Hayden Cater. Big move, takes 2nd place. You can see Chris Thomas starting to pull away, and he realised I've got to get this move done on Scott Klee as soon as possible and as cleanly as possible, and that was spot on for the driver in the number 44. It's 4 versus 44 with 2.5 minutes to go. The clouds rolling in here at Wilton Mill. Across start finish they go. Oliver Appleby starting to respond back again though. Another new fastest lap of the race for the driver in 4th place. And it's clear of Adam Sadler behind now. And just set about trying to close in on Scott Klee. Ollie Hancock has got through past Sam Winter. That's for 8th place in the middle of the pack. Still 15 runners out there, which is good to see. Thomas Hinton trying to pull his way back through after the difficulties earlier. He's up to 13th. Into the boot they go then. What are the sector times looking like? Cater a little bit quicker. And this is one of the things I love about Wilton Mill, that the different parts of the circuit have different characteristics. Cater looks a little bit quicker in the faster sections where power is what you need. Up here, up to Christmas Corner, it's Chris Thomas to go through sector 2, a few more corners to deal with. He just pulls that gap back, the result being Cater, well actually Cater a little bit quicker. I think in sector 3 is the decider at the moment. between Thomas and Cater. Scott Clee, though, has started, hang on a minute, has started to come alive. Did a 45.584 last time around. Is this a whole tyres thing? Is Clee just holding back for a last gasp charge? He's got 60 seconds on the clock. Over start finish they go. Thomas, oh, that's a big lap from Thomas. These really, it's trading lap times here across this top four. Thomas now takes the fastest lap, 45.582. Gets the gap back to 0.5 of a second. Seems to be very aware of his surroundings, that it's a top four chasing him down. And Adam Sadler's not given this up either. He's just there in 5th place. 3 seconds clear of, well, there's all sorts of overtaking down. I think, in fact, that's why Philip Howarth has had a problem. So Howarth looks to be out of the race, unfortunately. A day of such promise for the number 11 in the end. It's going to be 15th in the classification. 2 more laps to go. Thomas starts a new one. And another new fastest lap of the race, 45.547 this time for the number 4 kart. Sam Winter has been dropped to 8th place. Alfie Williams getting by. And you just feel at the moment that Chris Thomas is keeping these 3 drivers at more than an arm's length. And that he's using all of his skill to manage this race, just as he did at Clay Pigeon in round 3, just as he did yesterday in round number 5. Was a little bit off in the final of the last streamed round. Was 5th in that one, but here, going on to the last lap, has a chance here, and again another 45.5. These 45.5s, if Chris Thomas can do this one last lap, these 45.5s, 3 of them in a row, is what's going to be, for me, the big point of this race. The gap is now up to 0.8 of a second, and it simply looks like it's an insurmountable gap now for Hayden Cater. Through sector 2, this is where Thomas has been really strong, and he's looking smooth out onto the back straight. Another little check over the shoulder. You've got it sorted, Chris. Through the boots for the final time. What a weekend it has been for Chris Thomas. He comes around the final corner and wins at Whilton Mill in the Rotax 177 final. Very pleased with that. Very close on the line for 3rd. Hayden Cater is 2nd. Scott Clee on the podium, just ahead of Oliver Appleby. Adam Sadler, a solid run to 5th place. Ollie Hancock is 6th. Sam Winter and Alfie Williams 7th and 8th. Robert Strachan and Sammy Marlam in the top 10. Thomas Hinton in 11th. Ben Johnson, Rhys Llewellyn and Callum Smith are the last of those on the lead lap. 1 retirement, which was Philip Howarth. Well, it's Chris Thomas again in the Rotax 177 category. He's having a heck of a season. I was clearly very pleased with that result over the line, and so he should be. A fantastic drive in the final here at Whilton Mill. And that brings an end to the racing here today, just as we go past 6 p.m. Thank you for all of your support today, especially during the red flag delay and all the really bad weather earlier on in the morning. It's been a fantastic day's racing, and I do hope that you join us in 4 weekends' time on Sunday the 29th of August for the next SuperOne Series stream. We will be at Shennington Kart Racing Club, a proper old school circuit and a fantastic place to finish this series. It was fantastic when we were there last year for the culmination of the 2020 season. Very much looking forward to that. Big thanks to our sponsors here today, Will You Financial Group. Remember, get your photo entries in for the photo competition to win that RI Racing helmet. Big thanks to CWG as well for their support of the series. Big thanks to Whilton Mill and all the staff here for hosting us. Absolutely fantastic as always. We'll be back here for more DDMM commentary, I'm sure. I can't quite remember when, but it will be within the next few weeks. Thank you to Alpha Live, all of their efforts from Darren and Fraser across in the production room, and all of our cameramen out on circuit. And I think particularly on this weekend of all weekends, the last big thanks has to go to all of our marshals. It has not been an easy weekend for the marshalling community for obvious reasons, but they have served us brilliantly here today at Whilton Mill, and we simply could not go racing without them, and we are forever thankful for their help, their work and their sacrifice. Long live the Orange Army. That's what we're going to finish on here at Whilton Mill today. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. We'll see you at Shennington in 4 weekends' time for round 8 of the 2021 Super One Series. Bye-bye.